of something that's an idea in GEF 6, began taking shape in GEF 7, full investment on that concept of integration in GEF 8, and now GEF 9, as we conclude this decade, put us under two big responsibilities. One is to be able to close the circle of integration and effectiveness that the GEF is doing, and being able to do as much as we can do to support with limited resources the needs of the countries in the multiple 2030 targets. But at the same time, the whole of a government approach, the whole of a society approach is no more, no less than the basis of a new business model for the future decade that the GEF will embark with. So with this, I would like to thank everyone for joining us over here. And let me pass the word to my co-chair for his opening remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel, for the opportunity to make some brief remarks. Dear colleagues, I would also like to welcome you here today, including those of you online. I see many familiar faces and a few new faces. For those of you who have not met, I'll be happy to meet in the margins of the meeting, and it'd be good to meet you in person. It is a pleasure and honour to be here today and to be in the meeting this week. This is my first formal meeting as co-chair, and I'm looking forward to the week ahead. Today is a special day in Australia, marking the start of National Reconciliation Week, which is intended to celebrate Indigenous history and culture in Australia and foster reconciliation discussion. This year's theme is Bridging Now to Next, reflecting the ongoing connection between past, present and future. Australia's history of reconciliation is not a linear one, but we've made great strides and experienced disappointing setbacks, including the recent referendum process. We'll all reflect on the growing role that the GEF has in supporting both Indigenous peoples and local communities for broader engagement. On this, I note and welcome the stat report to this meeting on strengthening GEF support for Indigenous peoples. I also wanted to offer some views on the recent replenishment meeting held in Paris. First, I want to take the opportunity to again thank the French government for their hosting of the meeting and for their amazing spring weather. Much appreciated. Over the last 2 years, we've seen unprecedented changes in the multilateral context, with increasing contestation, demands for resources, and pressures on the GEF to deliver more effectively to meet the demands of recipient countries. Simultaneously, environmental needs are ever increasing due to the growing impacts of climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, and other environmental threats. But I don't need to tell any of you just how significant these threats are, and I'm sure Rosina will give an impressive update on the current situation later this week, as she always does. It is in this context that the GEF plays a key and lead role. It is also picking up additional responsibilities, including BBNJ, and the potential for supporting the new global treaty on plastic pollution, which will be discussed in August this year. Again, this is both a huge opportunity and challenge for the GEF to fulfill. We've seen the GEF stepping up to this challenge. Through the Council, we've progressed a range of reforms over GEF 8, such as streamlining, including the GBFF and risk appetite. And the replenishment presents the opportunity to better position the GEF to be fit for purpose to respond to expectations over the coming decade and enable accessible support for those countries that do need it the most. The discussions in Paris were robust and provided clear direction and priorities for the second replenishment meeting in October. I heard that we need to make the GEF more accessible and streamlined, increase the level of resourcing, including through private sector finance, embrace innovation and risk to achieve better outcomes, and engage more effectively with recipient countries with a whole of society approach, including at all levels of government, women, youth, Indigenous peoples, and local communities. Turning back to the Council meeting this week, a number of items align with the direction of the discussion in Paris. These include preliminary steps in streamlining the GEF, strengthening the GEF partnerships with an approach to expand the number of accredited agencies, while drawing on approaches to harmonise and leverage other funds. We also have an action-packed agenda that would provide a solid work program of over 190 million that consolidates GEF 8 with an increased focus on chemicals and waste, and 3 important evaluations from our tremendous independent evaluation office. And lastly, we had the launch of the MOPAN assessment on Wednesday, which represents a culmination of 2 years' works assessing how fit for purpose the GEF is in the contemporary context. I'm looking forward to discussions this week. And now back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard, for that introductory remarks. Now, I would like to remind council members that, that you have a provisional agenda that has been circulated for your consideration as document GEF/C69/01-Rev2. I see that there are no comments on the proposed agenda. Thank you so much. If there are any comments or items that any council members want to add as under business, this is a moment for you all to let us know so we can organize ourselves for that agenda item. So if there are any council members willing to present us items for the agenda item other businesses, the floor will be yours. Noemi, can you help me with the list of speakers?
Of course, Chair. I see that Andre, representing Switzerland and Central Asia, has requested the floor. Andre, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Oh, it works. Welcome, colleagues. Good morning. Switzerland would like to thank the GEF Secretariat for preparing the agenda and welcomes its adoption. And we also would like to take this opportunity to already indicate that under agenda item 18, Uzbekistan, one of our esteemed constituency members, would like to have a small pitch for the next GEF General Assembly. To this end, the colleagues from Uzbekistan, the GEF political focal point, His Excellency Minister Aziz Abdukakimov, as well as the GEF operational focal point, Jahongir Talipov, will be with us this week, and they will present Samarkand as the host city for the next GEF General Assembly. Thank you.
Many thanks, Andre. Note taken, and we will include it under any other business. Would anyone else like to request the floor, either here in the Preston or online? No. All right, so I would also like to propose to discuss the dates for the next council meetings in 2026. That also will be put forward under any other business. So again, if the floor is open, if anyone else would like to request the floor on the chat or here in the Preston. I'm getting a WhatsApp message that there is a raised hand in the chat. Fakaban, representing East Asia. The floor is yours. She's on Zoom. We cannot hear you, Fakaban. I see that you're here online, but if you can unmute yourself. All right, maybe she's having some technical issues. If not, Fakaban, please do send me a chat here in the Zoom, and we can definitely go back to your Okay, I see that you have unmuted yourself. Fakaban, would you like to take the floor now? Yeah, we're having maybe some technical issues with her, but please feel free to maybe write your request in the chat. I can definitely read it here in plenary, and we can always go back to you, and apologize for any inconvenience here in the hybrid meeting, Fakaban. So I think that would be it, Chair. I don't see any other raised hands.
Okay. Thank you, Noemi. And I think that we need to wait and for this intervention in order to adopt the agenda. I don't want to ask for council to adopt the agenda until we hear this person, which Remind me, who is the person?
It's she's the alternate member from the East Asia, and I just
Okay.
received a text message.
Mhm.
She would like to put forward. Oh, okay. She would like to she would like to welcome 2 countries to their constituency under any other business.
Okay. So with this, we have these 2 agenda items to other business. So I would like to invite Council to adopt the agenda for the GEF Trust Fund 69 Council meeting. I see no objections from the floor, so the agenda is approved. Thank you so much. With this, we ended our first agenda item. Thank you so much. Let me now go on with agenda item number 2, which is the work program for the GEF Trust Fund. I would like to invite Mr. Fred Boltz from the GEF Secretariat to introduce document GEF/C69/02 work program for the GEF Trust Fund. Mr. Boltz, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, esteemed council and members of the GEF Partnership. My name is Fred Boltz. I have the honor of serving as manager of the programming division in the GEF Secretariat, and I'm pleased to present the June 2025 work program for the GEF Trust Fund, the 6th work program of the GEF 8 cycle. Could we have the slides, please? Or is that on me to connect? There we go. Good icebreaker. Since we met in December of 2024, the GEF Secretariat team has been working closely with recipient countries and implementing agencies to develop this important work program, which will support efforts to conserve globally important biodiversity and terrestrial, freshwater, and marine ecosystems, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and mitigate hazardous chemical pollutants, benefiting communities across our beautiful planet. The work program follows the priorities approved by the GEF Council and Assembly in the GEF 8 programming directions and will enable GEF recipient countries to approach and to achieve important GEF 8 targets for global environmental benefits. Come on. There we go. Oh. The June 2025 work program requests $174.9 million of program and project financing and $16 million of associated agency fees for a total of $190.9 million from the GEF Trust Fund. The 2 programs and 12 projects in this work program are fully aligned with the GEF 8 programming directions and compliant with GEF 8 policies and safeguards. 2 global scale programs provide important contributions to fulfilling country commitments to eliminating mercury pollution, aligned with the Minamata Convention, and to mobilizing microfinance to small enterprises in communities on the front lines of conservation through the Small Grants Program. Among the projects are 2 innovative efforts to utilize blended finance, both of which are funded by country star allocations, breaking new ground for the NGI window. The work program also features 2 important projects supporting transboundary cooperation in the management of large marine ecosystems, one in the Sulu-Sulawesi seascape, the epicenter of marine biodiversity, and 2 in the Southwest Atlantic Ocean, shared by Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil. Okay. The work program is expected to leverage $2.6 billion of co-financing, of which 83% is investment mobilized co-financing. The overall co-financing ratio of 13.3 and investment mobilized ratio of 11.3 both exceed the GEF 8 targets of 7 and 5 respectively. Okay, they're taking over, great. The work program draws resources from all 5 focal areas and from the small grant program and the non-grant instrument funding envelopes. The chemicals and waste focal area accounts for the largest share of investment, with a global program and an African regional project addressing mercury pollution, a Central Asia regional project addressing hydrofluorocarbon pollutants, and a multifocal area project addressing mercury and greenhouse gas emissions in the Philippines. The work program also strategically advances use of the non-grant instrument, increases support for civil society organizations, including through the small grants program, and achieves GEF integration aims with a novel multi-trust fund project in Madagascar, which I will describe a bit later. Next slide, please. The work program proposes to program 3.8% of the GEF 8 resource allocation, and this will bring the total GEF 8 resource programming to 75% at 75% of the GEF 8 cycle. This investment will bring most focal areas well above the 70% programming level to date for GEF 8. Currently, chemicals and waste has the highest rate of programming among focal areas for GEF 8, followed by biodiversity and land degradation. The non-grant instrument and small grants program each will near completion of their GEF 8 programming with this work program. Next slide. Very good. Africa has the highest level of resources programmed, followed by Asia and Latin America, which collectively comprise about 3/4 of the work program investment. Global scale programs represent 15% of the work program, with resources programmed in 2 global programs, the SGP Microfinance Initiative I noted earlier, and an important contribution to eliminating mercury pollution in non-ferrous metal production in major mining and production geographies. The work program will support the environmental efforts of 35 of 144 GEF recipient countries, or about 1/4 of the countries that the GEF supports. The work program supports work in 1/3 of least developed countries, and while supporting a modest proportion of small island developing states, nonetheless advances an important model for SIDS through a blended finance project in Dominica, which aims to replace 65% of the energy generation provided by fossil fuels with sustainable geothermal energy. 8 of the 18 GEF implementing agencies will deliver the important work of this June work program. UNDP is responsible for managing the highest share of financing for this work program, followed by important shares supported by UNIDO and the World Bank. 2 regional development banks feature as implementing agencies, the African Development Bank and the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, each of which are leading important transboundary water initiatives, AFDB in an important river basin in the Congo, and CAF in the Southwest Atlantic Ocean. The work program will make an important contribution, excuse me, I'm getting over a cold. The work program will make an important contribution to achieving GEF 8 outcome targets. 7 of 10 metrics will surpass 80% of GEF 8 levels. Targets for GHG emission reductions will be met, and in international waters efforts, targets for conserving marine habitats, transitioning overexploited fisheries to sustainable levels, and improving the management of shared marine and freshwater ecosystems will all be attained. Next slide. The work program has a moderate risk profile. The average context risk rating is 2.6, with highest ratings in environmental and social risks. Innovation risk is 2.2, modest across institutional and technological aspects, while finance and business model risks are a bit more robust with novel blended finance projects. Execution risk is modest at 2.1, with the highest risk rating associated with capacity risk, followed by stakeholder and fiduciary risks. The GEF 8 portfolio to date makes a very important contribution to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework targets. More than 420 million hectares of land and seas will be directly managed for biodiversity conservation. 40 shared water ecosystems will be under improved management, and 8.6 million hectares of land and ecosystems will be restored. The GEF 8 portfolio to date will mitigate nearly 2 million metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions and reduce over 250,000 metric tons of hazardous chemicals and 4.7 million metric tons of plastic waste. Over 65 million people are expected to benefit from GEF 8 investments to date in chemicals and waste alone, of whom of which over half are women. This work program makes a not yet. This work program makes a particularly important contribution to human well-being, with over 15 million people benefiting in reduced exposure to hazardous chemical pollutants. Next slide. Permit me to conclude with a few highlights from this modest but mighty work program. Next slide. Gemini, a global program supporting the elimination of mercury in non-ferrous metals production, will mitigate mercury pollution through policy, financing, and technical support in major mining and production countries for aluminum, copper, nickel, titanium, and zinc. The project enables these countries to achieve important contributions to their Minamata Convention commitments and to generate significant global environmental benefits from eliminating mercury pollution. Next slide. A tip of the hat and much appreciation to Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil, who will join in an effort to conserve two important large marine ecosystems that they share in the Southwest Atlantic Ocean. These ecosystems serve as important fisheries, which will be brought into sustainable management. And this ambitious project will enable the creation of 650,000 hectares of marine protected areas and support the improved management of 6.5 million hectares of marine ecosystems that sustain rich biodiversity and ecosystem services. Next slide. Lastly, a novel multi-trust fund blended finance project that includes an innovative outcome payment lemur bond to leverage capital markets as a source of funding for biodiversity conservation will be launched in Madagascar, providing critical resources for this highly threatened and unique family, which exists only on that unique and highly environmentally threatened island, other, of course, than in zoos and animated films. This innovative blended finance initiative breaks new ground in two dimensions: its multi-trust fund nature and Madagascar's use of its star allocation, both providing early glimpses of our proposed strategy for increasing blended finance use across the GEF family of funds in GEF 9. Thank you for your kind attention and consideration.
Thanks to you, Fred, for the presentation of the work program. With this, I would like to open the floor for questions and comments from the council members. As we usually do, we will group the interventions in groups of 4 or 5 speakers, and then we'll pass it over to Fred for his responses and reactions. With this, I'll pass it over to Noemi, who will be helping us with the list of speakers.
Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel. And I see that Kong is ready to break the ice. So Kong, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. And thank you, Fred, for the presentation on the work program. Southern Africa, a region characterized by both extreme poverty and remarkable biodiversity. However, it grapples with limited financial resources, environmental and social risks such as climate vulnerability and governance issues, which can affect the success of environmental projects. Despite the significant hurdles, including governance challenges, there are promising initiatives underway that offer hope for sustainable development and conservation. I recognize our region's participation in the regional project on elimination of mercury-added skin lightening products, which is expected to reduce emissions and benefit over 6.3 million women in Africa. We appreciate the innovative financial mechanisms such as the SGP microfinance initiative, benefiting women, youth, and indigenous people and local communities, and the biodiversity bond in Madagascar, an innovative outcome payment bond, which are all being introduced to create funding for environmental solutions, ensuring that both people and nature thrive together. by leveraging its biodiversity, embracing innovative financial solutions that are accessible, and fostering inclusive and sustainable practices. The Southern African region can pave the way for a brighter, more sustainable future. We look forward to successful implementation of this work program, ensuring that global environmental benefits and the KMGBF targets are really met on the ground. Our constituency therefore supports the work program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kongkong. I will now give the floor to IPAC. IPAC, floor is yours. Oh, was it the CSO network? Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The GEF CSO network welcomes the proposed work program for the GEF Trust Fund. The work program requests 175 million, or 3.8% of the GEF 8 amount, bringing utilization to 75% of the target. We are very positive to note the proposed SGP microfinance initiative for locally led action, which will support action in 7 countries with GEF funds of 9 million and nearly 1.5 billion in co-finance through the World Bank. The program aims to strengthen the ecosystem for microfinance and improve global knowledge and implementation of microfinance in locally led environmental actions, and will prioritize women, youth, indigenous people as its primary beneficiaries. However, we would like to seek clarity on the following issues. Firstly, there is no information in the program framework document on the specific planned linkage and synergy with the overall SGP program. There is no information on the current and planned SGP activities in the targeted countries, or how the microfinance initiative will link with and support the ongoing global and country level SGP programs. Secondly, the targeted global environment benefits in the document does not match the scale of resources allocated, with only about 14,000 hectares of restoration and improved habitat management and 317,000 tons of CO2 mitigated, despite a 1.5 billion budget and target of 4.4 million beneficiaries. We recognize that this may be due to the early stage of targeting the microfinance, but this needs to be developed in more detail during the design process before CEO endorsement to ensure that global environment benefits are commensurate with the financing level. With regard to the project spatial-based natural forest planning and governance for robust ecosystems in Indonesia, we welcome the focus on enhancing forest planning and governance, and note the priority mentioned in the PIF for participatory approaches. However, in the stakeholder engagement section, we note that CSOs and indigenous people, local communities are lumped in the same stakeholder category as GEF agencies. And from other information given in the documentation, there does not appear to have been any prior consultation with indigenous people, local communities, or CSOs in the targeted provinces and landscapes. On gender and social inclusion, the network supports the strong emphasis on gender in most projects in the work program. However, the consideration of youth, indigenous people, and local communities and CSOs appear to have been given lesser consideration in the projects in the work program. We also encourage effective engagement of CSOs in the project design, PPG stage, and the appointment of representatives of CSO and IPOCs in the respective project steering committees. Finally, we note that 25% of the GEF 8 budget remains to be programmed, with only 1 year remaining. We urge all GEF donors with outstanding contributions to expedite their payments, and for GEF recipients and agencies to finalize and submit proposals for the remaining funds in a timely manner. We urge that emphasis is given to projects that address the whole of society and whole of government approach, in line with our transition towards GEF 9. As we reflect on this GEF 8 work program at this meeting, we need to also think of the future financing needs of the GEF, and in particular the GEF 9 replenishment. We need all the GEF donors to meet their commitments to scale up their funding which have been made under GEF-related multilateral environment agreements. Parties to the CBD have agreed to double their financing for biodiversity by 2030 to a total flow of 20 billion, and so should be doubling their GEF contributions for biodiversity. Similarly, parties to UNFCCC have agreed to triple the resources to address climate change by 2030. In addition, we need more recipient countries to also become GEF donors and contribute to the common vision to safeguard our planet. Following the meeting, we will submit additional written comments on selected projects in the work program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Faisal. I see also some raised flags. I've taken that into consideration. I will now give the floor to João, representing Council Member Luciana from Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador, followed by Stefan. João, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Council Secretary. Thank you also to Fred for presenting the work program to us. Distinguished Council members, dear constituency members, on behalf of the constituency of Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador, I would like to convey our support for the proposed work program and to commend the Secretariat and the implementing agencies for the relevance and clarity reflected in its design. We particularly welcome the balanced distribution across focal areas and the alignment with key global commitments, including the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the Minamata Convention, and the BBNJ process. The emphasis on enabling activities and regional cooperation is of particular significance for our constituency. We acknowledge the significant progress in the allocation of resources to chemicals and waste focal area under GEF 8, totaling $94.6 million, distributed across 2 single focal projects, 1 program and 1 multifocal project. This prioritization represents a concrete response to observations made in previous council meetings, where we highlighted the need to strengthen this area, which had been lagging within the GEF 8 portfolio. We also highlight the co-financing ratio of 13:3 achieved in this work program, which exceeds the established targets, particularly in terms of investment mobilized. This reflects a strong capacity to mobilize additional resources, with 1/3 coming from the private sector. We consider it important to continue maintaining flexibility in co-financing requirements and to keep them at the portfolio level. In this sense, we also express concern at the continued concentration of resources in certain agencies, which is reflected in the overall GEF 8 programming and also in this work program. Dear colleagues, Brazil is pleased to participate in the regional initiative to strengthen transboundary marine biodiversity governance in the Southeast Atlantic, together with Argentina and Uruguay. This project is expected to contribute to the integrated management of our shared marine ecosystems and promote long-term sustainability in the region. Colombia also welcomes the inclusion of 2 national projects under the enabling activities window of the work program. The first one, to be implemented with FAO, will support national reporting under the UNCCD as part of a pilot initiative for GEF 8, enhancing national capacity to monitor land degradation and mobilize action. The second one, in collaboration with UNEP, will assist in the preparation of Colombia's 5th national report on the implementation of the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety, strengthening national efforts in biosafety governance. Ecuador would also like to welcome the inclusion of 2 national projects under this enabling activities window. The first, to be implemented also with UNEP, will support the preparation of Ecuador's first national report on the implementation of the Nagoya Protocol, contributing to national efforts to strengthen access and benefit sharing frameworks. The second will assist Ecuador in advancing domestic processes related to the ratification of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, the BBNJ agreement, reinforcing the country's engagement in emerging areas of global ocean governance. We further appreciate the inclusion of Brazil and Colombia in the Small Grants Program microfinance initiative, which will help scale up locally led environmental action with a focus on women, youth, and indigenous peoples. Dear colleagues, we would also like to take this opportunity to ask the Secretariat for clarification to what extent this work program benefits and engages indigenous peoples and local communities. Additionally, we would appreciate an assessment of what can be expected regarding future allocations, in particular of the share of resources that remain to be allocated under GEF 8. In conclusion, we reiterate our full support for the approval of this work program and look forward to continued collaboration with GEF to deliver impactful and inclusive environmental solutions across regions and focal areas. Thank you.
Many thanks, Joao. We will now continue with Stephanie. Stephanie, followed up by Nicolas. Stephanie, vous avez la parole.
Hello everybody. Je vais m'exprimer en français. La France remercie le secrétariat, les points focaux, les implementing agencies et les executing agencies pour ce nouveau programme de travail sous FEM 8 d'un montant de 190 millions, un peu plus, et que nous soutenons. Nous apprécions particulièrement trois aspects que je voudrais souligner. Le premier, c'est la part dédiée aux polluants et déchets, qui est pour la deuxième fois consécutive importante, permettant de relever la contribution du FEM à l'atteinte des objectifs de réduction des pollutions. La lutte contre ces pollutions est convergente avec la préservation du climat, de la biodiversité et la lutte contre la dégradation des terres et de l'océan. Donc on va dans le même sens. Le deuxième point, c'est le fait d'avoir une part également importante de projets sur les eaux internationales et en particulier sur l'océan. Et comme vient de l'indiquer notre collègue brésilien, dans le cadre du traité haute mer, BBNJ, et ce, une semaine avant le démarrage de la conférence des Nations Unies pour l'océan à Nice, en France, UNOC 3, où nous serons heureux de vous accueillir. Et troisième point, nous apprécions également tout particulièrement les projets soutenant des outils de financement innovants et des outils de blended finance qui sont particulièrement présents dans ce work programme. Ceci étant, nous souhaiterions nous partager notre inquiétude de ce montant décevant au regard des enjeux et des besoins dans les pays bénéficiaires, et ce, bien que le niveau de programmation soit cohérent avec le calendrier de FEM 8, il reste néanmoins peu de temps pour engager les 25% restants. Nous souhaitons également rappeler de nouveau, et comme l'a souligné également notre collègue brésilien, la demande du Conseil énoncée lors de la reconstitution de FEM 8 de veiller à une meilleure distribution des ressources entre les agences et de limiter au maximum le phénomène de concentration. Et comme le Brésil, nous sommes préoccupés que des déséquilibres persistent dans la répartition des financements entre les agences. Enfin, dernier point, la France a pris l'engagement de flécher la majorité de ses financements sur les pays vulnérables Et nous regrettons à cet égard que certains pays qui ne sont plus des pays en développement soient encore bénéficiaires du GEF. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stephanie. I will now give the floor to Nicolas, representing Council Member Annette from Germany, and then we will give Fred some time to reply to these comments. Nicolas, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. As I'm addressing Council for the first time, let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Nicolas Gundlach. I'm with Germany's Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. And together with our alternate, Nicolas Schäfstoß from the Ministry of the Environment, we'll be substituting for Annette this meeting, and it's our pleasure and honor. And let me start with thanking also the Secretariat, the agencies, and the OFPs for this work program, which we welcome. But let me also add a general note in the beginning that we would like some more concise project descriptions in the work program, because I think we and also other council members are not implementing practitioners. So sometimes it's important to have it very clearly spelled out what's happening on the ground in each project so that we properly understand who are we paying with GEF funding to get up in the morning and do what exactly. I think that could just sometimes help with understanding the effectivity of each project. And then let me say that it's in general good to see that we have a focus on reducing pollution by chemicals and waste in this work program, and that the corresponding core indicator has reached 85% now. And we're also very happy that both programming targets on strengthening transboundary water management have now been fully achieved. So just like France and Brazil before us, we would like to stress that this shows that the GEF is in a great position to implement the BB&J agreement once it comes into force. And we believe that the GEF is also very well placed to act possibly as the financial mechanism of a global treaty on plastic pollution once, if hopefully it is agreed. Now, the co-financing ratio in this work program is impressive, and we applaud that also the private sector contribution is quite high, and we should keep this up. But we phrased this before, there are still some questions about the exact nature of co-finance, and we think we should work on the definitions on that to properly understand what is new and additional co-finance and what might just be within the portfolios of other organizations. Now, it's good to see that the share of UNDP is within the 30% maximum share that's been agreed, and that the IFI share has grown to an impressive 30% as well. And we commend both the Secretariat and the agencies for their efforts in this regard. But we also notice that the share of regional MDBs has fallen this time. And we commend AFDB's and CAF's strong performance in this work program, but we need overall more engagement from regional MDBs. Now, we welcome another outcome-based bond, the Lima bond, and under the non-grant instrument, which we see as crucial, both in GEF 8, but also in GEF 9, hopefully. But it's important that we scale these instruments further. And we would like to, for example, see more of the actual bond profits go into the specific conservation project, not necessarily to be spent on other purposes, as we understand it is presently the case. And we also understand that the risk appetite has not been achieved in this work program, which would have been important to also have in the parts about risk, to kind of compare that, the risk in the work program to the risk appetite that we have. And we also recently heard from the IEO, I believe, that we really need to take more risks, and that it's actually a good outcome if we have less satisfactory project results. So that's something we should maybe also consider in future work programs. And finally, regarding the presented work program, Germany has technical concerns about the following GEF projects and requests that the GEF Secretariat sends final project documents for Council review prior to CEO endorsement. This is for GEF project ID 11892 by the agencies UNDP, UNEP, and UNIDO. Germany requests more details on the activities and expected deliverables under each output, as well as clear distinction between the responsibilities of the project and those of the counterparts. In particular, output 1.1 should clarify how the project will monitor the enforcement of mercury emission limits by partner governments and describe possible follow-up actions if commitment is insufficient. As always, we will share further detailed comments in writing to the Secretariat within the determined time frame. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicolas. So now We will go back to Fred to address these comments. Fred, back to you. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Noemi. Oh, I can hear myself. Thank you, Noemi, and thank you, esteemed council members, for your excellent comments. Let me start by responding to Kong Kong's excellent remarks. Thank you so much for your support of the work program, Kong Kong, for the Southern Africa constituency support, and for your great leadership in all of the initiatives that you mentioned, particularly in addressing skin lightening products and microfinance. To Faisal and the civil society network, we've noted your important comments related to the SGP microfinance program, and we will certainly develop those aspects in greater detail prior to CEO endorsement. Related to the important matter of stakeholder engagement in the project in Indonesia, I can assure you that we've followed GEF policy and ensured compliance on stakeholder engagement of all potentially affected beneficiaries project prior to approval of the PIF. To Joao and the constituency of Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador, also let me thank you for your support of the work program and your important recognition of the collaborative efforts of agencies, countries, and the Secretariat staff in pulling the work program together. Let me also take a moment to recognize Brazil's important leadership and strong collaboration with Uruguay and Argentina in developing the Southwest Atlantic Marine program. We very much recognize and appreciate the efforts of all three countries coming together to manage those important large marine ecosystems. On the question of the extent to which the work program benefits Indigenous peoples and local communities, pardon me while I find that note. So the work program overall is expected to empower about 23.3 million beneficiaries, including Indigenous peoples and local communities. The SGP Microfinance Initiative specifically prioritizes Indigenous peoples, youth, and women as primary beneficiaries. And we can provide further details on the precise breakdown of beneficiaries, but note that that is a very strong emphasis of this work program and of the Small Grants Program Initiative particularly. To France and Stephanie, thank you for your recognition of the important efforts advancing marine conservation, and we're delighted to participate in the United Nations Ocean Conference in Nice next week, and look forward to featuring those initiatives among the 40 shared water initiatives that the GEF has supported to date in GEF 8. We appreciate also your encouragement related to the use of innovative finance in these groundbreaking blended finance projects. Noting your remarks on what I described as the small or modest but mighty work program. Indeed, it is a smaller work program relative to prior programming efforts, but we'll note that everything available to us was programmed for this work program, and we're working to ensure that all commitments to GEF 8 are fulfilled so that we can program more robust levels of investment in the final two work programs of the GEF 8 cycle. To Nicholas of Germany, note your remark on more concise project descriptions, clearly indicating who's getting the work done. We appreciate that important point. On the definition of co-financing, note that we are dealing with this in the policy directions for GEF 9. We're very aware of the need for more precise and clearer definition of those aspects. On the risk appetite, that's also a strong aspiration for GEF 9, and we recognize the council's good remarks in that regard. We also will be keen to develop that further in future work programs. Notably, in GEF 9, we intend to mainstream blended finance as an instrument across the work program beyond the window, which will increase our ability to take on more risky projects and effectively blend out the risk of concessional and private sector investors to leverage more significant scales of investment. And on project 11892, your request for more details, very happy to provide those, and we will certainly ensure that the monitoring of mercury emissions will be clearly addressed prior to CEO endorsement of that project. Thank you. Claude, yes.
Thanks, Fred. Just let me add 2 points to perhaps give a little bit more detail. First of all, on the risk rating of a particular work program, I think it's important to remember that the risk appetite refers to the portfolio of the GEF as a whole and not individual work programs. And so I think we have to see this within that lens. And I think in our yearly reports, we will be reporting on the portfolio level aspect of risk, but we do take that into consideration. On the outcome-based bond comment, Nicholas, it's a very important one. And this is a relatively new area for us since we first invested in the Rhino bond. It has become extremely popular and I wouldn't say flavor of the month, but we have been approached by many agencies to develop outcome-based bonds with any charismatic species that you can name. Now, there's obvious interest in our part to do this, but we have taken over the last year a fairly, I wouldn't say cautious approach, but a little bit more guided approach with some science that allows us to really determine the best conservation approach to these kinds of investments, just so that we can make sense of the different value propositions that are being provided to us. And so and based on that, we did issue guidance to agencies sometime in the last 6 months, I believe, to start to orient agencies and countries as to the types of projects that could be considered as being strong on a scientific basis so that we can invest in this. So the guidance is not static, of course, and we can certainly incorporate your concerns, which we also have, making sure that the returns on investment are actually going back to where the conservation is being done. And this will also hopefully lead to much more sustainable investments, because we don't want to be in the position to have to re-up these kinds of investments for the same species over time. We do expect these to become sustainable. So thanks for those comments, and we'll take them into consideration as we update those guidance documents.
Thank you, Claude. And one last note before we move to the next round of questions. Joao, I forgot to note the scorecard tracks cumulative engagement with stakeholders, and to date, the engagement and benefit, Indigenous peoples and local communities as beneficiaries are about 50% in the GEF portfolio. Thank you.
All right, thank you both, Fred and Claude. So I will first give the floor to someone requesting the floor online, Ramon Lopez, representing Greece, Ireland, Portugal, and Spain. And then we will continue with the list of speakers here in the Preston. Ramon, you're joining us in Zoom. Floor is yours.
Gracias, Noemí. Voy a intervenir en español. En primer lugar, permíteme felicitar y dar las gracias a Richard por ese rol que ha asumido como co-chair. También felicitar a la Secretaría por el trabajo realizado en la primera reposición recientemente en París. Quería daros las gracias por la presentación y también felicitar a la Secretaría y a las agencias por este programa de trabajo. Vemos que es un programa de trabajo modesto, pero que la mayoría de las áreas focales alcanzan el 70% de lo programado para el periodo GEF 8. Agradecemos, como siempre, la identificación de cómo este programa de trabajo contribuye a los objetivos del marco global de biodiversidad Kunming-Montreal. Destacamos el nivel de cofinanciación que se alcanza y que casi un tercio proviene del sector privado. Esto es relevante. Y al igual que comentaba Alemania, creemos que hay que trabajar un poco en qué consideramos cofinanciación, qué es y qué no es. Y además en un marco de coherencia con el resto de los fondos climáticos, medioambientales, multilaterales. Nos interesa también la búsqueda de complementariedad entre diferentes instrumentos financieros, ¿vale? Por eso destacamos un poco el proyecto en el caso de la conservación de la biodiversidad en Madagascar, con un trabajo conjunto del GEF Trust Fund y del Fondo para Países Menos Adelantados. También vemos muy interesante la iniciativa de microfinanciación para pequeñas empresas, con el fin de impulsar iniciativas con finalidad medioambiental. El proyecto Gemini creemos que es interesante para eliminar emisiones de mercurio y destacamos su énfasis en la coherencia de las políticas ambientales para resolver cuestiones que se expanden más allá de las fronteras nacionales y que necesitan de la colaboración público-privada para lograr los objetivos. No me quiero extender mucho más. Nos interesan los proyectos integrales, aquellos que abordan diferentes áreas focales, como el proyecto en Filipinas, enfocado a las emisiones de mercurio y también a gases de efecto invernadero en el sector de la construcción. Y los proyectos regionales. Nos parece muy relevante el trabajo conjunto de diferentes países, como el caso de Argentina, Brasil y Uruguay, junto con un banco regional. Esto es interesante, que trabajan conjuntamente, en este caso, para la gestión de los ecosistemas marinos. Otro proyecto regional es el de Azerbaiyán, Kazajstán, Ucrania y Uzbekistán, enfocado a la reducción paulatina, el phase down de hidrofluorocarbonos, muy enfocado a la enmienda de Kigali al Protocolo de Montreal. Nos parece un proyecto muy interesante. Vemos que se identifica como un proyecto enfocado a químicos y residuos. Entendemos que también este proyecto tiene un claro impacto en materia de cambio climático. Y ya, finalmente, destacamos de forma general el fomento de las cuestiones de género, la participación de la mujer en los procesos de decisión y gobernanza. Creo que es algo relevante y que debemos remarcar en cada programa de trabajo. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Ramón. Now back to the president. We will start with Mauricio González, representing Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Paraguay, Peru, and Uruguay, followed by Ben. Mauricio, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi and Fred, for the presentation, and I'm going to speak in Spanish. La circunscripción del Cono Sur de América Latina, integrada por Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Paraguay, Uruguay y Perú, acordó apoyar la recomendación de decisión del Consejo en todos sus extremos y con ello resaltamos la aprobación del programa de trabajo que contiene proyectos a ser implementados por países de nuestra región como Argentina, Brasil y Uruguay, con el proyecto Foster Transboundary Cooperation and Capacities for the Management of the Marine Biodiversity of the Southwest Atlantic Large Marine Ecosystems, así como también Chile, México y Perú, con el proyecto global de eliminación de mercurio en metales no ferrosos, más conocido como Gemini. De otro lado, queremos destacar el trabajo y esfuerzo de los países que han logrado un 75% de la programación de los recursos asignados en la reposición 8. Y en ese mismo sentido, instamos a los países a avanzar con la programación del 25% restante, teniendo en consideración que nos encontramos en el último año del ciclo de la reposición 8. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Mauricio. I'll now give the floor to Ben, followed by Regina. Ben, representing United Kingdom, floor is yours.
Many thanks, Naomi, and many thanks, co-chairs, and also many thanks to Fred for the presentation. I'll try to make brief comments, noting others' comments and helpful comments already and replies from Fred. As others, it was very good to see Madagascar's innovative blended finance program. As others, it was good to see the strong share of co-financing from the private sector and particularly on the investment side as well. It was good to see in this program, as I think others have mentioned, that the World Bank share was now at 22%, but we're concerned that actually that only represents 8% for the whole of a GEF 8 as a whole. And it'd be useful to understand whether this is likely to increase over the remaining period of the GEF 8. I think it's worth agreeing and worth emphasizing the points which are made by others, such as France, on the small program size, with concerns, as we just heard as well, with the remaining 25% of funding left for GEF 8. Just a couple of comments on the risk. While it was good to see the risk analysis being mentioned in this work programs we had for the last couple of councils, and this was only just very slightly above the previous one at 2.2, but it was very low on that 2.2 on the innovation risks, which is where obviously the council had the highest risk appetite. I think it's where the high risk appetite is particularly important to emphasize. I don't think that was necessarily came across in the report or the presentation for that matter. And it was useful to also understand whether that sort of increase is at all statistically significant, or whether it actually doesn't necessarily mean anything, particularly in terms of this time round. But we do thank Risk for, and Claude, you're mentioning the comments regarding GEF 9 going forward, and particularly around plans for blended finance, about how that actually will start to go into more detail about this portfolio approach to risk management. We also just emphasize this point that there was only 2 NGI projects cleared for this work program, and 2 were left for later. Again, it'd be useful to understand why, again, there's a sort of low share of projects coming forward for the NGI process. Finally, just to say that we approve the work program, and we'll be submitting written comments on the projects in more detail after the council meeting. Many thanks.
Many thanks, Ben. We will now continue with Regina, representing Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, and Venezuela, followed by Gisela. Regina, floor is yours.
Gracias, Noemi. Thank you and good morning. On behalf of the constituency, we congratulate the GEF Secretariat for continuing the success of this aid replenishment, especially considering the challenges and unforeseen circumstances that arose during the preparation of this work program, both in terms of funding and co-financing. We also look forward to seeing the results of the innovative financial instruments, such as the Lemur bonds, and how these will scale up risk appetite across the GEF portfolio. We finally welcome the gender considerations in the work program, and we note the proposed projects included, mentioning that we're pleased to see the role of Latin America and the region that the region plays within the program. We believe this accurately reflects the importance of Central America and Mexico. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Regina. I'll now give the floor to Gisela, representing Italy, and then we will break back to the GEF Secretariat. Gisela, floor is yours.
Thanks, Noemi. First of all, let me share that today is the anniversary of the Italian Republic. The 2nd of June 1946, Italian people voted to establish the Republic. So that's back to the work program. We would like to thank Fred for the presentation, and we welcome the work program as a well-structured and ambitious package of intervention that reinforces the GEF catalytic role in global environmental action, while contributing significantly to GEF 8 replenishment milestones. We note with appreciation the work program balanced distribution across focal areas and regions, and the fact that 75% of GEF 8 resources are now programmed, well aligned with the replenishment timeline. We invite to do more and quick, since we just have 1 year of programming. The focus of on integrated multifocal projects and on improving access through NGI and SGP mechanism is particularly important for enhancing inclusivity and innovation. We commend the high co-financing ratio, and in particular, the increase in private sector engagement in several components, including the Madagascar Lemur Bond and Dominica's geothermal project. We believe that these approaches should be further replicated and scaled up, particularly in seeds and LDCs. Having said this, we would like to ask the Secretariat to provide a clear and transparent methodology on the calculation for co-financing. This could help understand which is the actual level of co-financing in order to take measures if needed. On international waters, we are pleased to see strong support for transboundary cooperation, especially in the Ubangi Basin and the South Atlantic LME. These initiatives play a key role in addressing shared resources challenges and deserve continued institutional support. We would like to see an increased attention to this focal area, in particular to the Green Maritime Projects and Program, addressing the protection of the marine biodiversity and the sustainability of marine ecosystem. We look forward to a proper consideration in the GEF 9 programming directions. On chemical and waste, we commend the scale of ambition in mercury phase out through Gemini and the African SLP project. We see these as critical to the implementation of the Minamata Convention and welcome their cross-sectoral dimension. On biodiversity, we know the relevance of the two Indonesian projects in strengthening governance and resilience through spatial planning and participatory models. We encourage close monitoring of implementation challenges, especially in high-risk areas where inclusive consultation and robust safeguards are essential. While we commend the 8.3 shares to African Development Bank and CAF, we also noticed that and would like to reiterate our concern on the significant share of these work program resources, over 65%, being implemented without promoting diversity within the implementing agency. While we recognize their technical leadership and global mandate, we encourage the Secretariat and the partnership to promote a greater diversification, fostering greater use of NDBs, whose value added is represented by the comparative advantage of the strong expertise and capillary local presence. This would enhance the sustainability of GEF activity, so avoiding the project implementation and financial risks. We would like to have a strong discussion addressing this issue at the GEF 9 negotiation. We noticed that no projects and programs under innovation window have been included in this proposed work program, and we encourage to improve it, and could be interesting to have a clarification in this regard. We also noticed that 8 projects concept were reviewed for the blended finance program, but only 2 of them were cleared and included in this work program. Another 2 NGI projects were positively screened for future work programs. Could you please elaborate on the main reason for the clearance of just 25% of the proposed NGI projects, and why the last 2 were not included and just considered for future work programs? Finally, we appreciate the inclusion of gender and policy coherence components and suggest further efforts to integrate the country engagement strategy and use of national system into implementation. Enhanced collaboration with ministries of finance and planning should be prioritized. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gisela. Now let's give some minutes to Fred to address these comments. So Fred, Claude, back to you.
Thank you, Noemi, and thank you, council members, again for your excellent comments. To Ramon, thank you for your constituency's support of the work program. And we note the importance of ensuring clear definition of co-financing and coherence with other funds. As I noted in my response to Germany earlier, that is explicitly addressed in our proposed GEF 9 policy directions. Let me also pause a moment to appreciate your recognition of the importance of the coherence of environmental policies as a mechanism to achieve environmental impact, including with issues that have implications beyond national borders, as is the case with many chemicals and waste challenges. To Mauricio and the Southern Cone, thank you for your support of the work program and your leadership of your constituency in important efforts in marine conservation that I highlighted in the work program presentation, as well as in mercury pollution mitigation, as many of the countries in your constituency are important producers of non-ferrous metals particularly, and we appreciate your leadership. To Ben, thank you for your recognition of the novel multi-trust fund blended finance project in Madagascar that utilizes country star. We're very excited about that one. As I indicated, it does give a glimpse of what we hope to do in GEF 9 by mainstreaming blended finance across the family of funds, as well as enabling countries to use their star allocations and blended finance mechanisms. We do hope to increase the share going to multilateral development banks. As you know, they're very active in the blended finance space particularly. And if we are able to mainstream blended finance in GEF 9, we expect a significant uptick in multilateral development bank participation in GEF 9. Relative to the risk appetite, Claude explained earlier that we do address measures of risk at a portfolio level. We recognize, however, the importance of increasing our risk appetite related to innovation, particularly. And again, innovation, as you know, is noted as a transversal theme or a cross-cutting area of work for GEF 9, and that will be an important part of our portfolio. Related to the blended finance projects, 2 notes on that. First of all, I'll note that the blended finance window is 85% expended for GEF 8. The GEF closed the 5th call for proposals for the NGI window with 7 new projects, in addition to the multi-trust fund project in Madagascar. Of these 7 projects, 3 were technically cleared, but only 1 was ready for approval for this work program. The other 2 projects are currently being enhanced and will be considered for the December work program, and we're very keen to get additional blended finance projects through. We're on good track to meet the full allocation of the NGI window for GEF 8. To Regina and the Mexico and Central America constituency, thank you for your support for the work program and your important mention of the recognition of gender and the role of women as leaders in addressing environmental issues of global concern. To Gisela, happy anniversary to Italy, auguri. Well, wonderful to hear that, and take a moment to. Thank you also for your encouragement of this work program support for international water efforts and in both freshwater and marine ecosystems, as well as the chemicals and waste effort. We recognize the persistent concern with agency concentration and note that the agency selection remains the decision of countries. And we must respect the decision of countries in choosing implementing agencies. We hope that they're listening, and we will continue to endeavor to diversify the portfolio and include additional agencies. On the innovation window, in May of last year, the Secretariat launched a call for proposals under the GEF 8 innovation window with a total allocation of $12 million. All funding under this window will be programmed as medium-sized projects. The Secretariat has already selected several proposals for further technical review and expect that these resources will be allocated by our December council meeting. But as these are MSPs, they won't feature in the core work program, but they'll be listed as MSPs. We'll certainly endeavor to feature the projects from that innovation window in the future presentation of the work program. Oh, that's it. Thank you so much. Additional?
Thank you very much, Fred. So now back to the list of speakers. We will start with Tsuyoshi-san representing Japan, followed by Andre. Tsuyoshi-san, floor is yours. You're good to go. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Noemi-san, and also thank you very much, Fred, for the very details explanation. We will provide some written comment after the council meeting, but I'd like to make a full comment this time about the work program. The first, Japan appreciates the submission of the work program, especially the increasing number of projects in the chemical and waste focal area. We also acknowledge that project formation is progressing almost equally in all 5 focal areas, contributing to the implementation of relevant conventions. Second, recognizing the interrelationship among biodiversity conservation, tackling climate change and land degradation issues, projects should create further synergies. From this perspective, we welcome the inclusion of multi-trust fund project in the current work program. Third, we welcome the further involvement of private sector to blended finance project. By understanding the incentives for the private sector to participate in the GEF project and utilizing them for future project designs, we expect the GEF to engage private sector for a longer term. Finally, regarding the concentration of the implementation agencies, we look forward to the discussion in Agenda 6, strengthening partnerships to find some measures for solving the situation. Thank you very much. Back to Chair.
Thank you very much, Tsuyoshi. Now I will give the floor to Andre, followed by John. Andre, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Noemi. We would like to thank the GEF Secretariat and all involved stakeholders for preparing the June 2025 work program, which we support and approve. We would like to provide some comments for selected projects. On the project 11881, supporting the ratification and phase down of hydrofluorocarbons in production in Central Asia and Eastern Europe. We welcome the project with 3 countries of our constituency, and we think that the project is very relevant to the situation in the beneficiary countries. It is well designed using a proven approach and following best practice. It is based on the Kigali Amendment, and it is expected to contribute to the reduction of climate gas emissions, as already highlighted by Ramon. We have a number of questions, including on the co-financing, as well as suggestions, and we'll submit them in writing. On project 11888, rural electrification for community well-being in Burundi, we think that the PIF provides a strong rationale for the scaling up of commercial investments in renewable solar PV mini-grids in Burundi, with a total of 6,500 households connected to the 4 PV mini-grids, with approximately 80,000 tons of CO2 equivalents avoided over the next 20 years. 38,740 people are expected to benefit from GEF-financed investments. However, the PIF does not address land use degradation, one of the sources of funding, and has weaknesses in providing economic information and stakeholder engagement. These shortcomings are identified in the PIF, though, and are expected to be addressed as part of the elaboration of the project proposal. We have a question regarding the private sector partners, and we'll submit it in writing. Then for project 11877, elimination of mercury-added skin lightening products in Africa. We do welcome this project. It is a good example of how the GEF supports countries in eliminating environmental pollutant in a comprehensive and innovative way, with interventions along the supply chain, so combining up mid and downstream measures. So the project illustrates well how the GEF could support countries implement the obligations of a future plastics treaty. The fact that project builds on MSP is also very encouraging. However, the scaling up to a large number of different countries bears risks that will have to be managed carefully. On project 11906, the regional program for integrated water resources management in the transboundary basin of the Umbangi River, we think that the project is well conceived and explained. It is embedded in the context and strategically aligned with both national and regional priorities. It does address critical environmental, social, and economic challenges in the river basin through integrated, inclusive, and adaptive way. It is expected to improve the livelihood of potentially around 25 million people, to strengthen regional cooperation, to improve water security, and to enhance climate resilience. However, long-term sustainability is questionable and depends strongly on renewed and continued political commitment, strengthened institutional capacities, local and national ownership, and domestic financing. At this stage, there is no exit strategy, and hence, for example, no plan or roadmap showing how national budgets could gradually take over project-related costs. Further, the project does not look into any other financing models, for example, sustainability funds, tariff-based revenue models, or other concrete mechanisms to guarantee any funding beyond the donor lifecycle. We have a few specific questions and will submit them in writing. And finally, for the Sahel Resilient Program, we do welcome the project. The proposed program addresses key barriers, has good impact potential, but also comes with a series of risks, especially on the level of regional political situation. Regional collaboration, which will be needed for the successful implementation, will be challenging given existing capacities. Moreover, close collaboration with ongoing programs and other multilateral institutions like CIFOR, ICRAF, FAO, UNEP restoration initiatives will be crucial. Finally, a robust financial sustainability strategy is still missing and will have to be developed. Here again, we have several specific questions which we will submit in writing. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Andre. I'll now give the floor to John, representing the United States, followed by Emily. John, floor is yours.
Thank you very much and good morning. My name is John Thompson. I'm the new alternate US rep, and I'm looking forward to working with everyone here. Let me just start by saying thanks to the GEF Secretariat, agencies, and countries for putting together this work program. We are pleased to see a number of projects directly addressing environmental challenges that affect Americans and involve a variety of commercial sectors. The United States is committed to combating illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which significantly harms American jobs and industry and poses substantial environmental threat. We're happy to see that this work program is expected to make significant contributions to efforts to end these harmful practices by strengthening management of shared water ecosystems, reducing overexploitation of fisheries, and restoring marine habitats. We're glad to see the use of innovative non-grant instruments to drive private finance towards projects with broad public benefits. These include a loan guarantee that will support Dominica in strengthening energy security and a bond issuance that will leverage private investment to restore ecosystems in Madagascar. To deliver lasting benefits, it's important for the GEF to work with the private sector, and we're happy to see the degree of collaboration with the private sector in this work program. We appreciate the frequency with which GEF programming already engages with American businesses and investors, and we would like to see this continue and increase in future work programs. Reading through project descriptions, it is sometimes easy to get lost in buzzwords. We would like to see the GEF and agencies focus on clear objectives that show where programming is delivering value. Several projects use the framing of sustainable development goals and their outcomes. We would like to see how project outcomes address specific objectives rather than blanket references to the SDGs. We would also like to see agencies move away from using terms like gender towards descriptions that accurately represent project objectives, such as women's empowerment or women and girls. President Trump has made it clear that the United States will put its interests and those of the American people first in the development of any international environmental agreements, and that such agreements must not unduly or unfairly burden the United States. Pursuant to the president's direction, the United States has provided notification of its withdrawal from the Paris Agreement. In line with this, we are opposed to the earmarking of funding in the GEF 8 envelope for activities in connection with the Paris Agreement. Countries should be able to use GEF funding for projects that deliver global environmental benefits and support their national needs, and funds should not be locked up for activities related to the Paris Agreement. We therefore cannot support Project 11880. With respect to co-finance, we would also like to highlight our continued concern with the GEF's approach to measuring co-finance. GEF agencies report co-finance in very different ways, which leads to distorted metrics. This work program is no different, with some agencies offering detailed breakdowns of co-finance by outside partners supporting the GEF project, while other agencies report vague commitments without a clear connection to the project at hand. We will continue to advocate for a new approach that clearly measures additionally mobilized finance that is driven by GEF programming. We request additionally that the following US statement is reflected in the record of this meeting. The United States, in light of its policies related to development projects in South Africa, opposes and therefore does not join a council decision that would support GEF Project 11877 in South Africa. The United States, in light of its policies related to development projects in South Africa, opposes and therefore does not join a council decision that would support GEF Project 11892 in South Africa. The United States, in light of its policies related to development projects in South Africa, opposes and therefore does not join a council decision that would support GEF Project 11901 in South Africa. The United States abstains on the rest of the work program. And finally, let me just say we appreciate the opportunity to comment on this work program of the 69th GEF Council meeting, and we will submit further detailed comments on the work program by email ahead of the deadline. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. I'll now give the floor to Emily, alternate member of Denmark, Latvia, Lithuania, and Norway, followed by Jan. Emily, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. And also many thanks to Fred for the presentation. Good morning, colleagues. Our constituency would like to thank the GEF Secretariat for this work program, which we can support. Like others, we're pleased to see the strong focus on the chemical and waste focal area, but we note that the progression on the biodiversity key outcomes is the furthest away from its targets, from the set targets. The geographical scope of the work program is a lot smaller than in previous work programs. And as we look forward to GEF 9, we would like to see a broader coverage of recipients in LDCs and SIDS. We do, however, welcome that Africa receives the highest share of the resources in this work program. As already noted by friends, we see that a project is planned in a non-ODA eligible country. And even though that the GEF funding is counted as 100% ODA, we would like to see that the GEF prioritizes projects in ODA eligible countries. And echoing other council members, we take note of the continued issue of agency concentration, and in particular, the high share of projects implemented by UNDP. In terms of the core indicators, we note that the progress towards the outcome target of 150 million hectares of terrestrial protected areas created or under improved management is at 62.8%. What are your plans for the rest of the period for this specific target, given that the cumulative resources program for biodiversity in GEF 8 has reached 77% with this work program? Also, we note that the GHG emissions target has been achieved while only 65% of its allocation is met. So could you please elaborate a bit on this? And also many thanks to Fred for updating us on the plans for the innovation window for the remaining of this period. And finally, like others, we welcome the 2 NGI projects in this work program, and we're very impressed by the amount of investments that these projects are expected to mobilize. And we look forward to seeing the results of these projects and also learning lessons from them. So thank you, and we will share written comments before the deadline.
Many thanks, Emily. I will now give the floor to Jan, representing Council Member from China, Po, followed by Anil. Jan, floor is yours.
Thank you. We support the proposed work program. With that, I would like to make 2 comments. First, it's good to see that the proposed work program will further advance the GEF 8 core indicators, particularly in greenhouse gas reduction and the transboundary water management, both of which will achieve 100% progress. Second, following the approval of the June work program, the target allocation of funds across key areas will be uneven. It's noted that the small grants program will achieve 96%, whereas the climate change sector will stand at 65%. We encourage the Secretary to maintain sectoral balances in project preparation and approval processes for efficient use of GEF 8 resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. I will now give the floor to Anil, representing Council Member Parameswaran, representing Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, followed by Wampi. Anil, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Naomi. Welcome to all the members to the warm Washington, D.C. here. For those of you all are coming from outside, members and others, everybody in this room, rather to be precise. And welcome, Richard, as a co-chair. We fully appreciate the work program and the activities carried out and look forward to the results and the outcomes of the investments, especially in Mercury and the limo bond, as lessons learned could pave way for similar market financing on critical global environmental issues and increasing awareness and responsibility of not just international institutions, but also private sector, private and public sector on their contribution to improving the life of the people and the planet. Having said that, and I noticed that the funding for UNDP is still, as what my other colleagues have aired here, is still about the 30%, and the majority funding going for them, which I think in repeated council meetings we have been stressing for GEF Secretary to look into that and bring it down. I echo Gazila and Ben's concern regarding the low percentage of co-financing with the MDBs, World Bank, and I'm a little bit surprised on the 0% of IADB, EBRD, and ADB, which these are MDBs which has a fantastic footprint in their respective regions and are been doing financing major programs, not only in infrastructure, but also in environment and other global climate issues. So I'm really surprised on that 0% coming along. And why this low percentage of MDB financing repeatedly, which has been noticed when there is a potential for scaling up the interventions where GEF could bring in, and it will also bring in a lot of private sector financing. So like, for example, for a chemical and waste or air pollution, GEF funds will not be enough to achieve the results and objective. You may have only in isolation in small places. So that's where the MDBs come into big play, because they have the wherewithal and the scale of financing to expand that program and achieve the results and the objective what we are looking in for here. And similarly, I look forward to also an increased funding to SIDS, although you all have increased by 3% as what I see from your map there, but I think that still, I still feel it's very low and should be enhanced substantially, because taking into consideration their vulnerability to climate and other disasters as they come along. Thank you, and welcome back once again.
Thank you very much, Anil. I'll now give the floor to Wampi, representing Estonia, Finland, Netherlands, followed by Catherine, and then we will break to the GEF Secretariat. So Wampi, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. And thank you all. Thank you for the clear proposal of the work program for the GEF, and also for the presentation. We can approve. For us, it's, I think, also good to see the focus on water. So the report of the economics of water highlighted the critical link between water and biodiversity and the ecological system. So I think it's good that it is strengthened. I would like to make 4 points. So we welcome very much the focus on blended finance. So working with the private sectors, the MDBs, and also especially supporting the local private sector. I think that is very important. Glad also to hear a bit more on the Lemur bonds. I think it's good to start these kind of innovative ways of finance. And I would be curious to hear if there is a big interest already from the private and financial sector ready to step in. So if you could elaborate a bit on that, that would be helpful. We encourage the GEF in increasingly implemented blended activities, especially also in the LDCs and the SIDS. I think it's like the previous speaker, I think it's important to work there too. Secondly, on gender, so we encourage the GEF to strengthen the access in finance for women, and especially for women entrepreneurs. So the work plan mentioned several projects for women's access to finance, but it would be great to elaborate a bit more on that, and especially if you look then to capacity building, and we have capacity development programs and training programs. There you see a target of 40% of women, and we wonder why it shouldn't be like 50%, to be a bit more ambitious there. Because I think it's important to work on that. Then thirdly, I think we ask the GEF to enhance the sustainability of activities by strengthening it in the design stage. I think sustainability is one of the findings, or the lack of sustainability is one of the findings that came out of the 8th overall performance study of the GEF. So for us, I think it's important to keep on working on that, and also to have a proper exit strategy when designing projects. I think that's also a valuable lesson that we learned from the performance study. And then lastly, or my 4th point, I would like to support those like France and Denmark that they share the focus on the poorest countries. I think that is an important issue for us to work on. Thank you.
Many thanks, Wampi. I'll now give the floor to Catherine, representing Council Member Cam, and then back to Fred. Catherine, floor is yours.
Yes, hi, Catherine Potvin. So I'm from Global Affairs Canada, representing Cam Do, who is the council member, and Garth Ahart. They cannot be here this week, so I'll be representing Canada. Je vais faire mon intervention en français. I'll be speaking in French. So Canada also, le Canada appuie le programme de travail du FEM. En particulier, nous sommes ravis de voir que l'initiative de microfinance du programme de microsubvention pour l'action locale cible en priorité les jeunes, les femmes et les peuples autochtones. Bien que le programme de travail soit modeste, comme plusieurs l'ont souligné, nous comprenons qu'il permettra au FEM d'atteindre au moins 4 de ces cibles de résultats Et nous encourageons le secrétariat à poursuivre ses efforts axés sur les résultats pour pouvoir atteindre 100% d'ici la fin de son 8e cycle. Comme soulevé par plusieurs de mes collègues, nous notons aussi que la distribution entre les agences demeure encore inégale et nous souhaiterions voir une meilleure distribution des ressources. Et donc, nous encourageons surtout les agences clés, comme y compris les banques multilatérales de développement, à être incitées à participer davantage. Et puis finalement, le dernier point, le Canada est heureux de constater que toutes les propositions de projets et de programmes considérés dans le programme de travail respectent la politique et les exigences du FEM en matière d'intégration d'égalité des genres et de l'autonomisation des femmes. Et nous encourageons le FEM à continuer à partager les leçons apprises et à approfondir les cibles et les résultats en matière d'égalité des genres. Nous encourageons aussi le FEM à poursuivre son engagement en intégrant un suivi et des rapports qui tiennent compte de ces questions dans le cycle complet des projets. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Catherine. We'll now give the floor to the GEF Secretariat to respond to this, and then we will continue with Larissa, who is requesting the floor online. So, Fred, back to you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Noemi. Thank you again, esteemed council members. I believe we began with Tsuyoshi. Yes. To Tsuyoshi, Japan, thank you so much for your support of the work program. We appreciate your reiteration of the concern with agency concentration, which I noted will be addressed in the policy directions of GEF 9, but as you rightly noted, will also be addressed in agenda item 6 of this meeting, and we welcome that discussion. We similarly are encouraged by the use of the blended finance instrument to mobilize additional private sector engagement and seek to enhance use of that very important leveraging approach. To Andre and Switzerland and the Central Asian East Europe constituency, thank you for your thoughtful and very rigorous review of the projects. We welcome the comments that you will share by writing and note that they will be included in the summary of the comments, and we'll be certain to address them prior to CEO endorsement. On the Ubangi project and the sustainability, we are keenly aware of that. And as I noted, that has been shared with the agency and will be addressed during the project preparation phase and clearly reflected in the project document prior to CEO endorsement. To the United States and John Thompson. John, welcome. Very nice to meet you. Thank you for recognizing the importance of IUU fishing and the support of the American government for addressing IUU fishing, which of course affects the citizens of the United States and the entire global community. We also welcome your note of encouragement in private sector engagement and particularly the United States private sector engagement in supporting the GEF portfolio. It's critical that the private sector leans in both to address near-term environmental challenges and to address the sustainability issues that many have raised today. Your notes of opposition to Project 1180 and to the investments in South Africa will be included in the joint summary of the chairs. Many of those were shared with us prior to the meeting, and we've included those in footnotes. Thank you for reiterating those today. And we note your abstention as well on the work program overall. To Emily, on the need for, thanks first and foremost for your support of the work program, your constituent support of the work program. In terms of broader coverage of LDCs and SIDS, that remains a guiding imperative for us as well. We note that SIDS coverage is at the level of 75% as reported in the scorecard, so that's consistent with our expectations. And in terms of increasing the biodiversity outcomes, I'll note that we have 146 proposals under consideration presently prior to the end of GEF 8 for the biodiversity focal area and the GBFF. We're very strongly convinced that we'll hit those biodiversity targets. I'll note the important contribution also of the integrated programs, particularly the critical forest biomes program, in meeting not only land and ecosystem conservation targets, but also biodiversity targets for GEF 8. To Mr. Zhang and Bo and China, thank you for your encouragement to ensure balanced progress across all of the focal areas. We recognize that climate change is a little bit behind. That's largely attributable to the slow engagement in enabling activities, and we're prompting countries to pick up the pace of funding of enabling activities. We do expect to hit the target for GEF 8, and thank you also for your support of the work program overall. To Anil and the constituency representing Bangladesh, Nepal, Pakistan, India, thank you for your reiteration of the agency concentration issue and the relatively, what seems a relatively low participation of MDBs, particularly in this work program, which is a modest work program, as I earlier noted. This is, as I responded earlier, a country choice, and we're trying to provide further information and incentives for countries to diversify their agency selection, but it's ultimately up to the countries. We note that 19% of GEF 8 funding will be allocated to, or is being allocated to MDBs and IFIs to date, so nearly a fifth of GEF 8 funding. I'll note also that in our aspirations for GEF 8, as articulated in the programming directions, we intend to increase our sharing of information, targeted capacity building of operational focal points in GEF recipient countries for GEF 9, specifically on the use of blended finance. We recognize that blended finance is not a familiar method for many countries and OFPs, and that we believe may contribute to the relatively low engagement of MDBs in the portfolio overall, as the blended finance window is quite limited. We hope to mainstream blended finance across the portfolio in GEF 9, and with that addition of information provision and capacity building on use of the blended finance as a method or as an instrument of mobilizing financing, we expect to significantly increase MDB participation in GEF 9 as we broaden the use of blended finance. WAMPI and the Netherlands and constituency, thank you for your kind note on the importance of the report on the economics of water, an effort chaired by my dear friend Henko Vink. Water in this report is recognized as a global good, fresh water particularly, and I'm particularly pleased to note that the GEF structure and the focal areas recognize the importance of water as a shared resource, and the International Water Program focuses on both marine and freshwater systems as shared resources vital to the state of the planet and to the health of people across the globe. On your important note of sustainability, that is an important concern that we also share, will be a key element in our strategy for GEF 9. But prior to that as well, we're looking at each of the projects that we receive now and ensuring that sustainability is addressed as a key issue prior to CEO endorsement. And we will certainly ensure that that's the case for the portfolio presented today. And lastly, to Canada and Catherine, thank you for your welcome of the work program and your particular mention of the importance of the small grants program microfinance initiative, which we're also very excited about. Thank you also for recognizing and appreciating that gender equality and the empowerment of women as leaders in the environment sector are met in that compliant with GEF standards and safeguards. That's also extremely important to us. Of course, we recognize that women are commonly leaders in their local communities, and we want to engage all leaders as stewards of the global environment. And in terms of fully allocating the pledged resources for GEF 8, we encourage all remaining countries to meet their commitments, and we're fully prepared to mobilize those commitments in meaningful programming. So thank you also for that encouragement. And also, Claude, anything else? Good. Thank you, Noemi. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Fred. Just a brief note that we have still a couple of raised hands on this agenda item and fewer time if we want to make it to lunch. So with your support, we will hopefully make it on time to the next agenda item. With that said, I will invite Larissa joining us online to address the floor, followed by Victoria. So Larissa, representing Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Guinea, Liberia, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and Togo. Floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Naomi. Bonjour à tout le monde. Je voudrais également, à la suite de mes prédécesseurs, remercier l'équipe du secrétariat du FEM pour le programme qui nous a été proposé, auquel justement on adhère entièrement. J'ai, de mon point de vue en tout cas, apprécié l'emphase qui a été mise sur la conservation de la biodiversité et la gestion des aires protégées, mais également le point particulier sur le non-grant instrument. Donc, j'ai noté justement qu'il y a deux passages qui sont envisagés pour cet instrument-là. Et pour moi, en tout cas pour la Côte d'Ivoire et tous les autres pays de notre circonscription, ce serait bon qu'on puisse effectivement expérimenter cet instrument-là, qui est l'un des mécanismes du FEM qu'on n'a pas encore valorisé. Donc, on espère vraiment pouvoir le valoriser sur la période restante du FEM 8 afin de mieux l'aborder en fait sur le FEM 9. Alors, pour ce faire, la question que je me posais, c'était de savoir quelles pourraient être les dispositions envisagées par le secrétariat pour réellement accompagner en fait les pays de ma circonscription afin de pouvoir opérationnaliser ce mécanisme dans nos différents pays. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Larissa. We will now continue with Victoria, representing Austria, Belgium, Czech Republic, Hungary, Luxembourg, Slovak Republic, Slovenia, and Turkey, followed by Andrea. Victoria, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. On behalf of our constituency, we would like to thank the GEF Secretariat for this work program, which we are happy to support. We are pleased to see the results that can be achieved with this work program and how it helps us with moving closer to the targets for GEF 8. As others, we also noted with concern that this work program continues the trend of concentration. In this context, thank you to Fred for the clarifications provided in the meanwhile, and we do hope to see a broader range of agencies represented in the next work programs of GEF 8. Now, a few more specific comments on included projects. First, on the two blended finance programs, as many others, we highly welcome these projects. And we're pleased to see that the projects also included a strong star allocation, signaling recipient countries increasing knowledge and support for blended finance structures. With regards to the Gemini Global Program, we would like to hear more about how this project will strengthen policy coherence. And we would also like to suggest that this program includes an analysis of potential harmful subsidies to mercury, as well as how subsidies could be phased out. On the small grants program microfinance initiative, we welcome the very high co-financing ratio that is noted in the document. We also saw that the co-financing will mainly come from one agency. So we would like to hear if there's potential to also generate co-financing from governments and the private sector for this project. Final comment on gender, similar to what was said by the Netherlands. We appreciate and welcome GEF efforts to advance gender equality. However, we also had a question on why the activities target at least 40% women and not a higher share of women. That's it from me. We'll also send written comments on behalf of my constituency. Thank you.
Many thanks, Victoria. I'll now give the floor to Andrea, representing Australia, New Zealand, and the Republic of Korea, followed by Anders. Andrea, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. And firstly, congratulations to you, Richard, on co-chairing this meeting, and all the best for that. We do welcome the document, and we thank the Secretariat for their presentation. We think that the program as outlined we're comfortable with it. We do note that it is less ambitious than previous programs. It's very positive on chemicals and waste and international waters. The co-financing is impressive, but as others have outlined, there is an issue with the methodology, and we do look forward to having more clarity on that going forward, including through GEF 9. It's very positive to see the 817 million through the private sector. We do note that the risk profile is only moderate, and the funding through the innovation window is low, and that this will be important for catalytic change needed going forward. We do look forward to seeing an outcome for the December meeting. On the concentration of agencies, as many other parties have raised, this is still an issue, but we do acknowledge that the Secretariat is making an effort in this regard. Finally, we note there is a need for increasing funding towards SIDS, and we highlight the need for increased finance in the Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I'll now give the floor to Anders, Council Member of Sweden, followed by DBSA. Anders, floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, colleagues. Sweden can also support the work program with a few pointers, and we also want to join many of the previous speakers in noting the limited size of this program. And as the biggest per capita contributor to GEF 8, we also want to join others in our expectation of the full utilization of GEF 8 resources and GEF 8 contributions in a balanced way across all of the focal areas of the GEF 8. Then follows a few pointers for some of the programs. Sweden will, like many others, welcome Project 11694, the Lemur Bond, and we also want to commend Madagascar for the utilization of star resources in this particular project. And this is also, as many others pointed out, a very positive model, which we hope we can replicate and use ahead in GEF 9 as well. And in line with what UK and others said, we also want to look at how we can use more NGI projects and blended finance, both in the remaining cycles of GEF 8 and in GEF 9 ahead. On project 11881, we want to join, I believe, Spain and Switzerland in commending this project with Central Asia and Ukraine in particular. We believe it's very positive and also something we want to see more of as we move into GEF 9. On project 11865, we also want to commend Dominica for this excellent initiative of geothermal energy with a power purchase agreement. It's an innovative project with a very high co-financing rate in a SIDS country, and we hope this can serve as a model for future projects ahead, and are very keen and eager to follow how this project evolves. We also want to express our support for project 11892, the Gemini project on Mercury, with a good private sector contribution and a high co-financing rate. Finally, we want to make 2 pointers on risk management, a bit in line with Switzerland on project 11877. Our concerns on these 2 projects are not so much related to the substantial achievement of the environmental targets to GEF, but rather to accountability and risk management in terms of ensuring that the taxpayers' resources provided for the fulfillment of these projects are properly utilized for the fulfillment of the objectives, given that there are some known risks in some areas of this program. Same goes for 11906, where we also see some risks in terms of how the resources could be utilized, where we would welcome some clarifications and perhaps also come back in written with additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anders. I'll now give the floor to DBSA, followed by Aliona. DBSA, floor is yours.
GBSA.
Agencies? Yeah, no? Okay, no worries. So we'll now continue with Aliona, representing Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, Georgia, North Macedonia, Moldova, Montenegro, Poland, Romania, Serbia, and Ukraine, followed by Rashid. Aliona, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. And I'm really happy that we are staying here and discussing face to face. This is really important. And I think after December experience, we face it and we kind of acknowledge that it's really important to highlight and to see what exactly we are looking for. I would like to say that our constituency is reviving, and I would like to welcome our alternate member, and we're trying to revive regionally and to really achieve not only the targets of the countries, but achieve the necessities and the needs regionally. I would like to thank you for the GEF Trust Fund, and on behalf of our constituency, we fully support and we welcome all the projects. Indeed, we are in the process of preparing some of the projects that relate to those mentioned, and this is in terms of the chemicals and waste. As we raised last time, now it is increasing the appetite for these domains. Nevertheless, we would appreciate more blending between chemicals and waste, particularly mercury and other focal area, and with the focus on the mitigating activities under the climate change domain and climate change targets. As we all know, all the countries are submitting the NDCs now, and now we are in the process on getting our targets and making them more ambitious. So I would really suggest to be more flexible and to take into account not only the country's needs, but regionally, and scale it up at GEF activities. As well as I would like to mention that these activities are on a higher interest, not only and projects not only for the Republic of Moldova, but for all constituency. And with regards to the next projects in international marine waters or international waters, I have mentioned here from our constituency members their kind of worries regarding some activities and sustainability, support of the government, and so on and so forth. But for the on behalf of the countries that benefit, I would like to say that sometimes we're focusing on words and not on results. We're focusing on the keywords, like we want to find marine or something like a particular, but we have to focus on the big results, on the results that will have impact. So my suggestion is to look deep into the projects, to analyze the projects, and if you have any questions, please address them to the members of the council, because we are those who will open the brackets, who will explain, who will detail, and will reach the country and will get it in more feasible and practical aspects. And a good word and a good time, you know, it's really important. And I would like to also mention and support what was said with the diversification of the agencies, of the implementing agencies, and supporting them. Because as we see from the last year, from the June and February last year, I think the agencies, the implementing agencies are less and less interest. So this is not a good sign. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Aliona. I'll now give the floor to Rashid, representing Algeria, Egypt, Libya, Morocco, and Tunisia, followed by Barthélemy, who has requested the floor via Zoom. Rashid, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noémie. I will speak in French. Bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Rachid Firadi, point focal opérationnel du FEM pour le Maroc. Je suis ravi de réintégrer encore une fois le Conseil en tant que membre. Et je voudrais saisir cette opportunité pour saluer l'excellent travail mené par le Fonds. Au fil des années, le FEM s'est imposé comme principal mécanisme de financement de l'environnement au niveau mondial pour les pays bénéficiaires. Grâce à ses avantages comparatifs, le FEM a joué un rôle essentiel dans le renforcement de l'intégration de la durabilité au niveau des politiques sectorielles et a servi de levier pour la mise en place de politiques structurantes de durabilité avec un effet de levier important de mobilisation de ressources additionnelles conséquentes. C'est le cas pour notre pays où le FEM a été à l'origine du lancement de dynamiques de durabilité réelle au niveau des différents secteurs, l'énergie, l'agriculture, le transport, les forêts, etc. Le projet intégré de FEM Marrakech Ville Durable accompagne actuellement la ville de Marrakech dans la préparation pour la Coupe du Monde du football 2030, afin que les questions de durabilité soient prises en considération dans ce chantier phare de développement de la ville. L'approche intégrée adoptée au cours des derniers cycles a permis de renforcer davantage l'intervention du FEM au niveau local et a permis une meilleure coordination intersectorielle et une synergie entre les différents intervenants. Par rapport à l'instrument Non-Grant Instrument, c'est une très bonne initiative, malheureusement non encore bien maîtrisée par les pays. Peut-être qu'il est nécessaire d'assurer une meilleure vulgarisation de cette initiative, mais de notre point de vue, c'est un instrument qui pourrait bien être utilisé pour la fenêtre climat et servir pour lever des fonds pour le fonds vert climat. Tout cela, c'est pour dire que le FEM a déjà fait ses preuves et qu'à la veille de la 9e reconstitution, nous devons veiller tous à une mobilisation conséquente des ressources, car les défis auxquels nous faisons face actuellement, que ce soit en termes de changement climatique, de perte de biodiversité ou de pollution, pour ne citer que cela, deviendront de plus en plus difficiles à surmonter si nous ne nous engageons pas davantage et faisons preuve de plus de solidarité. Maintenant, en ce qui concerne le 6e nouveau programme de travail, je voudrais remercier le secrétariat pour le document qui a été partagé et exprimer notre soutien à ce programme de travail malgré la modestie du budget qui a été alloué, comme ça a été dit par mes prédécesseurs. À cet égard, je rejoins les collègues qui m'ont précédé pour saluer la pertinence des projets, notamment ceux liés à la lutte contre la pollution chimique, surtout pour le continent africain. Nous soutenons également les projets relatifs à l'appui des pays pour honorer leur engagement au titre des conventions, notamment en relation avec la biodiversité et de ces protocoles. Maintenant, par rapport aux agences d'exécution et à la prédominance de projets au niveau de certaines de ces agences, je pense que nous devons inverser la question et peut-être demander aux autres agences pourquoi ils ne sont pas assez compétitifs. Peut-être qu'il y a des critères de disponibilité, de réactivité, de bureaucratie à prendre en considération dans ce sens. Et je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, Rachid. We will now continue online. Now I will give the floor with Barthelemy, alternate council member of Burundi, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Sao Tome and Principe, followed by IPAC. Barthelemy, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Naomi. Est-ce que vous m'écoutez?
On vous entend bien, Barthelemy, oui.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Noémie, de m'avoir donc donné cette tranche de parole pour parler au nom de l'Afrique. D'abord, éventuellement de la circonscription Afrique centrale. Et donc, la circonscription Afrique centrale remercie de fin fond, bien évidemment, le FEM, de son appui multiforme au pays et qui permet bien évidemment à ces pays de faire face, bien évidemment, aux nombreux défis environnementaux que ces pays donc sont confrontés au quotidien. Et vous savez que les investissements FEM, c'est un levier d'opportunité et qui joue un rôle important dans la transformation, bien évidemment, une transformation systémique, parce qu'effectivement, ça prend en compte plusieurs dimensions. Lorsque effectivement les fonds FEM sont donc octroyés au pays, ça permet bien évidemment de pouvoir renverser les tendances et d'engager bien évidemment des éléments transformateurs très pointueux. Je voudrais donc pour ce programme de travail qui est établi par Fred et éventuellement par le FEM, en tout cas j'ai noté à sa juste valeur la pertinence de ce programme de travail, parce qu'effectivement c'est un programme de travail très structuré qui a permis bien évidemment de pouvoir identifier certains projets intégrateurs, projets transformateurs qui permettent de faire face aux nombreux défis environnementaux que les pays donc, du monde et éventuellement les pays de la circonscription Afrique centrale sont donc confrontés. Je prends le cas du programme régional donc, de gestion intégrée des ressources en eau. En tout cas, c'est un programme important qui va donc faire en sorte que les conditions, bien évidemment, des pays, en termes, par exemple, de la gestion des ressources en eau, soient véritablement réalisées et que ces communautés qui vivent au quotidien de ces écosystèmes, parce qu'effectivement, vu le niveau de pauvreté de ces pays, de la circonscription Afrique centrale, et éventuellement les pressions qui sont donc exercées sur les ressources, nous pensons que ces fonds sont donc indispensables pour ces pays pour faire face à ces nombreux défis environnementaux. Nous avons également noté déjà les différents appuis financiers donc, du FEM pour les projets donc, des biomes forestiers. Effectivement, c'est pour renforcer, lutter contre la perte donc, de la biodiversité. Parce que, comme je disais tantôt, vous savez que nos pays, avec cette pauvreté endémique, ces pays font beaucoup plus la pression, les communautés font la pression sur les ressources, parce qu'effectivement, c'est les seuls moyens donc, de subsistance de ces pays. Il est extrêmement important que le FEM puisse donc penser à pouvoir renforcer davantage, bien évidemment, ces financements à ces pays pour que ces pays puissent donc continuer à faire face à ces nombreux défis environnementaux auxquels ils font face. Nous avons aussi noté à sa juste valeur donc l'intervention de Fred sur plusieurs questions. Je prends le cas, par exemple, des agences d'exécution. Nous avons pensé aussi qu'il est extrêmement important pour le FEM de pouvoir explorer au niveau donc, des points focaux opérationnels. Est-ce qu'effectivement, au niveau des pays, puisqu'il s'agit bien évidemment de diversifier les agences, est-ce qu'il n'y a pas possibilité aussi de pouvoir voir au niveau des points focaux pays la possibilité de pouvoir identifier des agences au niveau national qui ont, en tout cas, des capacités fiduciaires donc plus élevées afin donc de pouvoir conduire de telles activités au niveau national. Nous pensons aussi que c'est extrêmement important de pouvoir donc identifier ces agences au niveau national. Nous avons des institutions au niveau national qui sont également des institutions puissantes et qui peuvent donc aider le FEM à pouvoir mettre en œuvre plusieurs projets, plusieurs initiatives au niveau national pour appuyer les pays et que ces pays puissent donc faire face à ces nombreux problèmes aujourd'hui que nous disons, que nous pensons que c'est des problèmes environnementaux qui vont exacerber, si effectivement ce n'est pas fait, qui vont véritablement exacerber donc la pauvreté. Et donc, il est extrêmement important que dans le FEM puisse donc, dans le cas du FEM 9, on pense que les allocations donc, seront beaucoup plus robustes donc, pour permettre à ces pays de faire face donc, à ces défis environnementaux. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Barthélemy. I'll now give the floor to IPAC, followed by Filippo. IPAC, I believe Mustafa, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And we are excited to see this set of new projects from the GEF. We'd like to call the attention of minimal attention on focus on indigenous peoples on their role in their projects. We expect that during the project preparation ground, these projects undertake the needed processes for free, prior, and informed consent, that is the FPIC, as required by the GEF safeguards. Beyond this, we call on all agencies and countries to seek meaningful consultations and develop projects designs that support the self-determined priorities of indigenous peoples and to execute these activities by indigenous peoples themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mustafa. I'll now give the floor to Filippo, representing the Pacific Island constituency. Ambassador, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And let me congratulate the Secretariat for all the hard work that went into organizing and preparing for this council meeting. Let me also congratulate Richard for his role as co-chair. Chair, before I address my request, I wish to explain something that just happened in our constituency, in the Pacific constituency, where we have 15 small island states plus Indonesia, and the Philippines. So we realized that such an arrangement meant that the context of the 15 small Pacific Island developing states was sort of left to the side or did not get the required focus because of their lack of capacity. So in our last council meeting, we thank Indonesia and the Philippines that they've agreed to move to East Asia constituency. And this will allow us to now focus on the real needs which need to be elevated and addressed of the Pacific Island countries. I note in this present program that there is very limited Pacific Seeds project, and I request full support for full programming in the Pacific constituency. The unique challenges and remoteness of the Pacific Island nations make it very difficult to step up with bankable projects without outside assistance. The combined maritime territories make up 10% of the world's total ocean surface. In this context, I'm seeking support from GEF Secretariat and agencies so that island countries can fully program country allocation. This is the immediate need. Beyond this, of course, we need to progress to address the larger environmental challenges that need to be addressed in the Pacific, such as IUU fishing and biodiversity degradation, which would require a transboundary program for maritime conservation. Such critical environmental programs, which are critical to the global needs, are well beyond the present reality of our lack of capacity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And we have a last participant requesting the floor online, Ms. Fakava, representing Cambodia, Korea, Laos, Malaysia, Mongolia, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam. Fakava, let's see if we can hear you this time. Floor is yours. Can you hear us? I believe that Ms. Fakaban is having some IT constraints. Yeah. Well, I see someone else requesting the floor here in the press, and we can go back to you, Fakaban. Let's see if we can address this issue. You can also send your comments via the chat, and I can, of course, say them out loud here before we close this session. Rosanna, have you requested the floor? The floor is yours.
Distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, thank you for the presented work program. Hope that the newly confirmed projects and initiatives are reminded of our responsibility to address the pressing environmental challenges. The issues of climate change, biodiversity loss, sustainable development are not just abstract concepts. Their impact on our communities, economies, and health directly. In the efforts to align with the objectives of the Global Environmental Facility, we would like to the following key points: the inclusivity in decision-making. We advocate for inclusive dialogue in shaping the work program. All voices, particularly those from developing countries, must be heard and valued. And the integrating indigenous knowledge, and Armenia recognizes the importance of integrated traditional knowledge and practices with modern scientific approaches. And we also would like to touch attention to the enhancing the regional cooperation to funding for sustainable projects as the prioritization of funding for innovative and sustainable projects that directly address climate change adaptation and mitigation. Investing in green technologies and renewable energy sources will pave the way for an environmentally sustainable future. Also, it is very important to the capacity building issues. So the building local capacities is essential for the effective implementation of the work program. And just in conclusion, thank you very much. Armenia is committed to working collaboratively with the framework of the Global Environmental Facility to implement the work program that not only reflects our shared values, but also effectively addresses the environmental challenges we face. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosanna, alternate council member of Armenia, Belarus, and the Russian Federation. Unfortunately, East Asia hasn't sorted the IT issues, so I don't see any more people requesting the floor. So that will conclude the list of participants of this agenda item. Back to you, Fred and Claude, for final answers.
Thank you, Noemi. And thank you again, council members, for excellent comments. Excuse me. I believe we start with Côte d'Ivoire and Larissa. Merci bien, Larissa, for your good comments, and particularly noting the importance of blended finance and the importance of building capacity and understanding of how to most strategically utilize blended finance. We're very, very aware of this and are prioritizing this as an element of mainstreaming blended finance as an instrument across the GEF family of funds in GEF 9. We note that training, information sharing, and direct technical assistance to OFPs and national steering committees in planning the GEF portfolio to effectively integrate blended finance is a top priority for us in GEF 9. Let me also take a moment to extend my thanks and great appreciation for the brief visit that I had with you and your good team in Côte d'Ivoire earlier this year, and Côte d'Ivoire's leadership among countries, recipient countries, both as being a recipient country donor to the GEF, but also in adopting approaches including national steering committees to enhance the whole of government planning and country platforms that have enabled the GEF to join with the IMF, the World Bank, and bilateral funders in the Côte d'Ivoire to plan a comprehensive portfolio of investments in the environment as an underpinning of your country's aspirations for sustainable development. So thank you so much for your leadership within the GEF family on those important initiatives. To Victoria from Austria and a related constituency, we will certainly address comments related to policy coherence and the importance of addressing subsidies in the Global Mercury program, Gemini. We are keenly attentive to the need to enhance biodiversity, blended finance through country use of their STAR allocations, and recognize the leadership of Dominica and Madagascar in doing so for this work program to serve as an exemplar for future work. We'll note also that your mention of co-financing that may come from governments and the private sector in the small grants program. The World Bank is bringing to the table 1.5 billion in expected co-financing, and as these are investments directed at small and medium enterprises, we expect private sector co-financing to be an important element of co-financing mobilized for that project, or for that program rather, excuse me. Andrea in New Zealand, thank you so much for your support, and we similarly recognize the importance of funding SIDS. I'll note that in GEF 7, SIDS funding was 97% programmed, and we do intend to achieve that same level, if not 100%, in GEF 8, and we believe that we're on track to do so. Again, the modest size of this work program doesn't really represent the scale and pace of funding mobilized to SIDS overall, which we're confident is on track. Anders, thank you for your and Sweden's support of the work program and your encouragement on the innovative approaches taken by Madagascar, Dominica, and Eastern Europe and Central Asia particularly. We similarly would like to take a moment to recognize the importance of these recipient countries as leaders in helping us to demonstrate how to effectively utilize blended finance to address both critical issues of biodiversity conservation and substituting fossil fuel dependency for renewable energy generation. Really, really terrific and exemplary projects for us. On your important notes on risk management in the projects on skin lightening products in Africa and the Ubangi River Basin project in the DRC, we similarly recognize the important risks in some of the countries that are implementing, that will be recipients of these projects. I'll note that the proposed project on skin lightening products in Burkina Faso, Niger, and Guinea will be executed by a third-party organization, not through a national execution modality, thereby significantly minimizing execution and financial risks, and we'll be monitoring that very, very closely. I can provide additional information on further measures that will be taken to mitigate risk and project implementation as you like. In the Ubangi project, Central African Republic in the DRC, this one similarly will be executed by a third party. It builds upon an established partnership with UNHCR in a current and successful African Development Bank project. The implementation modalities, again, give us confidence that risk will be effectively managed by the executing partner. I'll note, importantly, and this goes to Bartolome's point as well, this project intends to enhance the management of a critical freshwater ecosystem, not only for the value of the ecosystem itself, but for its contribution to communities surrounding the area. This is an area that has been plagued by flooding that have affected 83,000 people in the Central African Republic, destroyed homes, destroyed crops. And we believe that by intervening in better management of this river basin, we can mitigate the potential for future incidences of flood and the destructiveness that has been caused in these regions. Excuse me. To Aliona from Moldova and Eastern Europe members, thank you so much for your support of the work program. We do, to your important point, note the value of gaining efficiencies and economies of scale in multifocal area projects. You noted the value of aligning chemicals and waste and climate change funding, which we certainly encourage, and the Philippines project that's part of the work program for this June edition demonstrates that very nicely. And we welcome your encouragement to engage the constituency directly to better understand the impacts and the results achieved through this portfolio. And thank you for your partnership and your constituency's engagement in clarifying the importance of the impacts of these projects. To Rashid and Northern Africa constituency, we couldn't agree more. And we align with your encouragement to countries to mobilize additional resources to the GEF. We thank you for your strong support of the GEF and recognition of both the efficiency gained by the GEF in the GEF 8 cycle and the effectiveness of our deployment and allocation of resources for impact. We hope that all countries able to resource the GEF will listen to your sage encouragement to increase contributions for GEF 9. To Bartholomew and the Congo Basin constituency, thank you to you and your constituency, first of all, for your very active participation in the recent extended constituency workshop, where we were able to gain strong insights on priorities and opportunities for progress in your region. Also for your recognition of the importance of the Ubangi, which I just noted is a freshwater ecosystem project, very directly addressing the lives and livelihoods of many people that depend upon this vital river and surrounding ecosystems. And we believe it's a project that exemplifies that a healthy planet is necessary for any prospect of healthy people. To the representative from IPAG, the importance of engaging with indigenous peoples who are indeed stewards of ecosystems and biodiversity on the front lines of conservation. Thank you for that additional emphasis and highlight of the leadership of Indigenous peoples. And I'll note that the GEF very strictly observes free, prior, and informed consent in the development and execution of all GEF projects. To Filippo from the Pacific Islands, thank you also to your constituency for your participation recently in the Cook Islands, where we were able to also launch a new program of operational focal point capacity building and project oversight that we believe will enable greater country ownership of the GEF portfolio and more effective oversight of agencies, implementing and executing agencies in the delivery of meaningful impact for your countries. Recognize also the importance of IUU fishing, as was mentioned by John, and the United States. That is indeed a global concern. And on the Pacific Islands and SIDS programming overall, it is modest for this work program, but as I noted, we were 97% programmed for the SIDS allocation in GEF 7, and we're on track to deliver that as well for GEF 8. And lastly, to Rusana, Armenia, Belarus, and the Russian Federation, we couldn't agree more with your encouragement to ensure inclusivity, to capture indigenous knowledge as an asset for environmental conservation and sustainable development, and the importance of capacity building and regional cooperation. And we greatly appreciate your commitment to regional cooperation and delivery of the GEF's programs and projects. And with that, Claude, if you have any comments?
No, we're good.
And with that, I'll conclude and hand back to you, Noemi. Thank you, everyone. Excuse me.
Thanks, Fred. Thanks, Claude. Thanks, Noemi, and thanks every single council member that was able to endorse and address the floor. I want to thank very especially the team at the Secretariat, but not less important, the work of the agencies and the operational focal points. Many thanks to the agencies for the great work that they were able to put together so we can have these very diverse and compelling work program where definitely countries are making a strong emphasis on the chemicals and waste. So having finished, concluded the list of speakers, I would like to invite the council to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GEF/C 69/02. I see no objections. The work program is approved. Thank you so much. And with this, we go to our agenda item number 3, which is the last agenda item before lunch. This agenda item number 3 has to do with is the GEF business plan and corporate budget for the fiscal year 26. I will pass it over to my co-chair, who will be chairing this agenda item. Richard, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. For this agenda item, I'd like to invite Mr. Peter Lalas from the GEF Secretariat to introduce document GEF/C69/03, the GEF business plan and corporate plan budget for financial year 26. Over to you, Peter.
All right. Okay, thank you very much, Co-Chair, and hello, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce the GEF Business Plan and Corporate Budget for FY26. This document presents the combined FY26 budget request for the projected administrative expenses of the Secretariat, staff, and the trustee. The FY26 budget request is designed for effective and efficient delivery of the ambitious GEF 8 programming and policy agenda and ongoing project portfolio, as well as actions to support the GEF-9 replenishment. Priority areas of delivery in FY26, as described in the budget document submitted, include programming work to deliver the full range and high volume of projects in GEF-8, support for the conventions and new mandates of the GEF, including a number of upcoming conferences of the parties in the upcoming fiscal year, ongoing priority work in operations, policy implementation, portfolio monitoring, communications, knowledge, and learning, enhanced engagement and partnership with countries, indigenous peoples and local communities, women, youth, and other partners and stakeholders, and expanded capacities in systems, data, and analytics in support of all of these core work areas and the ongoing replenishment. The FY26 budget request reflects efficiencies and savings to deliver these work needs. The request is for an increase of 0.4% compared to FY25, which is below the level of inflation, with absolute reductions in both variable and fixed costs. These reductions are achieved even with the additional one-time work demands in FY26 to support the replenishment, including engagement with donors, countries, and stakeholders, analytical work to support the negotiations, and enhanced outreach and communications. The FY26 staff salaries line also reflects key efficiencies, building on the now completed Secretariat internal restructuring. As indicated in the budget document, there are no new positions planned for FY26. The Secretariat also has instituted a freeze in early May on all open hirings where an offer had not yet been made for reasons of prudence and fiscal responsibility pending the upcoming replenishment. The Secretariat also is pleased to confirm that the earlier issues on office space and cost recovery with the World Bank have been successfully resolved. On office space, the Secretariat and the World Bank worked cooperatively to finalize renewal of the Secretariat's office space and on highly favorable terms. This includes favorable rental rate, several months of free rent per year, and a significant landlord contribution, of which 70% can be applied for rental reduction. This is reflected in the reduction in lease cost in the FY26 budget request compared with FY25, part of the overall reduction in fixed costs in the coming year. In respect to cost recovery, the Secretariat also is pleased to confirm the resolution in accord with previous decisions of GEF Council at a rate of up to 11% of direct costs. This dialogue also led to major efficiencies and savings through the updated arrangement with the World Bank on our budgeting work, with savings of several hundreds of thousands of dollars per year, as also described in the document. In sum, the budget applies efficiencies and savings across all lines and keeps the Secretariat well aligned to stay within the 4-year administrative budget envelope set for GEF-8 at the last replenishment. The budget also includes a request to cover costs of the GEF Assembly planned for late May or June of next year. This request also reflects efficiencies and savings at an amount of 1.7 million, which is the same, no increase as the last assembly and lower than the earlier two. Finally, the document before you also presents the budget requests for STAP, the trustee, the CBIT Trust Fund, and the Nagoya Protocol Implementation Trust Fund. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Peter, for that presentation. On that, I'll open the floor for questions and comments with Naomi, if you could manage the list. Thank you.
Sure, Richard. Okay, now the floor is open. Anders, Switzerland, floor is yours.
Thank you. We don't want to stand in the way of lunch, but we just want to take the occasion to, on record, thank you for a very cost-conscious budget. And also, as we have seen now in the MOPAN report to be discussed at lunch tomorrow, that the cost structure of the Secretariat is very well in line with below other organizations. So that is indeed very welcome. And we also want to congratulate you to the updated arrangements with the World Bank and the associated cost savings. In view of GEF 9, sort of we note that there are some potential for increased savings in section D, E, and F in the budget. And we also have a question about contributions to staff. They are increased in this year compared to the previous year. So we just wonder what is the reason for the increase in that budget post. But overall, very positive and welcome the budget. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Anders, and for reminding us of lunch. As we all know, we are some minutes behind the agenda, and our bellies will soon remind us that at 12:30 we will break for lunch. So in the interest of this, and I see a couple of participants here requesting the floor, so I will just invite you all to be mindful of the time. With that said, Tsuyoshi-san, floor is yours, followed by Joao.
Thank you, Naomi-san. Japan would like to commend the Secretariat for its effort to reduce the corporate budget. In particular, we welcome the fact that the total amount of variable cost has been significantly reduced to the amount of expected actual fiscal year 25. We understand that this covered the natural increase in staff salaries associated with the annual salary increases of the World Bank, resulting in the firm budget of 0.4% increase on a gross basis, which is lower than the projected CPI. We look forward to continued budget formulation and execution with due consideration of efficiency and cost effectiveness. In relation to the budget, I'd like to mention the one point that we understand that since last year, discussions have been underway about improvement of access and increase procedural efficiency. Some of the actions for these may have an impact of the budget. We think that it is necessary to carefully analyze an impact on the budget and proceed with caution when proceeding with reforms. Thank you very much. Back to the chair.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Joao, followed by Nicholas. Joao, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Council Secretary. Our constituency would like to thank the Secretariat for the presentation of the FY26 corporate budget. We're pleased to see the progress made across key areas, particularly the completion of internal restructuring and staffing aligned with GEF 8 priorities. These efforts reflect a clear commitment to enhancing operational efficiency and strategic focus, including through the significant reduction in consultant costs. We are also pleased with the resolution of the cost recovery issue with the World Bank, in line with the Council's decision that brings significant cost savings, including the Secretariat's FY26 budget request for fixed costs is reduced by 1% compared to the previous one. We hope this resolution will further enhance independence, efficiency in budget planning and execution, while ensuring that resources are maximized for program delivery. At the same time, we wish to reaffirm the central importance of the Country Engagement Strategy, CES. The CES is instrumental in driving inclusive, country-led implementation of the GEF 8 agenda, empowering operational focal points, and engaging civil society, indigenous peoples, and other key stakeholders. We welcome the Secretariat's continued commitment to this strategy through national dialogues, South-South cooperation, and capacity building initiatives. We strongly support the expanded approach proposed by the Secretariat, including enhanced support through these national dialogues, constituency workshops, and South-South knowledge exchange. These are essential instruments to foster institutional learning, build long-term capacities, and strengthen country ownership. We believe that such efforts are particularly important in light of increasing expectations to streamlining the project cycle. Investing in country systems is a prerequisite for efficiency, impact, and equity in delivery. We hope this focus will continue to grow under GEF 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joao. We'll now continue with Nicolas, followed by Lauren. Nicolas, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. I'll keep it very brief. Germany supports this budget proposal. We're very happy that it stays within the administrative envelope for GEF 8. And I think this also gives us a good opportunity in other contexts and with other stakeholders to highlight that the GEF is a very good investment because we have very reasonable administrative costs, and that's something we can communicate even more in the future, I think. And we commend the Secretariat and the trustee that they've come to an agreement on the fixed cost recovery. We understand it is still substantially higher than it used to be, but this is now a compromise that we can live with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicolas. I'll now give the floor to the CSO network, Kerio, followed by, Lauren, sorry. Lauren, followed by the CSO network. Lauren, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Noemi. I'd just like to mention that we'll be stepping in for Jonas from Norway until he arrives on Wednesday. So our constituency would like to thank the Secretariat and the trustee for the business plan and the corporate budget for FY26, which we can approve. We would like to make a general comment on all the budgets that are going to be approved this week for this trust fund, but also for the LDCF, SECF, and the GBFF. Like other council members, we note that savings are made on different budget lines, which we commend. However, we note that the trustees' budget increases for each fund, and we would like to know the reasons for this. There are not many reasons mentioned in the documents. We are pleased to read that the indirect rate of direct cost issue has been resolved with the World Bank, and that the new office lease has led to significant cost savings. Regarding greening of the office space, this is something we have mentioned earlier. We're pleased to read that efforts in this regard are continuing, and we'd like to encourage the GEF to broaden these efforts to also include its operations. This could be done, for example, by mapping your environmental and carbon footprint and developing an action plan to reach set goals. Would it be possible, for example, to present such a plan at the 71st council meeting, so in June next year? And finally, as mentioned by Brazil right now, we highly appreciate the continued work taking place with the country engagement strategy. But as mentioned by the IEO during the replenishment meetings in Paris, progress on the country engagement strategy agenda has been mixed. Do you plan to reach all the goals that you've set for GEF 8 within this financial year, FY26? I would like to have an update on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lauren, on behalf of Jonas. I'll now give the floor to the CSO network, Kerio, followed by Stefan. Kerio, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, respected council. GEF CSO network warmly welcome and appreciate the GEF Secretariat for its clear and comprehensive, transparent presentation of financial year 26 business plan and corporate budget. The thoughtful articulation of the strategic priorities and emphasis on the fiscal accountability reflects strong governance and forward-looking vision. We also sincerely appreciate the ongoing commitment to civil society engagement demonstrated through the dedicated budget allocation for support of strengthening the GEF CSO network and active engagement of network and civil society on the work of Secretariat and GEF 9 replacement process. Further, we appreciate and recognize the high priority of strength engagement with women, youth, indigenous peoples, and local communities, as well as ongoing support for expand GEF 8 CIMAL grant to act as a flagship initiative to engage with support of CSOs and local communities. At the same time, we would like to draw special attention to some continuing challenges around the CIMAL grant program. In several countries, CIMAL grant remains is still inactive since many years, which limits the participation of key local actors in safeguarding the environment, especially in South Asian climate hotspot countries, where small grants run by local and international organizations who declare themselves as a local organizations by entering national regulations. But mostly the process is too complicated for local CSOs and grassroots organizations, limiting them to participate in funding cycle as well compared to the international organizations. We respectfully request GEF few points. Speed up the re-establishment of and operation of small grant operation in all enabled countries, and special attention should be given to the hotspot South Asian countries. Simplify application process and approval process timing. Further strengthen society participation with country engagement strategy, while rapidly establishment of small grant 2.0, a focus on commitment of marginalized and vulnerable groups. Strengthen country engagement program to ensure that civil society, including youth, women, and IPLCs and persons with disabilities recognized as equal and meaningful partnership in national planning and decision making. In line to our mandate, CSO network, we will continue to advocate respectfully to the voices, concerns, and feedback of grassroots CSOs to the Council and broader GEF family. We remain dedicated to collaborating closely with the GEF Council and Secretariat to uphold the integrity, inclusive, and effectiveness of GEF missions to safeguard the environment and strengthen community resilience. To ensure respective local stakeholders are meaningfully presented in the decision making. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Stefan, and then we'll give Peter some minutes to respond to these comments. Stefan, first.
Merci Noémie, bonjour à tous. Je vais parler en français. Tout d'abord pour remercier le secrétariat pour cette présentation et indiquer que nous sommes prêts à approuver la proposition qui nous est soumise. Dans les nouveautés proposées pour 2026, nous apprécions tout particulièrement le renforcement de la politique de communication et de visibilité du FEM, dont nous allons parler un peu plus tard cette semaine, ainsi que la création d'une unité dédiée à l'analyse et à la collecte de données. Par ailleurs, nous nous alignons avec la déclaration de nos collègues de Suède, du Japon, d'Allemagne, de Norvège, pour saluer les efforts du secrétariat en matière de maîtrise des coûts, à la fois les coûts fixes et tout particulièrement les coûts variables. Cet effort de prudence et d'efficacité est vraiment non seulement bienvenu, mais indispensable, et nous encourageons le secrétariat à poursuivre les efforts dans cette voie. Une observation spécifique sur la trajectoire d'équivalent temps plein, full-time positions. Donc, j'ai bien compris que sur l'année prochaine, il n'y aura pas de nouvelles positions ouvertes, mais malgré nos meilleurs efforts, on n'a pas retrouvé de chiffres dans les documents budgétaires sur le total d'équivalent temps plein du secrétariat. Je pense que c'est vraiment une information clé, et simplement en matière juste pour le bien de la transparence, il serait vraiment utile que chaque année, on ait les informations sur les postes, la trajectoire, l'objectif d'ETP et la réalisation. C'est quelque chose qui est proposé dans toutes les institutions équivalentes. Et je terminerai par une question sur le secrétariat du NPIF, le protocole de Nagoya. Je vois que cette année, quasiment aucun du montant budgété n'a été dépensé, alors que pour l'année prochaine, un nouveau montant de 17 500 $ est proposé. On aimerait quand même avoir une justification plus détaillée que ce qui est fourni dans le document sur cette demande budgétaire. Voilà, je m'arrête là, merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stefan. I'll now give the floor to Peter to respond to these initial comments. Peter, floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Noemi, and thank you very much, council members, for the excellent and supportive and constructive comments. Much appreciated. Is there an echo? Oh, maybe it's here. Sorry, there is an echo, but only here. First, for Anders Sweden, thank you very much for recognizing the cost-conscious budget efforts. We did make a lot of efforts on that, and also for the congratulations on resolving the dialogue with the World Bank. It was a long dialogue, but we ended very constructively and positively on both the issues of cost recovery and office space. And I also want to give an appreciation to the World Bank folks who are here somewhere for working that through. I think you had a question on the staff, on the increase in the staff budget. And so would you like to come now, Rosina? Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. It's perfect, please.
I already brought mine. Thanks. Hi. Thanks. Good morning or good afternoon. I wanted to say we're very proud that we think we can reduce our consultancy and travel in the next year's budget, because we have been without 2 staff that we would normally have in-house for over a year. So you may recall the last staff secretary was Tom Hammond, who left 2 years ago. And we elevated Dr. Sunday Leonard to be the secretary, but he covered chemicals and waste and climate mitigation. And then Virginia Gorchowski was taken by Conservation International for a wonderful job, but she covered international water and adaptation. So we were basically without people covering 4 areas of the GEF for the last year. But now we are very proud that we will have them again. We're not increasing the total headcount, but with that, we think we can do more in-house with less, which is why the other budgets went down. Thank you.
All right, so let me continue with the Japan, also commending the reduction, especially on the variable costs. Thank you, we appreciate that. We did work hard on that. And yes, the staff salary increase reflects the annual World Bank SRI increase. We are all World Bank staff, and that applies to us equally each year. And you were mentioning about the increases in efficiency, and I think are we, how those are working into the system. And one of the important elements of that, as we explain in the document, is our internal restructuring. We took a significant time to work through how we could restructure internally to align better both to GEF 8, the GEF 8 programming and policy agenda, but also to support efficiencies, and it's described in the document as a one GEF approach. We now have a single director. I'm not the director, I can put this over here, but with units reporting to Claude. So there's an integrated approach there, and we have a new general management division, which I had, a communications team. And so this more integrated, I think, restructuring is helping us produce efficiencies, and as well as the enhancement of staff that we had in the last couple of years has enabled us to reduce the need for consultants and so support efficiency at all levels. Brazil, Joao, yes, thanks also for mentioning for the kind words and mentioning the restructuring aligns to GEF 8 and how it has correspondingly led to a reduction in consultant costs as an efficiency. And mentioning the resolution with the World Bank, both in terms of the efficiency and cost savings, but also the governance, the proper level of, let's say, independence, which is in the GEF instrument, operationally, functionally independent of the World Bank. And so the way we have realigned the budgeting approach and other things support both efficiency and the governance system that we have with the World Bank as our administrative host. And thank you also for drawing attention to the central importance of the country engagement strategy. We couldn't agree more. It is set out, some key pillars of it are set out in the business plan in the document before you, just to indicate that it's a core part of what we're doing. And Fred and Claude spoke about it earlier, but we are ramping up implementation of it. We're doing it across all the budget lines of the country engagement strategy, which include the upstream dialogues, the expanded constituency workshops, the introduction seminars, so we can bring on new agencies and new people in the agencies. We have this new budget line on capacity building and empowerment of operational focal points. and financial support for them. We were just in the Cook Islands. I see the ambassador is here. It's a pleasure to see you again. It's a wonderful program to build capacity, build country ownership, as you say, and reach out more closely to stakeholders. We emphasize South-South dialogue as well. So the country engagement strategy, we feel is very crucial to our work. It helps in the programming. It helps bring the partnership together. So thanks for mentioning that. I really appreciate it. Germany, thank you again. I think this does, the budget we're proposing and staying within the GEF 8 envelope is also an effort to showcase the efficiency of the GEF, and maybe it illustrates the efficiency of the GEF, which is a very important element of our work. And again, for being able to live with the compromise. Yes, for the same with us, this was a back and forth, but we think it's a fair resolution. And so it's good to have that resolved. And Lauren, thank you very much. I think you had a question to the trustee, if I'm right. So I don't know if the trustee would like to come up while I get to the other part of your question, which is thanks for noting the greening efforts. We have indeed made a lot of effort, and we have a part of the restructuring to focus on greening the workplace, walking the talk. We have a new internal policy on being green, both with the office space efficiencies, the events that we convene, the materials that we use, and all of these things. And appreciate your request to keep expanding on this to the operations. In other words, the work out there, not just in the workspace. And we actually had a retreat with GEF agencies, GEF partner agencies a few weeks ago, and we started that dialogue. We said, can we compare notes and think about things that we are doing already and maybe things that we can do more to expand the sustainability and greening practices to that next level. And we would be pleased, I just checked with our CEO, we would be pleased to submit a paper either at the next or the following council meeting to help to show what we're doing and for guidance and feedback. And you just asked one last question, I think, about how are we doing within the GEF 8 budget envelope overall? And if I got it right, and on the country engagement strategy. Okay, sorry, I thought it was about the administrative budget. So yeah, that came up a little bit in Paris, with the IEO, a presentation, and Claude also provided some responses. We have actually been picking up on the country engagement strategy implementation. We submitted to council an information note on the implementation as of last November. But since then, we have been expanding, especially on the financial support for operational focal points. We have made the agreements with several regional partners, and we have launched that program. We had 3 meetings in Africa. We just had one in the Cook Islands. And I think last week we were in Bogota, Colombia. Yes, with the team. It's going very well. I was in the Cook Islands myself to help launch it out there. And I think on all sides, on the Secretariat side, and I think the folks out there, it was very much appreciated. We have the next set of expanded constituency workshops moving ahead. We had several of those already this year. I think Fred mentioned them already. Those are opportunities to make sure the partnership is totally familiar with the programming and policy agenda, and depending on where we are in the replenishment cycle, also to advance key priorities. So we have the chance to talk about policy coherence, to talk about the issues facing OFPs and country ownership, and link it to the other ones. And the Gustavo program is, I think we also spoke about that a bit in the replenishment in Paris, but just to say, there are now, Claude would know the exact number, but there are now many, many fellows, young scientists who are being supported by this. We're networking on this, and we're trying to leverage it into even greater results, and it's the next generation of scientists. So we will provide an update on the country engagement strategy at the next, we provide an annual report, but it's going strong. I think that's just in short. It's good to see all the good work that we're doing. I don't know if Jane, would you like to come up? Let me invite the trustee.
Thank you. I just wanted to, for the trustee, increase in trustee budget is mainly driven by the replenishment. As you know, we are in the process of GEF 9 replenishment. We just had the first meeting in Paris. The FY25 budget included only one meeting, which was the May meeting. Initially, it was planned to be in DC. So we budgeted for an amount of $60,000, but it was in Paris. So there was that slight uptick to 90,000. And then we have 3 remaining meetings. We have one in October in Botswana, and then we have the other 2 meetings, one in January and one in March 2026. Those ones that we are still deciding whether they will be virtual or in person. So initially they were budgeted to be in person. That's why we have that increase in the budget. Thank you.
So let me keep going. I think the next interventions were from the CSO network, appreciating the document. Thank you for that, including its commitment to engagement with civil society, including youth, women, indigenous people, and local communities. Yes, as was also explained or discussed in the earlier session, this is very fundamental to our work, and it's embedded in the documents that we've been preparing for the GEF 9 replenishment, as well as in the business plan in the budget document. And also to express a thanks for the comments, just to say on the civil society engagement, there is a small budget line for civil society engagement, which is focused on certain things supporting the network, the civil society network and civil society for things like the website, registration, attendance at meetings, but it's only one piece of a much larger mosaic and composition of efforts to support and engage and partner with civil society. And thank you for the comments on the small grants program. We really appreciate it. We've taken good notes. Our folks who lead the small grants program from the Secretariat are here. This is a flagship program of the GEF. I think it's been well recognized in the partnership for the amazing results and the engagement directly with communities that it provides. So thank you very much for those. And appreciate that your commitment to continue to work together with stakeholders. Stefan, thank you very much also for the approval and support for the document, and that your special appreciation for the increased investments in communications, visibility, and data analytics. We have a new small team that works directly with the CEO on data and analytics to help make sure that we're evidence-based and we can be stronger, coming to conclusions based on information and analysis. And thank you for welcoming the work to control the fixed costs. Yes, we've had good success at that, and we will keep at it. We will. On the total number of positions, yes, of course, we can provide additional information. I can tell you now, we have had through GEF 6 and GEF 7, approximately 68 positions, staff positions under the GEF Trust Fund. We only had one increase over those years. We are now at around 85. This is thanks to the approval that Council made in the past two budget documents to enhance the Secretariat staff commensurate with the higher ambition of GEF 8 and the fact that we were extremely stretched for the reasons we discussed in the last 2 sessions of the Council. And we also have, and we very gratefully have, several externally funded staff, secondments and the like in the donor funded program, also sponsored by the World Bank, that help us. But we will be glad to provide additional information each year if that's helpful. I think that's it for now. So Noemi, back to you.
Thank you very much, Peter. So now back to the list of speakers. I have Gisela, followed by Ben. Gisela, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. We would like to thank Peter for the presentation and welcome the document as a coherent and strategically aligned proposal that enables the continued delivery of GEF 8 programming while laying the groundwork of the upcoming replenishment cycle. We particularly appreciate the integration of priorities derived from OPS 8 and the emphasis on result-based programming, innovation, and institutional learning. The strategic focus on strengthening the operationalization of the family of fund and aligning country-level efforts through CES is timely and forward-looking. Like others, the proposed budget remains with reasonable bounds, and we strongly appreciate the rigorous management of the budget resources, and we thank the Secretariat for its commitment in this regard. We, however, encourage the Secretariat to continue identifying areas for cost containment. We commend the Secretariat's ongoing efforts to improve operational efficiency, including the use of digital tools, and suggest that this innovation be leveraged further to contain cost and streamline delivery. We also encourage greater transparency and granularity in budget reporting, particularly in relation to cross-cutting initiatives such as gender equality, knowledge management, and stakeholder engagement. In conclusion, we strongly support the approval of the financial year 26 budget and continue evolution of the business plan as a core tool for strategic alignment, accountability, and impact delivery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gisela. And just a quick reminder that we are over lunchtime. So we'll just invite council members to keep a brief intervention so we can break promptly for that. With that said, I'll now give the floor to Ben, followed by Laura. So Ben, floor is yours.
Thanks, Naomi, and I totally note your point about lunch. And thanks for presentation by Peter and the budgets from the trustee and staff. But we do need to welcome the completion of the GEF 8 Secretariat's internal restructuring and filling the staffing gaps to deliver GEF 8. It's good to see that it's always delivering efficiency savings and value for money. We welcome the savings, as I've mentioned, resolution of the cost issues from the World Bank, cost recovery issues from the World Bank, and thanks particularly to the CEO for his leadership on this issue. I think that the savings are 650,000, but of course handling savings, but it'd be which is significant, and you just check if that's the right number to use. We note that GEF has a lot on its plate this year with replenishment, completion of a GEF 8 funding cycle, and supporting engagement in the MAA meetings. How are you managing that process? I hope that's okay for you. We also recognize, given there's the pressures on the Secretariat elsewhere, how is the progress on the GEF GCF complementary and coherence agenda, and is that suffering in any way? And finally, just to say that we support the business plan and budget. Thank you.
Many thanks, Ben. I'll now give the floor to Laura, followed by IPAC. Laura, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Noemi, and thank you, Peter, for the presentation. Good afternoon, colleagues. And let me also congratulate Richard for your new position as a co-chair this year. Like others, we also commend the GEF Secretariat for staying within the GEF 8 administrative budget envelope and achieving cost savings. We also welcome the positive decision on lease that was already made earlier, as it also had major implications for the budget for financial year 26. We can also support what Germany said about the GEF as a very cost-efficient organization. We however, hope that sufficient staff resources will be secured for priorities that were raised, for instance, by the Ops 8, like private sector engagement. We also encourage to plan and agree on the dates for the council meetings well ahead so that the World Bank President Auditorium may be used instead of other more expensive venues. Leading by example is important, so we were happy to read about GEF's efforts on greening the workplace, so these were very welcome. And like France, we also welcome all efforts to raise the visibility of the GEF. As donors, it is important that the bigger audience also knows what the GEF is, what it does, and what kind of results are achieved with our taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. I'll now give the floor to IPAC, Reyes, followed by Abby. Reyes, floor is yours.
Thank you, Peter, for the presentation. The Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group would like to welcome the GEF business plan. We especially like to welcome one of the new positions created by the GEF Secretariat and the appointment of an Indigenous woman, Ms. Tanya Eulalia, to serve as Indigenous Peoples Operations Analyst. Ms. Eulalia belongs to the Ayuk Mixi, Indigenous Peoples of Sierra Norte in the Eastern Highlands of Oaxaca, Mexico. Indigenous women being effective carriers of traditional knowledge, the newly created position aligns with and will bring critical perspectives to strengthen the effectiveness and cultural integrity of environmental actions. It also reflects the GEF's commitments to the principles of equity, rights-based approach to conservation, and culture-based nature solutions long championed by indigenous peoples. We would like to ask that sufficient resources are secured within the budget for at least one in-person IPAG meeting, as well as for other activities such as capacity building and knowledge exchange in global learning platforms and UN conventions on biodiversity and climate, in order to share and amplify the scaling up of best practices of GEF-funded projects that have been successfully being implemented by indigenous peoples. IPAG looks forward to stronger collaboration between indigenous peoples and GEF agencies as we draw nearer to the 30 by 30 goal of the biodiversity framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reyes. I'll now give the floor to Abby, followed by Mauricio. Abby, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. So we are pleased with the budget request. I don't want to repeat others, but we're particularly pleased that you have resolved your issues with the bank in terms of cost recovery and also the office space. It's music to our ears that you are working cooperatively together. I'd like to say, I hope that you can bring this forward into GEF 9. In this budget, we're still applying some GEF 7 underruns to supplement under budgeting for the IBRD cost recovery fee. We hope that we do not need to do anything like this in the future. And I just want to call right now on both the Secretariat and the IBRD in its administrative function to make sure that you speak with each other at this stage in the replenishment so that the GEF and the council understand what the administrative burden will be on IBRD, and it can be factored into the replenishment rather than something that gets applied ex post, which caused a lot of, I think, confusion for all of us. In terms of the budget itself, we're pleased to see that the staff expansion has concluded and there's a concerted effort to reduce reliance on consultants. We're also happy to move back to the practice of having the council meeting and the assembly at the same time. We do think events are important, but every event obviously can pull away from programming. So we want to be as efficient as possible, and also just to get people take advantage of events to integrate thinking about programming with the council decision making. I want to close with something somewhat new, though, which is to say that as we were reviewing the budget for this year, we started to think about the need to have a conversation about the role of the staff in GEF 9. We do appreciate its work, but we think that given the amount of effort that's been put into reassessing a lot of other aspects of GEF operations, it might be useful during GEF 9 to do a review of what the staff provides to the GEF and its work products and make sure that we're using them as efficiently as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abby. I'll now give the floor to Mauricio, followed by Andrea. Mauricio, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. I'm going to speak in Spanish. La circunscripción del Cono Sur de América Latina acordó apoyar la recomendación de decisión del Consejo en todos sus extremos y comentar de manera especial la importancia de las partidas presupuestales para apoyar a los puntos focales operativos. Resulta estratégico fortalecer el rol de los puntos focales operativos en su calidad de representantes legítimos ante el GEF y responsables de asegurar la coherencia de las iniciativas financiadas con las prioridades nacionales de desarrollo sostenible, biodiversidad, cambio climático, degradación de tierras, entre otras. La participación de los puntos focales operativos debe ser central en la identificación de prioridades nacionales, la selección de agencias implementadoras, el acompañamiento en el diseño de los proyectos, la definición de enfoques integrados o plataformas de país, el acompañamiento en la implementación de los proyectos, la coordinación interinstitucional, el monitoreo y seguimiento, la evaluación de resultados y la rendición de cuentas, en línea con los principios de transparencia, de eficacia y apropiación nacional. De hecho, esa es la función que los puntos focales realizamos el día de hoy, pero sin apoyo suficiente. Y en realidad es crucial porque nosotros vemos el día a día de la implementación del ciclo de los proyectos. Podemos entonces alertar de posibles problemas y buscar soluciones. Por ello, agradecemos los avances que se vienen realizando en la implementación para fortalecer a los puntos focales operativos durante este año, pero necesitamos que esto sea continuo y apoyaremos totalmente la propuesta de que la 9ª reposición traiga consigo un apoyo y un fortalecimiento aún más real y efectivo de los puntos focales operativos. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Mauricio. I'll now give the floor to Andrea, followed by Anil. Andrea, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the business plan and corporate budget. We welcome the resolution of the cost recovery with the GEF Secretariat and the World Bank. We note and support that the budgeting to support the GBFF is presented separately to the GBFF Council. We are concerned that there isn't increased resources being dedicated to private sector engagement when other areas are being increased, and that this was a key issue in the replenishment meetings. On travel costs, while we note that the travel costs for financial year are predicted at around 1.97 million, that's around 90% of that approved, we would welcome consideration of tracking CO2 emissions for all GEF travel with the view to setting a future CO2 emissions budget. And this would be in keeping with the greening efforts already underway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I'll now give the floor to Anil. Anil, floor is yours. Okay, you're good to go. When it's red,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. And we appreciate the detailing efforts and the efforts in the budget for better management of funds and attempts to improve your efficiency in managing the same. I support Abigail's advice on the IBRD, Jeff, so I'm not getting into the details of it. But I have one suggestion for the 2 replenishment meetings which you're talking in next year. I think it will be a little bit more cost efficient while we are in that same subject, that to have it virtual, which I'm sure all members will agree here, and rather utilize that funds for programming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anil. And that will conclude our list of speakers as far as I can see here in the Preston and online. So back to you, Peter.
Thanks very much, Noemi, and thanks to everyone again who came in. We really appreciate it for the excellent and important comments. I think starting with Gisela in Italy, thank you for the support for the document and the elements that you mentioned that are of priority for Italy on results-based work, on learning, on the country engagement strategy, and some others. We took good notes, so we appreciate your mentioning those. And for the highlighting of the efforts for efficiency and requesting that we continue and do even more, whatever we can, we will, including using digital tools, virtual meetings, all the silver lining from the terrible pandemic that we just went through, which create new opportunities. And also your request for more transparency and granularity on certain elements. Yes, of course, we'll be glad to do that as we go forward. Glad to talk also offline, but we can present additional information on topics that would be most useful. And thanks for the support. Ben from the UK, yes, we're glad, and thanks for the savings that we finished the restructuring, which was very helpful to us. and the resolution of the World Bank issues with the leadership of Carlos Manuel. On the savings, the number of $650,000 is an approximately correct number for the element of the savings relating to the budgeting support line. So that was when we changed the system. Instead of relying on tailored support from the World Bank for BPS, especially budgeting, we're now doing it independently, going back to where we were, and the savings are, as you described. There were other savings as well that we presented in the analysis last year to Council on different budget lines, where we worked through how these things fit the GEF governance and business model and business needs. So that's how we came to the up to 11% figure. So, but the savings on the budget line is one very good example, one very good illustration of savings that we made in the process of finding the resolution on that dialogue. So yes, it's a good number relating specifically to that element of World Bank administrative support, which, if I can say again, we greatly appreciate. I think you asked a question about how we're managing how we will manage all the upcoming conferences of the parties. You know, Chiz is here, and we have a new team in the GEF Secretariat as part of the internal restructuring on conventions and funds. The additional staff that we have is very instrumental in enabling us to cover all of those. It's stretch work, it's heavy work, but the teams, you know, we have to prepare, we need to prepare reports for the COPs. We need to be observers in the, if there are negotiations going on, or the guidance that's given to the GEF, to be able to implement that as effectively as we can. And we have also the work to present the relations with the conventions to Council, and I think that's coming up. So Chiz can get into that more, but just to say, yes, it's a heck of a lot of work, but it's very core to what we do, and we, with the benefit of the restructuring, it helps a lot. And also on the complementary with the GCF, I just wanted to say there is an information document on the long-term vision. It's posted on our website. And again, on that topic, I think Chiz will be here to help cover that and provide additional information. Yes, complementary is very crucial, both in terms of cross-cutting complementarity, but also at the level of programming and the other work that we're doing together. Laura, again, thanks for the congratulations on the resolution of the issues with the World Bank, and also for expressing your hope that we have sufficient staff resources. The approvals of the last 2 years by GEF Council enable us, you know, were designed to get us there, and so it's working. We did put a freeze on the hiring right now, and we're going to keep that freeze, as mentioned, pending the replenishment and those considerations. So we will probably be quite stretched in the meantime. We'll manage, but we'll keep a close eye on that to make sure we have the resources. And thank you. I really appreciate that. And also, we're all very glad we're back here at Preston. It requires advance notice, and Noemi's on top of it. It does produce some savings compared to going to a hotel or something like that. And it's just nice to be here. And also thank you for appreciating the visibility agenda. Yes, it's a high priority, as the CEO himself has mentioned. From IPAG, the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group, welcoming the business plan. Thank you very much. Has a lot of emphasis based on our priorities on the close work and partnership with Indigenous peoples. And thank you also very much for appreciating that we were able to hire, that we've hired an Indigenous woman on our staff. We are so glad to have her as well, for all the reasons that you mentioned so well. It strengthens our engagement, it strengthens our knowledge, it's crucial to our work. It's a wonderful thing, and it's part of what our restructuring and the additional capacity that the council has approved in the past 2 years has enabled us to do. And thanks for your suggestion for a one in-person per year IPAG meeting each year. I'll take that back with the team to see if we can find the best way to make that happen. Thank you for that. Abby from the United States, thank you for the supportive intervention. We're pleased with the request, pleased with the resolution of the issues with the World Bank. It's music to our ears too, that we are working cooperatively. That was a difficult discussion on cost recovery and on the office space, and we reported it fairly direct, and we reported it frankly to Council. And it went to the CEO level at a very high level. But indeed, working it through, we worked it out. And it shouldn't overshadow that we really appreciate the administrative support that we get from the World Bank and the cooperative relationship and being able to use the Preston Auditorium and all the good things. And we're staff of the World Bank. We follow the administrative rules. So all those things are favorable, and we work through those, family dialogue issues. And thanks also for saying that we shouldn't have to try and rely on underruns from an earlier replenishment again as we go into GEF 9. We just had a high-level meeting with folks at the World Bank to make sure we're all communicating in case there are any issues or new things that might come up, because that's kind of what happened the last time around. And so we want all of us to have full advance warning, and we would let you know. And in fact, because we now go into GEF 9 with a slightly higher cost rate for administrative support than we had before, that itself will have to be factored into the GEF 9 discussion. So we certainly agree, and we'll be very attentive on that. And yes, it's good news, the completion of the restructuring. Yes, we want to combine meetings where possible for efficiencies. I think you mentioned that, Abby, as well. And so the plan would be to combine council and the assembly, and we are reducing the consultant costs. And then you mentioned an interest in having a conversation about the role of STAP in GEF 9. And I think Rosina is also once again ready to come here to say a couple of words about, I'll let her, she's the one that can answer that.
And I promise no PowerPoint right now. So the good news is we too, Abby, want to make sure that our products are useful and timely. And the Independent Evaluation Office is conducting a review of STAP right now. They have talked to most of the council members, I hope, and they will present that in December. So as you know, we have tried to do some trainings on things like theory of change and risk appetite, that are part now of the ethos of the GEF, but it's important to know if these are useful. The other thing is that STAP has reinstituted an old practice we used to have, which was try to get together with council and agencies over lunch at these in-person meetings. And that will happen again this Thursday. So we seek your input. And on Wednesday, when I speak and do show a PowerPoint, I will also show you some of our intended future work, which again, we welcome your comments on. Thanks.
Thanks, Rosina. I think just a couple of more interventions. Mauricio, thank you so much, especially for appreciating the program under the country engagement strategy on financial support for operational focal points. As I mentioned before, we've ramped it up. It's a wonderful program. It's to empower operational focal points, which is so crucial to the achievement of the objectives of the partnership, to country ownership, especially in this case with a focus on the downstream project oversight, so that the OFPs can be fully engaged from the beginning to the end, understand what's going on in the project downstream. There might be issues or problems or expectations not being met, in addition to the financial support, which will allow them to have some budget to carry out project oversight activities, which might include visiting project sites and things like that, or developing website information that's useful to them. So in addition to that, we are found my train of thought again. We are highlighting tools that are available for them, such as the GEF portal, which we've worked hard on progressively over the years. It has many users, not just the GEF Secretariat or the IEO, but also operational and political focal points. And through that, we do training during these workshops to let them see exactly what is the potential for having access to the project implementation reports, the midterm reviews, the terminal evaluations, the lessons learned. They're all in the GEF portal, as well as the project descriptions. So we're trying to create tools. We're putting together a new space on the GEF website, which puts in one place the basic roles and responsibilities of OFPs. So thank you for mentioning that. It's a really important part of the country engagement strategy, and we're going to try to strengthen, as you mentioned. Let's see if we can continue and strengthen it in GEF 9, and so let us see what we can do. I think I didn't get one question of Stefan. I think it was you, Stefan, about the NPIF. Yeah, and so let me get back. I got a little bit of input from the team, which is, it is described in the budget document, but just to get to the next level, that the Secretariat request is only a $17,000 budget request, like the past fiscal year, to make sure that we can service the fund until it finally sunsets, following council decision to extend its lifetime and ensure successful closure of all approved projects. The NPIF, the Nagoya Protocol, it's about access and benefit sharing, of course, which is one of the 3 core objectives of the Biodiversity Convention: conservation, sustainable use, and ABS. NPIF is undergoing the process to be extended with additional efforts to follow up with those projects that are still under implementation and to ensure that these will be completed within updated deadlines. Additional staff efforts are needed for agency outreach and to liaise with the trustee and World Bank colleagues to finalize the extension efforts. So thanks for that question. I hope that helps respond. And I think the last, if I'm right, from New Zealand, Andrea, thank you very much. Welcoming the resolution with the World Bank. You asked the question or posed a question, do we have sufficient resources to support the private sector work? We have been ramping that up as part of the last 2 years in the enhancement of staff. Indeed, we have a private sector specialist, we have a financial specialist, we have teams now that are working as part of the new structure. And so it's very much on our minds. And there's an advisory group that we could also discuss, that's helping us engage even more strongly with the private sector. And I think the last point and the last question for the discussion was about travel and CO2 emissions tracking. Yes, actually, because we're part of the World Bank and our travel is organized through the World Bank systems, they have a tracking system as well. And that's for the GEF staff and for everyone else. So we're doing it. And when we provide what Lauren suggested, the additional information at that upcoming council meeting, we'll be glad to provide additional information and data on that as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, council members, for your very thoughtful questions, comments, and of course, gratitude. And thank you, Peter, for your comprehensive responses, as well as that of Rosina and the World Bank trustee. On that, I think we've exhausted all the questions, and I'd like to invite the council to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GEF/C69/03 for adoption. I take that as agreement, and we'll take that forward as agreed. Thank you. I'll now hand over to Naomi for instructions to run off to lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. All right, now lunchtime. So to keep us on track with time, we will have a 1-hour lunch. So starting back at 2 p.m. with agenda item 4, we have 2 places for lunch. So one is here in our overflow room, so you can use that door over there and go straight to it. The second place is, you saw it in the entrance in the lobby. There is some tables, so you can choose either of the places. Also for council members and alternates of recipient countries that were invited to a lunch, that's going to happen in the East Diner room. That is, as you go ahead out through the globe, you will find some stairs. You go down, and to the left, you will see a room. And if you have any questions, your country support officers will be ready to guide you there. So with that said, enjoy your lunch. See you at 2.
with country-drivenness at the center of the GEF's operating principles. Analysis and reflections on countries' movement of funds across their focal area allocation can demonstrate a review preference of countries' needs, which can help to inform further and future programming. The GEF Secretariat will continue to monitor the use of flexibility throughout the remainder of GEF A cycle. With this, thank you so much. We are happy to take comments or questions.
Thanks, Najim, for your presentation on the performance of full flexibility. With this, I would like to open the floor for questions and comments from council members and alternates. As we normally do it, I will ask Noemi to keep the list of speakers. Over to you, Noemi.
Many thanks, Chair. Floor is now open. And I see the CSO network requesting the floor, followed by Joao. Faisal, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Tumain Charles Marjan, and the co-chair of CSO Network. The GEF CSO Network support the GEF 8 midterm review on performance of full flexibility. Although the review has shown that the relatively small amount of resources, 3% have been transferred between focal areas at this stage, it is likely to increase by the end of GF8. We believe that this flexibility is very important, especially to countries which have relatively small allocations, including SIDs and LDCs. In addition, it has helped enhance the level of resources for land degradation, which has the smallest amount of star allocation, but has a major financing gap to meet UN CCD and Sustainable Development Goals targets. CSO Network noted that while biodiversity represents the largest net flow among all the focal areas, the transfer of resources to other focal areas only accounted for 0.7 of the total biodiversity star allocation. This, of course, can be contributed by the biodiversity focal area that has the largest star allocation. The real markers confirm that focal areas' specific resources provide multiple benefits across all programming areas. This highlights the effectiveness of the integrated approach that has been embedded in the GEF80 programming. GEF CSO Network, we believe that the whole of society approach is also important in fostering multiple benefits across GEF focal areas, which can be also enhance long-term sustainability. We therefore recommend that governments and the international community put more emphasis on the whole of society approach to ensure more women, youth, and indigenous people and local communities are also involved in the policy formulation and implementation of the GEF project and program. The GEF CSO Network also like to take this opportunity to thank the GEF manager and the GEF secretariat, as well as all council members who has, of course, recommended that more support is needed to the GEF CSO network, especially in the theory of change, as well as the website, as well as other structural and organizational arrangements. For these few remarks, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that intervention. I'll now give the floor to Joao, followed by Tsuyoshi. Joao, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Council Secretary. Our constituents would like to thank the Secretariat for providing us with information on the impacts of full flexibility on GEF 8, and also to welcome the opportunity to reflect on the midterm findings regarding the implementation of full flexibility under GEF 8. We regard the full flexibility feature as a meaningful evolution in the STAR allocation system. It has enabled countries to plan and program their resources more strategically, ensuring that GEF investments are closely aligned with national environmental priorities while maintaining the overall integrity and balance across focal areas. This approach, in our view, has been particularly valuable in advancing integrated programming and in supporting more coherent and effective project design. The findings presented today confirm what we have observed on the ground. Full flexibility has strengthened country ownership, reduced transaction costs, and created space for innovation. It has also facilitated more equitable access to resources, especially for SIDS and LDCs, thus contributing to the inclusiveness of the GEF architecture. While its initial impact has been more visible in those contexts involving SIDS and LDCs, we believe full flexibility is a valuable tool for all recipient countries, enabling tailored responses to diverse national needs and capacities in order to strengthen the GEF processes in all countries. In light of these benefits, we believe full flexibility should be preserved as a structural element of GEF 9, and we welcome this provision in the policy directions document. We believe its continuation will enhance the ability of the GEF to respond to the varied circumstances of recipient countries without compromising environmental ambition or the balance of the portfolio. Thank you.
Many thanks, Joao. I'll now give the floor to Tsuyoshi, followed by Catherine. Tsuyoshi-san, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi-san. And also thank you very much for informative explanation. I'd like to make just a quick comment. Given that the elimination of threshold for the countries to obtain full flexibility was implemented firstly in GEF 8, we think that it is very important to verify the achievement and the result at the ongoing GEF 9 negotiations. We think that this report is very important input for ongoing discussion. We recognize from the report that the expansion of flexibility is an effective mechanism, especially for countries with small allocations, including LDCs and SIDS. We expect the GEF to continue to refine the system through periodic reviews, as having such flexibility is an effective use of resources for the GEF. Thank you very much. Back to Chair.
Many thanks to Yoshi-san. Now I'll give the floor to Catherine, followed by Andre. Catherine, floor is yours.
Yes, so Canada welcomes the review. Thank you. We're pleased to note that the full flexibility approach is beneficial overall, and in particular for SIDS and LDCs and those with smaller STAR allocations. We recognize that focal area specific resources can generate multiple benefits across programming areas, and this underscores the importance of adopting an integrated approach to maximize impact. And as last week, contributors gathered in Paris to discuss priorities for GEF 9, there was a lot of discussion around the need for GEF to clearly articulate its unique value proposition in relation to other climate and environment funds. And so in this context, we view the full flexibility of STAR resources as a key strength of this fund, as it enables countries to more effectively deliver on their commitments under the 6 multilateral environmental agreements. And also we understand that there's going to be another assessment of the use of the mechanism at the end of GEF 8. And so in the meantime, we would just welcome any other insights from the Secretariat on the current state of flexibility usage and whether there are any additional strategies that could be implemented to enhance the uptake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Andre, then we will go back to Naing and Sonja for some initial reactions. Andre, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Switzerland would like to thank the Secretariat for preparing this informative review. We note the limited use of full flexibility at this stage. Only 33 countries have programmed 3% of STAR allocations across focal areas. While this is a lower share than in GEF 7, where there was partial flexibility, still comparable to GEF 7, and we would expect the share to increase by end of GEF 8. We also note that SIDS and LDCs, who tend to have smaller STAR allocations, have made the most use of full flexibility. Accordingly, we assume that the larger allocation for all focal areas explain the more limited use of full flexibility. Or do you, as Secretariat, have another explanation for the reduced use of flexibility? Finally, we also note that the biodiversity focal area has been the most important source for STAR resources under full flexibility. And while the climate focal area has benefited the most in absolute terms, the land degradation focal area has received the greatest attention, with the largest number of countries allocating their flexible STAR resources to it. We therefore recognize that countries seem to favor the program a higher share for the land degradation focal area, and will take this into account during the GEF 9 replenishment negotiations and the notional focal area allocations in that context. We are pleased to see that countries have already utilized over 64% of their STAR focal area allocations. And we are also pleased to note that the targets for focal area financing, as measured by the Rio markers, have been exceeded. We assume that the integrated programming in GEF 8 has been the main driver of this positive development, or again, a question, do you have any other explanation for that? And in our view, a study on the application of Rio markers could reveal interesting insights for reporting on impact in general and could be considered in a future work program of the IEO. Finally, we welcome the decision and are ready to adopt it. Thank you.
Many thanks, Andre. So now we'll give Naing and Sonja some minutes to respond, and then we will go back to the list of speakers. So Naing, back to you.
Thank you so much, Naomi, and thank you, council members, for your words of support. We do take good notes on your great suggestions and guidelines. I would like to start with the question from Switzerland on why the use of flexibility is low at the midpoint of GEF 8. Well, this is actually in line with our expectation, as we have seen in the previous cycle, and also the IEO's previous evaluation points out, flexibility usage typically increase toward the end of the GEF cycle when the resources are getting scarce. With the GEF 8 full flexibility, yes, it's pretty interesting to notice countries seems to still follow the same behavior, that is to exhaust resources from one pot first and then move to the next. Well, in addition, the total pot of money in GEF 8 is much bigger than before for most countries, which give them less incentive or immediate pressure to shift funds at the early half of the cycle when the resources are abundant. Well, this is supported by our observation in the paper that most flexibility were used by countries with smaller allocations. And of course, how to shift funds is country's choice and highly related to the adoption of work programs. The GEF Secretariat will keep monitoring the movement and report back to council. Related to the question, like results generated in real marker areas or how to track the result properly. Well, we still think the real markers is a credible tool for this purpose. Real markers are indeed a tagging system to track financial flows, but it indicates how much GEF projects contribute to a bigger real convention objectives. For example, in this paper, we point out 81% of GFA program resources contribute to biodiversity as either a principal or significant objective. Only 44% of GFA total program resources came directly from the biodiversity focal area part. In terms of the result measured by core indicators, we are on track to meet all result targets, and several core indicators already overshoot their targets. Well, in addition, in this paper, the IP section also illustrates that in IPs where all resources are used freely, IPs have achieved large-scale results proportionally higher than their resource share. One of the area, well, potentially we can further explore is to track the finding triggered by real marker and link to their core indicator results. This way we can attribute achieved results to the actual financial outflow towards real marker objectives. Well, in terms of one question related to where to continue monitoring the use of flexibility, yes, we do plan to have a more comprehensive analysis towards the end of GEF 8, where the trend is more pronounced, and this analysis can inform the discussion during GEF 9 replenishment on full flexibility. That was it from my side.
All right, many thanks, Naing, for those initial reactions. So I will now go back to the list of speakers, starting with Lauren, followed by Andrea. Lauren, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Our constituency welcomes the review. It is encouraging to see that the report finds a positive correlation between the flexibility allowance and the average size of full-size projects. We also note that full flexibility does not substantively impact the respective focal area funding targets, and that all focal areas still receive adequate support. As mentioned by others, we also note the finding that LDCs and SIDS as a group has had the greatest usage and demand for flexibility. The finding that full flexibility can also reduce fragmentation by allowing pooling of resources and larger projects at country level, especially in countries with smaller allocations, is very positive. The importance of flexibility for more integration across focal areas is a welcome finding. All in all, in our view, this report illustrates that the introduction of full flexibility has worked well, and we would like to see full flexibility taken forward also in future replenishment periods as already proposed for GEF 9. Finally, we have a question. We wonder whether the fact that the biodiversity focal area is the area that has contributed the most but benefited the least from full flexibility, is it due to the creation of the GBFF? Do you see any correlation there? Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Lauren. I will give the floor to Andrea, followed by Nicholas. Andrea, floor is yours.
Thank you. We welcome this report and we thank the Secretariat for providing it. Like others, we acknowledge the full flexibility feature has been instrumental for SIDS and LDCs, as well as for countries with smaller STAR allocations. We acknowledge this feature has significantly encouraged greater cross-focal area use of allocations in these country groups. It indicates the existing and increasing demand of countries with comparatively smaller allocations for larger projects that will be enabled by the pooling of resources. And we note this results in a country portfolio landscape that is less fragmented, and we welcome this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Now we will continue with Nicholas, followed by Gisela. Nicholas, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. I don't want to repeat so much. I think broadly, Germany's in agreement with what has been said so far. We're quite happy with this review and we thank the Secretariat for it. It shows that full flexibility has a use, and I think originally we had some reservations on that, and we're very happy to concede that we've been proven wrong. And yes, but we also do see that it's not always taken up as much as it could be. So we encourage all recipient countries to make full use of full flexibility to program all of their STAR resources until the end of GEF 8. And seeing that, I think we should have full flexibility play an important role in GEF 9. and we appreciate that the Secretariat will publish an updated review. We would be very happy if in that review there could be more disaggregated data by country groups and inflows and outflows by focal area. Thank you.
Many thanks, Nicholas. We will continue with Gisela, followed by Mauricio. Gisela, floor is yours.
Thanks, Noemi. Like others, we welcome the midterm review on the implementation of full flexibility under GEF 8 and appreciate the Secretariat effort to provide a comprehensive and data-driven assessment of its performance to date. We note that although the actual use of flexibility has been limited, the principle of full flexibility has enabled greater integration and allowed countries, particular LDC, SEEDs, and those with smaller allocation, to address complex multifocal challenges more effectively. We appreciate that flexibility has not disrupted the portfolio balance among focal areas, and likewise, the financing target remain on track, and the Rio market analysis demonstrates that biodiversity, climate, and land degradation objectives have been well integrated and into GEF 8 programming. We particularly value the contribution of integrated programs, which have used flexible resources to generate cross-cutting global environmental benefits. The ability to reallocate across focal areas appears instrumental in reducing fragmentation and enhancing programmatic coherence. As the cycle progresses, like others, we encourage continued monitoring and more granular analysis to better understand the drivers behind flexibility use or non-use, including potential barriers that countries may face in exercise this option. Looking ahead to GEF 9, this analysis could serve as a useful evidence base for further refining star allocation modalities. We see value in preserving the flexibility principle while ensuring continued alignment with the GEF strategic direction and country needs. Thank you.
Many thanks, Gisela. I'll now give the floor to Mauricio and then bring back to Nayin. Mauricio, tienes la palabra.
Thank you, Noemi. I'm going to speak in Spanish again. La circunscripción del Cono Sur de América Latina apoya la recomendación de decisión del Consejo y quiere resaltar que, como ya lo hemos escuchado con los demás países, reconocemos que la política de full flexibilidad ha sido útil para nuestros países y constituye una buena práctica, ya que permite una mayor coherencia y sinergia entre las áreas focales. En ese sentido, queremos que se mantenga la full flexibilidad porque desde nuestra experiencia permite a los países abordar sus prioridades nacionales de acuerdo a sus propias circunstancias, favoreciendo la programación estratégica sin generar desequilibrios significativos entre las áreas focales y con enfoques integrados, promoviendo la sinergia entre las convenciones de Río. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Mauricio. Now let's give some minutes to Nayin to respond. Then we will go back to the list of speakers. Nayin, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I think for this round, we only received one new question that is related to the reason why biodiversity is the net contributors to all other, well, to both other star focal area. Is it related to the establishment of GBFF? We don't think that is the case because through this analysis, you will see the size of the project, well, size of the star allocation and size of the plot matters a lot. Given biodiversity is the biggest star allocation, well, star focal area, it is, well, pretty intuitive for countries to get money from biodiversity focal area. And actually, the landscape is keep evolving as we have more work program got adopted. For example, land degradation at the midterm, as shown in this report, the inflow is almost neutral, even though it's the most active destination. Many more countries choose to put money into land degradation than any other focal area. However, after we incorporating the latest two work program, land degradation become the biggest net receiver. So right now it's too early to tell, but we will keep monitoring the use of flexibility towards the end of GEF cycle.
Thank you very much, Nayin. Now back to the list of speakers. We will start with Regina, followed by Samantha. Regina, floor is yours.
Gracias, Nami. Thank you very much. On behalf of the constituency, we would like to, first of all, acknowledge the GEF Secretariat's efforts in preparing the midterm review on full flexibility, providing valuable insights that will help shape the ongoing implementation of GEF 8. We strongly encourage the continued use of flexibility to foster multifocal projects, particularly in regions that face complex environmental challenges. The ability to reallocate resources across focal areas has proven instrumental in addressing diverse environmental needs efficiently. We support the continued monitoring of flexibility use to better understand its long-term effects and to identify opportunities for improving implementation and uptake of GEF 9. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Regina. I'll now give the floor to Samantha, representing the Caribbean constituency, followed by Victoria. Samantha, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. Good afternoon, everyone. The Caribbean constituency joins the others in welcoming the report on full flexibility and takes note of the successive increase in the number of countries that are utilizing the flexibility option. We are pleased to note that the full flexibility feature has encouraged greater cross-focal use of allocations in SIDS and LDCs, which stand out as the country group with the greatest usage and demand for flexibility, accounting for nearly half, which is 45% of the full amount in usage. This feature remains useful to us SIDS and other countries with smaller allocations, whose demand for larger projects will be enabled by pooling of resources across focal areas. Accordingly, we reiterate the need to maintain the full flexibility option in successive replenishment cycles.
Many thanks, Samantha. I'll now give the floor to Victoria, followed by Filippo. Victoria, floor is yours.
Thank you. Our constituency joins others in thanking the GEF Secretariat for this useful midterm review. We also positively note that the full flexibility has been particularly used by LDCs, SIDS, and countries with smaller star envelopes. And as Germany and others, we would also be interested in more granularity in the data. So for us, it would be very interesting to learn about results by region, to learn which regions use full flexibility more than others. Thank you.
Many thanks, Victoria. Now I'll give the floor to Filippo, followed by Rosanna. Ambassador, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. My constituency shares the appreciation for the useful midterm review. And I'd like to focus on a specific country in our constituency's feedback. And this from the Philippines. We appreciate the performance review of the full flexibility of the star allocation at the GEF 8 midterm. While the result showed a very limited impact of the overall GEF portfolio, we still consider this as a notable innovation of the GEF to encourage countries in looking at their critical priorities where GEF funding should be directed upon. During the GEF 8 portfolio development, the countries were given the opportunity to program the star in such a way it considered its major environmental concerns. We suggest the continuous adoption of this policy in future programming to avoid coming up with fragmented results as against the indicators of the global environmental benefits per cycle. Contribution of IPs to core indicators, particularly in the GHG emissions, and biodiversity is strongly aligned with our Reach to Reef to NBS initiatives. We commend the ability of IPs to attract co-financing through matching incentives. Philippines recommends extending this model with built-in capacity building components for project formulation and MRV systems. Thank you.
Many thanks, Filippo. I'll now give the floor to Rosanna, followed by Anders. Rosanna, floor is yours.
Thank you very much to the Secretariat for the midterm review. The flexibility of resource use is a crucial aspect as we navigate the complex and pressing environmental challenges of our time. This flexibility becomes not just beneficial, but essential. The principle of adaptive management allows countries to adjust strategies and resource allocations in response to evolving circumstances and new insights. It ensures that projects remain relevant and impactful, addressing the specific needs of communities and ecosystems. Moreover, a cross-sectoral approach enabling to tackle interconnected issues in a holistic manner. By allowing resources to be used across sectors, we can foster more comprehensive solutions that drive sustainable development. Country ownership is another pillar of flexibility, as country can determine the base to utilize GEF resources according to its unique context and priorities. This empowerment is vital for ensuring that our initiatives are grounded in local realities and perspectives. It's important to embrace this flexibility, leveraging it to foster innovation, collaboration, and sustainable outcomes, also for future programs. Thank you.
Many thanks. And I will give the floor to Anders, followed by Aliona. Anders, floor is yours.
Thank you. I can be brief. We very much welcome the report, very useful. Like many, we also want to see full flexibility reflected in GEF 9. Brazil point very eloquently out the reasons as for why, so we have nothing really to add to that. And maybe just ahead of GEF 9 as a pointer to say that to us it's important that we continue to focus on the key environmental targets of the fund in terms of full flexibility and the programming. Thanks.
Many thanks. Now back to now I'll give the floor to Aliona, who seems to be our last speaker. Aliona, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'll be really short. Congratulations on the report. Indeed, the flexibility is a key word for today, as we mentioned. But in the same time, I would like to say that this flexibility needs to be strengthened for the project that have a lower successful rate, because sometimes the potential beneficial countries might encumber some problems with the implementing agencies. And that's why, having this in mind, I think that reallocation of the resources in due time, that is really important to mention for the GEF 9, because we don't have time to lose just for the implementation of the project. We need to have a successful implementation, and that would increase the rate of implementation of the project. Thanks.
Many thanks, Aliona. And that concludes the list of speakers, as far as I can see, both online and here in the Preston. So back to you, Najing, to respond to these final comments.
Yeah, I would like to give the floor to Sandhya for the final words.
Thank you, Naing. Good afternoon, colleagues. And so there were no actual questions in that third round, just some acknowledgements. One is both Victoria and Nicolas made very useful suggestions on what some more granularity of analysis in forthcoming reports. Well noted. We will be working on that, and we will bring that to future councils. And just to acknowledge the voices of the many recipient countries we heard in this session: Maurizio, Regina, Zhao, Samanthia, Filippo, Rosanna, and Aliona. Very welcome reflections on this feature of GEF that recipient countries heavily utilize. And we do appreciate all of the support for the full flexibility feature. We have tabled this already in the GEF 9 replenishment as one of the features of STAR that we will take forward into GEF 9. And as we come to successive replenishment meetings with further STAR analyses, we will be incorporating full flexibility suggestions into that as well, as has been strongly supported by the discussions of this paper. So with that, I thank you very much, and I hand you back to the co-chair.
Thanks, Sonja. Thanks, Najin, and thanks everyone for your comments, opinions, and questions. We don't have anyone else asking for the floor, so I would like to invite Council to adopt the draft decision, including document GEF/C69/04. I don't see any objections from the floor, so this agenda item is approved by the Council. Thank you so much. Now let's move over to agenda item number 5, GEF visibility policy. I would like to pass it over to my co-chair, who will be chairing this agenda item. Thanks. Richard.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. I would like to invite Mr. Robert Bissett from the GEF Secretariat to present document GEF/C69/information 08, the progress report on the implementation of the GEF policy on communication and visibility. Over to you, Robert, when you get sorted out.
The one in the right.
There we go. Sorry about that. Covered in microphones. Okay, 1 second. Thank you, Co-Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. In June 2023, the GEF Council adopted a new policy on communication and visibility to raise awareness about the institution's leadership in financing environmental action in developing countries, to ensure strong, clear, and consistent communication across the GEF partnership. The policy outlines a set of guiding principles and requirements. Sorry, I'm having an IT problem here. And requirements for how and when all recipients of GEF funding must describe the organization's role and contribution to project and program outcomes. Over the last 2 years, policy implementation has improved communications in many areas, including logo use, branding, media relations, editorial content, and digital communications. However, there's still room to strengthen consistent application across the partnership. Progress report to Council covers 4 main areas: actions taken to disseminate the policy, application in areas of progress, guidelines to support compliance, and looking ahead to GEF 9. The GEF Secretariat has been promoting the policy to ensure widespread understanding and implementation across the partnership. This includes sharing the policy via the GEF website, an online communications toolkit, distributing the policy to members of a new informal project communicators network, a growing community of communication specialists working at the country level, presenting the policy at expanded consistency workshops, OFP training seminars, and other GEF-led events, and working with GEF agencies to distribute the policy internally and externally. All GEF agencies have distributed the policy within their own organizations. However, feedback indicates that this would benefit from even more coordination with the Secretariat. Collaboration across the GEF partnership is critical to implementing the policy and raising the profile of the organization and its activities. GEF agencies play a vital role in this regard. Sorry, I've got 10 here if anybody wants one. I'm pleased to note that all agencies have designated a global communication focal point as requested by the policy. Some agencies have created dedicated positions, while in other cases, focal points are not communication staff or perform multiple functions. With the growing emphasis on investing in communications across the partnership, this role will become increasingly important in GEF 9. To foster greater cooperation and understanding of the policy, the GEF communications team has set up messaging groups, informal briefings, and an annual communication retreat. At the most recent retreat in Vienna last month, hosted by UNIDO, and my thanks, big shout out to my UNIDO colleagues for your warm welcome and support, participants agreed to continue collaborating on the dissemination, implementation, reporting, and new guidelines for the policy. Since the adoption of the policy, progress has been made in several key areas. Logo use and branding have improved with widespread application of the GEF visual identity in events, websites, publications, and other outreach materials. In cases when non-alignment of the policy has been identified, the GEF communications team has contacted the relevant agency or partner to provide guidance and request corrections. Media relations has become more coordinated, leading to increasing coverage, particularly at the national level. And in fact, we've been hard at work, my colleagues and I this week, as we're working closely with all relevant GEF agencies to produce country-level press releases, the stories on the projects approved in the 3 work programs across the Trust Fund, LDC, CF, and GBFF. Editorial content has expanded with increased output around major events, including COPs and council meetings. We're currently promoting this meeting with press releases, stories, videos, and social media. You may have seen the social media wall outside in the coffee area where we're collating posts under the GEF hashtag GEF Council 69. I also want to take a moment just to thank many of you around the table and online for your active support for the policy and your personal involvement over the last 2 to 3 years, and particularly since the policy has been implemented, with your involvement with videos, interviews, social media, and other outreach activities. Also to note that there are some very important strategic communication opportunities of upcoming meetings like the UN Ocean Summit. I think this was flagged earlier today by Fred in Nice next week. And the GEF will have a team there working very actively with many partners in this room and elsewhere to promote the work the GEF does on oceans and international waters. Since the policy took effect, we have produced hundreds of stories, press releases, blogs, and videos in-house and brought the partnership's production together in a fast-growing monthly newsletter. On the digital front, engagement is up across the board. Website traffic, newsletter subscriptions, and social media followers have all grown steadily. We're now getting close to almost 500,000 followers across our different corporate channels, which is pretty exciting. In short, the GEF communication efforts have greatly improved access to branding, media relations, digital content, and stakeholder engagement. But there's still more work to do, especially in monitoring, coordination, and ensuring consistent policy implementation across all partners. There is a need to further strengthen policy implementation, both in terms of consistency and breadth of compliance. For this reason, the GEF is preparing a guidelines document to support this process. The guidelines are being developed in alignment with the current effort to streamline the project cycle. This document will provide guidance to GEF agencies at separate phases of the project cycle, similar to other GEF policies. The guidelines will provide guidance on the practical steps and actions to implement the principles and requirements specified in the policy. The goal is to have the requirements fully incorporated into the project cycle by the beginning of GEF 9. As the GEF prepares for GEF 9, the Secretariat will continue to collaborate closely with agencies, countries, and other partners at the global and regional level, while investing more in support for strategic communications at the country level. This will include aligning efforts with the GEF's country engagement strategy and knowledge management and learning activities as we work with communicators in the GEF agencies and executing entities, OFP teams, and other staff and programs on projects to better communicate the GEF's work. As many of you have said, and will echo here, ensuring that the full breadth and impact of GEF-funded activity is visible and understood is critically important to deliver our shared ambitious agenda. I want to thank you for your time. I'm going to hand it back to the co-chair, as I believe the CEO would like to make a few comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, for that progress update. I'd now like to hand back over to the chair for some comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, and thanks, Robert, Alexandre, and the whole communication team, and thanks to consult for the 2023 Council decision on the policy on visibility and communication. I mean, when I came into this organization, I was very, very clear about the challenge that we have in front of us in terms of communication. As a matter of fact, let me share an anecdote that really reflects the challenge that we have in front of us. Like two and a half years, three years ago, I was in my holidays in Costa Rica. I turned on the TV, on the news, and all of a sudden comes a news about a UN agency launching a very interesting project in the context of sustainable cities. And I knew it was a GEF 7 because I was the minister in Costa Rica when we designed that GEF 7. So I was looking at the TV, expecting for the head of the UN agency, GEF implementing agency, to mention the name of GEF. And I was there sitting down. All of a sudden, I was standing up, kind of encouraging him to mention the word GEF, just that. And he didn't mention it. He took all the credit of what I, as a former minister, did, my operational focal point did. I remember I was hesitant to use that agency. Of course, 3 minutes later, I was in the phone with the head of the UN agency, and he was apologetic for 20 minutes, expressing all kinds of apologies. Well, this is the reality of what we deal with in terms of communication in this organization. So I immediately began reviewing what this council has taken in terms of decisions on visibility, and we had a policy from 2011. And I said, this is the right time for us to really update and go to the next level. And this is the first time that the communication team is here reporting to you all on your policies. A couple of elements are extremely important here to share. One, first was that the communication team was understaffed, and during the restructuring, we really put a lot of emphasis to bring more capacities to the organization, but not just more capacities in terms of communication, more capacities in terms of political communication. Alexandre is a good example of this, and many others in the new team has a background or experience in political communication, because this is what we need to do. We need to go beyond telling the great stories of what the GEF does. And by the way, we tell the great stories to the global north. We don't tell the great stories, and that's my point. We don't tell the great stories of what we do to the global south. Let me put an example. Twitter, we got 129,000 followers. Probably half of them are located or work in the global north. So we are totally unknown in the global south, totally unknown. So I began making numbers and planning with Robert. Today, we are around 2,000 projects being implemented in 141 countries. Since I develop, implement, overview GEF projects, I know that in many of the GEF projects, there's a communicator person. So can you imagine how many communicators are we paying at the project level working in the countries that we work with? If we got 2,000 projects, most probably there may be 300, 400, 500 communicators working at the project level without any link to the communication teams in headquarters, without any link with the communication person in their agency headquarters. In the future, we aim, every time that there's a council decision, we make news in recipient countries. How do we do it? Creating a network. Create a network with the communication team of the operational and political focal point, a network with the agencies at the country level, and also, and very importantly, with the communicators that are implementing or are part of the implementing team at the GEF project level. And I strongly believe that this can be a game changer. You know, I felt for many times very frustrated that we were taking a decision in this council on a work program. Let's say last time we approved $20 million to Colombia. We never did the headlines in Colombia. Nobody knew that we just approved $20 million to Colombia in this council. For me, it's not a surprise that we go to the cops and we are questioned, blame, and many other verbs about things that I strongly believe are lack of evidence or because of other reasons. And I strongly believe that if we are good in political communication, we can get where we need to be, and we can be in a position to really be much more visible, but much more attractive for the things that we do all together. As soon as it became a policy, and based on my legal background, I'm a lawyer, for me, there is no difference when this council takes a decision on a policy. You know, the policies can be on the fiduciary issues, on safeguards. Now we got a policy on communication, and it needs to be reflected. The implementation of that policy needs to be reflected the same way we implement every single other policy that this council take decision on. That is why Robert is announcing that we will reflect. We are working on some guidelines. So in the project development, and well, yes, of course, we are very conscious that this shouldn't be affecting the simplification and streamlining process, and we make it very easy. there should be some elements in the PIF, and then, of course, as we endorse the full project, where there are outcomes and outputs that has to do with communication. It's not at the end of the project, after 4 years, that we restore the watershed, that we go and bring the media and the journal. No, no, no. It's along the life of the project, same way that we're looking at other policy relevant topics as cross-cutting elements within the projects. This is what we're doing. So I feel very good in coming here and being able for the first time in years, I don't know how it was done in the past, but in years, to report to Council back on your instructions to implement the visibility policy. And this is what we're doing together. More is to come. And yes, of course, the fact that we are in a replenishment year put us under much more positive pressure to do much better in what we have defined is the way by which we can implement these policies. And I would like to conclude that all of those communicators at the level of headquarters of agencies, at the level of agencies at the country level, at the level of the ministries of environment, where the operational and political focal points work, and at the level of the project, at the project level, are super excited about this vision, this commitment, and this effort that the GEF Secretariat is doing. I want to thank Robert and his team for the great work, and I'll pass it over to my co-chair. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. And it's self-evidently important, evident that it's important, but increasingly it's going to be important going forward to have this policy. At this point, I'll open up to the floor for comments and questions. And if you can manage any questions.
Of course, Mr. Co-Chair. I see some people are raising their flags, so we'll start with Abby from the US, followed by Catherine. Abby, floor is yours.
I just want to say that it's excellent to see the level of the CEO's commitment to this. I think that we have long been frustrated by the fact that because the GEF is not the agency on the ground, it is not always the one that gets credit. And I know that that is not a deliberate decision always of the agencies, but it's probably just part of the attenuated chain. But I do think that it is very important, and we're pleased to see that you are taking action on this. Thank you.
Many thanks, Abby. And we'll continue with Catherine, followed by Tsuyoshi. Catherine, floor is yours.
Yes, so I also want to thank the Secretariat for raising the visibility of the GEF activities, and special thanks to the communication team as well. We worked closely with the GEF communications teams when we organized the GEF Assembly in Canada, and we really see the value of this. For us, it allowed us to also showcase what the GEF partnership does, so that Canadians, as well as our Prime Minister and our Minister of International Development could see. So thanks. We also welcome the emphasis on fostering political and policy coherence across the GEF partnership, and as well as investing in strategic communications. And then looking ahead to GEF 9, we appreciate the work to increase synergies with other GEF funds, and we would continue to encourage all partners to use this strategy to clearly articulate the value add of the family of funds. And then in line with this, wondering if the Secretariat could also say a few words on how this policy is being leveraged, if it's being leveraged, in the context of the work with multilateral climate funds joint action plan. Thank you.
Many thanks, Catherine. So we will continue with Tsuyoshi, followed by Regina. Tsuyoshi-san, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. The visibility is a very important and difficult issue for the long time for us. Recently, there have been growing public opinion in Japan to question why our development assistance is provided through multilateral channels rather than bilateral aid. And improving the visibility of the GEF is significant for donor countries. including Japan, to seek understanding from the taxpayers or parliament. Not only should effort be made to promote the program result to the GEF within recipient countries, but also in donor countries in order to enhance its visibility and recognition. Furthermore, as our budget for foreign aid is scrutinized, it is important for recipient countries, government and people on the ground to recognize that there are donor countries behind the GEF, and their expressions of gratitude should reach the donor countries, parliament and taxpayers. We would like to request the GEF Secretariat to be mindful of this point in communicating with recipient countries. Thank you very much. Back to Chair.
Many thanks, Tsuyoshi. I'll now give the floor to Regina, followed by the CSO network. Regina, first.
Gracias, Nami. Thank you. On behalf of the constituency, we would like to thank the Secretariat for the progress report on the implementation of the GEF policy on communication and visibility. We recognize the important work done so far to raise awareness of GEF's contributions on the ground, and we appreciate the Secretariat's efforts to improve coherence and visibility across implementing agencies and executing partners. That said, we would like to raise a few questions regarding the practical implications of this policy at the country level. First, could the Secretary clarify what role, if any, is expected from operational focal points in the implementation of this policy? Second, the policy states that each project must have a designated communications focal point and a dedicated communications strategy. Are these communication officers expected to liaise with national governments and in particular with the operational focal points? And third, we noted that the creation of GEF Project Communication Network. Could the Secretariat explain whether and how this network engages operational focal points, or whether this is limited to implementing agencies and executing entities? We believe that improving communication and visibility is essential, not only for global recognition of the GEF's work, but also for enhancing national ownership, transparency, and engagement with beneficiaries. We look forward to hearing the Secretariat's reflection on these points and any suggestions for further strengthening the involvement of countries in the communication aspects of GEF's operations. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Regina. I'll now give the floor to the CSO network, and then we will give some time to Robert to reply to the initial remarks. CSO network, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, for giving the opportunity to the GEF CSO network, which shares the same sentiment and believes that good communication and outreach is critical for maximizing the engagement of stakeholders in the work of the GEF. We know the progress report on implementation of the GEF policy and communication and visibility. We welcome an opportunity to contribute to the implementation and review of the policy and support efforts to strengthen the recognition, outreach, and influence of the GEF. As a long-standing partner, the CSO network plays a vital role in helping and ensuring that the GEF-funded initiatives are inclusive, equitable, transparent, and grounded in local realities. CSO also have a significant experience in outreach and engagement of stakeholders. Therefore, the network, the network would like to make the following points for consideration in the GEF upcoming GEF 9. Visibility efforts should consistently highlight the importance of a whole of society approach. This is bolded. And the role that CSOs, women, youth, and IPLC can play as a core implementing partners in GEF financing project. CSOs have often served as a frontline agent of change, mobilizing communities, innovating on-the-ground solutions, enhancing capacities through climate education and other medias, of course, to amplify GEF's impact among marginalized and grassroots constituencies. Secondly, the policy implementation should include clear guidance on engaging CSOs in communication and outreach, as well as giving a credit to CSO partners in communication, material, events, and media. GEF should also consider enhancing the use of the new media in the outreach and visibility to reach broader audiences, especially local communities, indigenous people, youth, and other stakeholders. In addition, visibility in this respect should be a two-way street. Therefore, the GEF CSO network recommends the inclusion of mechanisms that create communication and visibility with an opportunity for feedback, learning, and participatory approach feedback loops. In conclusion, the network believes that a robust, inclusive, and equitable visibility policy can enhance the GEF's global reputation while reinforcing the critical contribution of the civil society actors and other local stakeholders. We remain committed in collaborating with the GEF Secretariat, implementing agencies, and partners to ensure that visibility is not only about recognition, but also about empowerment, equity, and lasting impact. By so saying, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Many thanks for the intervention. Now we'll give Robert some minutes to address these initial comments, and then we will continue with the list of speakers. So Robert, first.
Thank you, Naomi, and thank you everybody for your initial round of comments. Abigail, yes, thank you. I'm feeling it. I feel it every day. No, the commitment is no, seriously, it's wonderful. I as we're sharing anecdotes, Annette's not with us today, but I used to work for a man called Klaus Tupfer, who's the former minister from Germany. And I told Annette when I first joined UNEP, and I had a former minister join me in UNEP, I felt the presence and the interest in political communications coming through pretty strong. And this has happened with Carlos Manuel too, when he joined the GEF. Catherine, thank you for the comments around the assembly. It was wonderful to work with your team there. You raised the issue of the family of funds. We've got working very closely with Chizuru and the climate, the funds division. We have 2 staff now. One works very closely with me and the communications team, one with Chizuru. So we have extra capacity there, and so we're walking the talk with the family of funds, both from the GBFF and the LDCF. And then in terms of the collaboration, COP29, we've had joint pavilions. We're doing materials together. I personally have joined a number of calls also with GCF and the CIFs and others. So we're really looking to see how those opportunities for synergies across the climate funds. Japan, yes, thank you, of course. Visibility in donor countries is critical. We completely understand that. We're certainly looking for opportunities to do more, and be very interested to discuss with you what we might be able to do. Again, in my UNEP days, I worked very closely with Hakiodo, the advertising company, and did a 10-page spread through various Japanese newspapers, and I realized the importance of that at that time of bringing visibility to the audience in Japan. And it's not Japan, but something we just did with a fairly high-profile celebrity in the UK, Lewis Pugh, who's a long-distance swimmer, who recently did a promotional swim to advocate around the issues of oceans and sharks. And I was telling Ben Green, the council member from the UK, how we had got coverage in the Daily Mirror, in the Independent, a number of BBC, a number of UK national media. So there are ways that we can bring messages about what the GEF does to the donor audiences, and we're very open to opportunities there. Carlos Manuel will pick up the question from Mexico, but just maybe should I address the CSO question first? Or, yeah. Thank you for the CSO network. Look, we completely agree. We obviously, again, with Carlos Manuel's leadership, we're very much focused on talking about and talking to and talking with the CSO, the whole of society approach. We've also put a lot of emphasis over the last 2 years in raising the profile and voices of youth and other CSO workers in our GEF Voices series. So there's a lot of good activity there and things that you can find, and we're very open to doing more. And at the Cali COP, we also did a pavilion jointly with the Conservation Trust Funds, and have looked for opportunities to raise the profile of the work that we do with the broader CSO community. But then you wanted to pick up Mexico, Regina's.
Yeah, thanks, Robert, and thanks for the different comments and questions. With regards to communication in donor countries, well, it is a no-brainer to begin working with the communication team of the council members that represent donors in this council. Simple as that. We have it in our plans. We're staffing up, putting together a plan, putting together the first retreats. We had, I think, 3 retreats with agencies, and we already have 150 persons already contacted at the project level in the countries that are part of that network of communicators that we're willing to put together. So yes, very soon we'll be reaching out, and particularly in the context of the replenishment, reaching out to donors so we can be able to engage with the communication teams of the donors. And not just in that agency, but there's a lot of communication / accountability that we need to do. This is political communication, accountability. These are the things that we want to do in the donors, the capitals of the donors' countries. With regards to Regina's questions around the operation focal point and what is the participation of the operation focal point, the operation focal point is in the center of everything that we do or should be doing. There's a lot that we need to improve with regards to how do we engage more and support more the work of the operation focal point. We have mentioned this morning quite a few issues and topics, or we are getting closer to the work of the operational focal point. And yes, of course, when it has to do with communication, the operational focal point of recipient countries are very much engaged and informed. The communication teams of the operational focal point institution is in our aim, in our radar. Most of them are ministries of environment, and it's very interesting that we discover a potential symbiotic relationship with the communicators of those ministries of environment, because besides the fact that we can communicate common topics of interest, we are an endless source of data and information for those communication teams that are working at the country level, and probably they don't have the big picture or the access to information coming from the GEF communication team in headquarters. So there's a natural tendency to bring the communication element as an added element in our effort to help the work of operational focal points and help countries empower much more of the GEF portfolio. And yes, Regina, the guidelines has the intention to reflect in the project design what are the communication elements and the communication responsibilities that will be associated to that. When I was looking at everything that we do, I began asking questions like, who takes the decision to hire a communicator in a GEF project? That's a very valid question. Who takes the decision of hiring a communicator in a GEF project? That decision is not taken by the GEF Secretariat. That decision is not promoted by the GEF Secretariat. That decision happens without the council even knowing about it. And I don't have an issue because the council shouldn't be micromanaging. But at the end of the day, there is not a clear link on how those decisions should be taken with the visibility and communication policies. And this is where we are doing our intervention. This is where we are engaging. And I think that as of today, I think that we're doing good. Today, We approve a work program. I hope that in a year, when we do what we did this morning, the following day, in every single recipient country that we approve a grant, we make news. We make the outlets. We are news in those countries. And this is where we're heading. And I think that we have the capacities, we got the mandate from this council to do it. And when I ask Robert and the communication team, we need to go to the council and report to them. The first thing is we never done that before. Well, get used to it because we will continuously be reporting on an annual basis on how we're doing on this mandate. And yes, of course, the full engagement of the council members in terms of helping us, guiding, counseling is extremely important. But I think that we got the picture relatively clear. And I would like to thank once more this council for the decision that they took a couple of years ago. It took us a couple of years to put together what we needed to put together. But I'm totally confident that this will be a game changer in terms of what happened before. So I hope that in a couple of years, when I'm having my holidays in Costa Rica, I turn on the TV and see the news. The head of that agency will mention the GEF before anything else, and I have no need to do any calls. So this is what I expect. Thanks. Over to you, Richard. Or Noel.
Yeah, we still have some people raising their flags. So thank you, Chair and Robert, for these answers. So we have still a few people requesting the floor. Just a quick reminder that we are a bit over time on this one, and we do have another agenda item to go through, and then the reception. So with your help, we will make it. So I will start with Andrea, followed by Nicholas. Andrea, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the progress report and efforts to disseminate the policy on communications and visibility. Thank you too for the comments from the Secretariat and the Chair. We appreciate it very much. We welcome the report and continued implementation of the policy, including with GEF implementing agencies and executing entities. We gratefully acknowledge the GEF for its work to continually provide strong communications on the work you do for donors and recipients. We would also welcome more tailored, at a glance, products for significant high-level events, for example, the 3rd UN Oceans Conference, which is coming up. Thank you again.
Many thanks, Andrea. I'll now give the floor to Nicholas, followed by Wampi. Nicholas, floor is yours.
Thank you also from Germany to the Secretariat and to Carlos Manuel for that anecdote. I think we're very satisfied now that you have the necessary passion to push this topic. And yes, it is also a very important topic for Germany, visibility of the GEF. I think we just have to stress that right now is an absolutely crucial time for the GEF to be visible. We have the GEF 9 replenishment discussions. We have the roadmap for a permanent financial mechanism of the CBD. That's all happening next year or then the year after with the CBD. We just have to see that we have to get the word out that the GEF is a good investment, that the GEF is effective. So that's both the global north and new donors and also the global south where the money goes. And that's absolutely essential that right now we have countries see that their political buy-in is now guaranteed, that we have the decision makers, which are not always in this room, but high up in the hierarchy, that there's an understanding that the money that they decide to spend on something should go to the GEF because the GEF is the best investment they can make for global environmental benefits. And just to conclude, I'd like to say that Carlos Manuel also said this already, that this is not just the responsibility of the GEF Secretariat, it's the responsibility of all members in the GEF family. So that's also the agencies, but that's also the council. So each council member, I think, should also play their parts in making the GEF as visible as possible. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Nicholas, for that intervention. I'll now give the floor to Wampi, followed by Stefan. Yes, Wampi, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the report and also for the personal effort of Carlos Manuel to raise the visibility. I think it's very important and to put also GEF on the communication map And I think that's the report really shows how you work very hard on that together with Robert and the whole team. We really feel it's important that the GEF tells these great stories and the value add of the GEF. If you look at our constituency, so we have a proportionally bigger share of our international development efforts. They go through multilateral channels and mainly as co-financing. And therefore, for us, it's really important that we see the results and that the GEF is mentioned and visible at country level. And like Japan, and I think others too, for us, it's also important that you see that in our constituencies, in our countries, we can show the value of the GEF. And so I'm really happy that you're proposing to look into that too, and to see what kind of tailored communication could be there possible in order to advance also to increase or to keep the donor confidence and to keep also the public support of what we are doing, and which is essential. Thank you.
Many thanks, Wampi. I'll now give the floor to Stefan, followed by Lauren. Stéphane, la parole est à toi.
Merci Noémie. Je n'ai pas de nouveaux points inédits ou de nouvelles questions, mais je voulais néanmoins prendre la parole parce que pour nous aussi, c'est un sujet très important. Et donc, nous remercions le secrétariat pour son engagement et nous approuvons vraiment l'approche générale qui est à la fois systémique et décentralisée. Nous pensons que c'est la bonne approche. Comme les États-Unis, je voudrais remercier vraiment l'engagement personnel du CEO qui fait plaisir à voir. Comme le Canada, je voudrais insister sur le potentiel de synergie avec les autres fonds verticaux sur lesquels vous avez déjà répondu. Je pense qu'à plus long terme, on pourrait peut-être même imaginer quelque chose d'encore plus ambitieux qui passerait par l'harmonisation des matrices de résultats et d'évaluation. C'est une piste qu'avait évoquée le groupe de travail du G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group l'année dernière. Et puis enfin, comme l'Allemagne et le Japon, on voudrait souligner que cet effort de communication doit bien sûr être tourné en priorité vers les pays du Sud, dans le contexte qu'on connaît bien, qui est celui de la COP biodiversité ou des négociations plastiques notamment, où le GEF est à la fois constamment cité, mais aussi parfois injustement critiqué et surtout trop souvent encore mal connu ou méconnu, mais aussi dans les pays du Nord, où là aussi je ne vais pas répéter tout ce qui a été dit, mais plus que jamais, on a besoin de mieux faire connaître ce que fait le GEF, puisque au bout du bout, plus le GEF est connu et plus ça facilitera à nous notre travail de canaliser les ressources vers cette institution formidable. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphane. I'll now give the floor to Lauren, followed by Rachid. Lauren, for yours.
Thank you, Noémie. And we welcome the progress being made in strengthening the GEF's communication efforts, which we fully support. Like others mentioned, it's important that donors see clear returns on their investment, not only in terms of environmental impact, but also in terms of visibility in all countries, especially now, as Germany mentioned. We urge the GEF to increasingly communicate on the impact of GEF projects, both for the Global North and the Global South, as mentioned by the CEO. We fully agree that ensuring that the full breadth and impact of GEF-funded activity is visible and understood is critically important. Furthermore, it is important that GEF-funded activities are understood as responses to multiple international agreements on resource mobilization in the context of implementing these agreements, as mentioned by France right now. And finally, we support the GEF's continued efforts in this area and the emphasis on the need for GEF agencies to communicate on the GEF. We look forward to seeing further results from the implementation of the policy. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Lauren. I'll now give the floor to Rachid, followed by Abdoulaye. Rachid, floor is yours.
Merci Noémie, merci au secrétariat pour ce rapport sur les progrès réalisés en matière de mise en œuvre de la politique du GEF en matière de communication et de visibilité. Comme ça a été souligné par les collègues qui m'ont précédé, bien sûr, la communication est très importante parce que pour le travail effectué par le GEF, donc pour communiquer sur le fond, par rapport aux autres initiatives au niveau national, au niveau global, parce qu'on a souvent oublié, comme ça a été dit, le Fonds pour l'environnement mondial par rapport au fonds plus important ou bien par rapport à la finance d'une manière générale qui est mobilisée par les banques multilatérales ou les agences de développement. Moi, je voudrais juste souligner que peut-être au niveau du projet aussi, il faut que le budget alloué à la communication soit peut-être revu à la hausse. Peut-être que dans certains projets, on a souvent oublié ce volet et que aussi le lien avec la politique de gestion des connaissances, parce que c'est très important. Donc, la gestion des connaissances et la communication sur les bonnes pratiques en matière en ce qui concerne les projets financés par le fonds, c'est très important parce que ça permet de créer de l'émulation et de permettre la réplicabilité des expériences réussies en matière de gestion de ces fonds. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Rachid. I'll now give the floor to Abdullahi, alternate council member of Comoros, Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Madagascar, Mauritius, Rwanda, Seychelles, Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda, followed by Mauricio. So, Abdullahi, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Secretariat and the author of the report. I think the report should consider giving more role and responsibility when it comes to this topic to the recipient governments, because they know better than anybody else to thank and highlight the source of the support. So I think officers working in the project or the accredited agency or implementing agencies, I think the best place to put this topic is to put in the hands of the recipient government. And they are the ones who will do it better than anybody else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next in line is Mauricio, and then IPAC. Mauricio, tienes la palabra.
Muchas gracias, Noemí. La circunscripción del Cono Sur de América Latina quiere señalar que es de suma importancia fortalecer la implementación de una política de comunicación estratégica que permita a los donantes, países beneficiarios y demás stakeholders reconocer, comprender y difundir ampliamente los impactos de las iniciativas financiadas por el GEF. En ese sentido, queremos destacar la inclusión de la visibilidad desde la planificación de los proyectos, la creación de una red de comunicadores de proyectos GEF, el proceso de elaboración de lineamientos que pueden complementar las normas de comunicación de cada país y la importancia de una gestión del conocimiento efectiva que facilite la sistematización y difusión de las lecciones aprendidas, permitiendo su replicabilidad en todos los países. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Mauricio. And now we will go to our last speaker, as far as I can see, which is IPAC. IPAC, floor is yours.
The GEF policy on communication and visibility promotes inclusive, respectful, and strategic communication to reach regional and global audience insofar as GEF funded projects are concerned in the Philippines. In 2019, a GEF funded project that was indigenous-led was made visible when independent evaluators reported that the project pushed the Philippines at the forefront of inclusive conservation, at least for the Asia region. Countries like Myanmar visited the project sites, they were attracted to the report, and it further amplified the role of indigenous peoples, government, and civil society in implementing GEF-funded projects. In 2023, during the 7th General Assembly in Vancouver, indigenous peoples involved in the GEF project enjoyed the right to visibility after its designation as best practice. The recognition of the project through acknowledgement and crediting the role of indigenous peoples through communications amplified indigenous peoples as distinct and are capable of collaborative partnership and synergy with GEF, government, and civil society. This reflects how the story of being designated best practice have enjoined indigenous peoples in participatory planning and having access to communications and media work, thereby making marginalized communities more visible to reach global audience. That in all projects covering indigenous traditional territories, we ask Council to include dedicated support for capacity building on training or mentorship in video production, podcasting, or storytelling in a language indigenous peoples understand, because this will strengthen long-term indigenous-led visibility beyond the life of GEF-funded projects. Thank you.
Many thanks to IPAC, and that concludes the list of speakers as far as I can see here in the press and online. So with that, I'll go back to you, Robert, for some final responses.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you all for the varied and very helpful comments. Yeah, Andrea, the GEF at a glance, yes, has been incredibly useful, popular. I think in the report, there's some numbers there in terms of the numbers of downloads and translated into many languages. We're looking to do that already in other areas. We've actually got something in the works. It's not quite finished because we've all been so busy, but for Nice, but there will be a publication ready and a fact sheet which will support our outreach there at UNOC. In terms of Nicholas, the visibility for GEF 9, absolutely. Thank you for the encouraging words. We're working with agencies and program communication leads as well. And I just take the moment to recognize actually having been a little bit on the other side in the World Bank and on the UNEP, it's not always easy to engage in the GEF also from the agency side on communications. And so we've tried to have our arms open on this one and to bring people in and look for ways to collaborate effectively and to really get results. Lauren, sorry, no, 1P, we talked about the results at the country level. Yeah, you were talking about the network of communicators. I can't read my own writing. Important to get results. Fully agree. What did I miss there on 1P?
The value of the GEF.
Yes, and just the value of the working with the agencies, etc. Really well appreciated, and I think Stefan also mentioned the importance, echoed the synergy across the funds, and absolutely this is something we're looking at many opportunities to do more on this. Lauren, thanks for the comments, and again, thank you yourself and for Norway for putting the work around Biodiversity Day with the rhino bond story. I mean, that was a great example, I think, of the council members and the constituencies getting involved. And I think, Nicholas, you also mentioned this is something that we could all do as the partnership. I'd also mention that when it comes to trying to tell a little bit more results and impacts, we've been experimenting a little bit with the AMR, getting project stories out on social media, producing fairly simple social media cards to sort of dumb down what we're doing in the projects in a few sentences with a few facts and figures, and that seems to be very, very popular and very effective. A couple of questions here, I think, from Rashid and from Mauricio, which is sort of making the link at the country level to KM. This is something we're very aware of, and when we're looking at the guidelines for the policy, we'll be working closely with colleagues in Mohammed team in the KM and learning, just to see where there is complementarity, where we can actually work together and come up with a practical way forward so that the KM and the comms work is fully aligned, and the policy and the strategy for KM certainly allows for that, and we certainly have full intentions to take advantage of those synergies. I think that was, and IPAG, of course, yeah, it's great to finish on a really positive, successful story, and I think that's a real takeaway at the end of the day. This is about stories, and people remember these stories, and I remember that story in Vancouver too, and I think highlighting the best practices and actually
amplifying these different voices is a great opportunity to talk about what we all collectively do at the GEF. So thank you. Carlos, anything?
Fine.
So with that, I think back to you, co-chair.
Thank you very much, Council, for your comments, your valuable comments, and also to Carlos Manuel and Robert for those insightful responses. I think it really does highlight both the value of the GEF promoting the work it does, but also the power of the GEF to convey things that are important to the GEF and the broader partnership. And I think there's some good examples of that. I note that there's no decision associated with this item. It's an information item. So we'll consider that closed, and I'll now hand over to the chair for agenda item 6 on strengthening the GEF partnership. Over to you, Carlos Manuel.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks so much, Richard. And now we go to our last agenda item for this is the first day of the 69th GEF Council meeting. Agenda item number 6 is strengthening the GEF partnership options for agency expansion. I would like to invite Mr. Jonathan Caldicott from the GEF Secretariat to present document GEF/C69/05-Ref1, strengthening the GEF partnership options for agency expansion. Jonathan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel, co-chairs. Good afternoon, council members, alternates, friends of the partnership. My name is Jonathan Caldicott. I'm the manager of the Operations and Policy Division at the Secretariat. And I am pleased to present the council document GEF C6905 entitled Strengthening the GEF Partnership Options for Agency Expansion. So this paper outlines a targeted partnership expansion process, and it presents a possible process to guide the addition of a small number of agencies with a focus on least developed countries and small island developing states. So I have a very short presentation, about 6 slides, to introduce the paper. So just a little background. At C68, the council considered the previous document on this topic, which provided updated analysis on the coverage by GEF agencies. And we did that across, sorry, I bit my lip at lunch, so I'm bleeding a little bit here. Across regions and themes. The analysis revealed that while partnership coverage does remain strong, there remain some persistent thematic and geographic coverage gaps in LDCs and SIDS, as I mentioned earlier. So the council took a decision in December to request the Secretariat to explore some options to add a limited number of agencies, particularly for LDCs and SIDS. And so this paper outlines what would be a targeted needs-based expansion for council consideration at this meeting. So it draws on past lessons. We have some updated analysis. It proposes a process that could be adopted to potentially add up to 3 new agencies as part of a limited expansion, as I mentioned. So it's worth emphasizing this aspect of the paper. The GEF 9 participants will be discussing and negotiating issues around the size of the GEF partnership. So the direction of travel will be informed, obviously, by those negotiations over the coming months. And those won't conclude until this time next year. Concrete actions and decisions would therefore only be implemented after the replenishment has concluded. Again, this time next year, the paper is therefore the paper before you is therefore about the process that would be followed to expand the partnership. So you see here the comparison of what was decided in December and the purpose of the paper that is coming to this meeting. The paper before this council starts by reviewing the past GEF expansions, which you see here, and defines the scope and process that would be used going forward. So the first expansion that we did in the GEF used targeted interventions to entities that were already collaborating with the three founding implementing agencies of the GEF, with the World Bank, UNEP, and UNDP. The second expansion used an open call process and introduced a thorough but relatively lengthy accreditation process to finally choose and accredit the agencies that were added. The paper also reviews the accreditation processes used by other funds, by peer funds, and particularly we're talking here about the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund. And they offer fast track options, which I'll speak about as well, which we think will be attractive for use in the GEF. So the approach that we're proposing in this paper also reflects an effort at harmonization. And there's been a fair bit of discussion about that in various fora. It responds to concerns about what could be called duplicative and time-consuming accreditation processes. And so we're looking to find a process that takes sort of best practice across the landscape. So the approach would be based on these lessons. The Secretariat has elaborated a 5-stage targeted process with 2 pathways. A standard and a fast track approach. So in stage 1, there would be screening based on minimum eligibility criteria, including regional mandates, track record in LDCs and SIDS, as you can imagine. Stage 2 would be a targeted invitation to submit interest and documentation to the Secretariat. Stage 3 would be an independent panel assessment, and it would be streamlined in the fast track process for the fast track candidates. Then we would present them to council for approval, and then finally there would be the legal and operational arrangements undertaken with the trustee to include possibly any separate MOU arrangements with the Secretariat. So as I mentioned, the process aims to select up to 3 agencies with the details to be finalized based on the gap analysis that we outline in the paper that could be conducted through the remainder of GEF 8. And we would need a little bit of time to undertake that pending council approval, obviously at this decision, at this meeting. So a little bit about the assessment criteria. We first, this slide first compares the current assessment criteria across the 3 peer funds, across the GEF, the GCF, and Adaptation Fund. We elaborate this in the paper. The in-depth gap analysis would determine the degree of alignment across the funds and also guide the design of a fast track process that we would develop. The composition of the panel and independent assessment methodology would build on lessons that we have from the second GEF expansion, and IEO did some work on that. So we have some lessons learned, and we also have updated standards that reflect the latest GEF policies and work across the funds. The proposed timeline, as I mentioned, would be, it would be dependent in some part on the process in the GEF 9 negotiations. However, we could start work immediately after this council meeting, with approval from council. We could start with the gap analysis. We could start with the procedure that would then lead to finalization running through the balance of GEF 8 to next year, up to June 2026. If indeed the fast tracking is possible, the panel could be formed, and we would also need to have discussions with the World Bank as trustee, because they are obviously critical to the process and indeed engaging with the new agencies through financial procedures or similar types of agreements. So if that can be, if we can confirm that that can be supported, the agency selection, that's stages 1, 2, 3, and 4, could be completed in about a year and then presented at C73. So that would be in June 2027. The standard process is expected to require possibly 10 to 16 months. The fast track process could possibly be completed in as little as 8 to 12 months. As I mentioned, let me go back to the previous one because the stage 5 is actually an important stage where, depending on the type of agency, they may need to go through internal approval processes, which in some cases go up to the level of the governing board, and in all honesty can take some time to execute. So in this respect, we are looking to the extent possible to rely on the fast track approach that builds on work that's already been done by the peer funds. So the recommended council decisions are 3. The first one is to endorse a targeted expansion approach under GEF 9, potentially adding up to 3 new agencies, again, focused on LDCs with a primary focus on LDCs and SIDS. The second is to approve the minimum eligibility criteria that we've outlined for stage 1 of the expansion process. And that's located in paragraph 40 of the document for ease of reference. And then finally, the council would request that we start with the gap analysis across the GCF, GEF, and adaptation funds. We look at their standards to assess the feasibility of putting in place a fast track approach. And then the findings and finalized procedures would be presented to a subsequent council meeting, and we're figuring that could be done at the conclusion of the GEF 9 negotiations, when the GEF 9 participants have completed their consideration of this issue, and so that would be in June 2026, around the time of the assembly. So with that brief introduction of what is admittedly could be a fairly involved and process, let me stop there. Thank you, co-chair, and we're available for any questions from the council members. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Jonathan. And with this, I would like to open the floor for questions and comments from council members. Noemi will help us with the list of.
Thank you, Chair. Floor is open. Andre, floor is yours, followed by Joao. There you go. Yeah.
Yes, now it works. Thank you very much. We would like to thank the team for the document and for working with us to revise it and address some key concerns for our constituency as part of the revision. We do agree with the suggested minimum eligibility criteria and the emphasis on experience and a proven track record, especially on implementation and not just project and program design. We further appreciate that the proposed approach fosters the synergies between the various multilateral climate funds and builds on the experience of the GCF and the AF. We do agree with the draft decision as proposed, with the understanding that the finalized expansion procedures to be decided at the 71st Council meeting in June 2026 will also take the policy recommendations of the GEF 9 replenishment process into account. Thank you.
Many thanks, Andre. We'll now continue with Joao, followed by Gisela. Joao, floor is yours.
Thank you. Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador welcome this opportunity to engage in such an important discussion on options for agency expansion, and we thank the Secretariat for its thoughtful response to the request made by the Council. We would like to take this opportunity to reaffirm our constituency's strong commitment to the principles of country ownership, capacity development, and equitable access to GEF resources. In our view, any effort to expand the GEF partnership should go beyond diversifying implementation channels. It should also serve as a means to strengthen national capacities and to promote a more inclusive and regionally balanced system. In this regard, we believe it is essential that the expansion process explicitly support direct access by developing countries, including through the recognition, for instance, of national institutions that have already undergone accreditation with other multilateral funds in the areas of climate and biodiversity. The introduction of an ad hoc accreditation pathway, for example, could also represent a pragmatic and effective approach in this context. We would thus like to ask the Secretariat what would be required to launch an accreditation round that would enable the accreditation of national entities. We would also be interested in knowing to what extent this issue is being addressed in the context of GEF 9 negotiations. With respect to regional coverage, we take note with appreciation of the information provided concerning Central Asia, LDCs, and SIDS. At the same time, we would kindly recall that the Council decision GEF C685 from the last meeting requested a broader assessment of regional implementation gaps. In that spirit, we would welcome additional analysis on regional coverage, including Latin America, Africa, and the Pacific, to identify other potential underrepresented areas. We would further appreciate clarification on how the Secretariat is considering the inclusive participation of indigenous peoples and local communities in the agency expansion process, particularly in terms of identifying potential mechanisms that could facilitate more direct access to GEF funding by these groups, in accordance with the principles of the Global Biodiversity Framework. Finally, while we fully recognize the importance of providing tailored support to SIDS and LDCs, we would respectfully suggest that this objective be situated within the broader context of the developing country landscape as a whole, on the basis of analysis of agency regional coverage, to ensure that the process remains equitable and geographically inclusive. Moreover, our constituency supports the consideration of a fast-track modality, particularly for candidate agencies with demonstrated fiduciary and technical capacity. Naturally, such a modality should be designed in a way that fully preserves the GEF's rigorous standards on fiduciary responsibility, environmental and social safeguards, and project governance. We would also like to recall, as mentioned earlier today, that the second GEF accreditation round began with an open call for expressions of interest, a practice that we believe greatly contributed to transparency and inclusiveness. In this regard, we encourage building on that experience by initiating future expansion processes with an open call before applying any subsequent screening or prioritization criteria. We thank the Secretariat once again for its work on this issue and reaffirm our commitment to a constructive dialogue aimed at further strengthening the GEF partnership for the benefit of all developing countries. Thank you.
Many thanks, Joao. We will now continue with Gisela, followed by Jan. Gisela, floor is yours.
Thank you. We thank the Secretariat for this timely and strategic proposal. Strengthening the GEF partnership is indeed critical to ensure the fund's effectiveness and responsiveness in an increasingly complex operational landscape. In general terms, we support the decision, including the proposal to adopt an expansion approach in GEF 9 to potentially add up to 3 additional agencies with particular attention to LDCs and seeds. We also welcome the proposal to conduct a gap analysis to assess the feasibility of a fast-track approach. This exercise is consistent with the Complementarity and Coherence Action Plan, whose full development and implementation we strongly support. In this regard, we wonder if this gap analysis should not support the final decision on the number of new agencies, as this option be considered by the Secretariat. And finally, we invite the Secretariat to take this opportunity to consider further consultation with the main stakeholders in shaping a different approach and incentives to encourage recipient countries to work with agencies other than the traditional ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gisela. We'll now continue with Jan, followed by Samantha. Jan, floor is yours. Jan.
Thank you. We support the targeted expansion for LDCs and SRDS with a view of enhancing the efficiency of fund utilization and project quality. We also support the Secretary's recommendations and work plan. Based on the agency expansion, the Secretary should systematically examine ways to streamline GEF operations and enhance synergies with other climate funds. Thank you.
Many thanks, Jan. I'll now give the floor to Samantha, followed by Nicholas. Samantha, first.
Thank you. We welcome the report. In addition to the analysis presented at the 68th Council meeting on strengthening the GEF partnership, as no one knows as well as SIDS do, the urgent need for targeted agency support. We believe that expanding the presence of regional agencies who have strong and relevant familiarity of SIDS landscapes could help bridge the persistent gaps by providing localized expertise and designing more tailored projects that are highly responsive to our very peculiar needs. We hasten to add that the Caribbean has competent and highly experienced regional agencies who are ready to take up the role of GEF agency. Additionally, we support a fast-track accreditation process similar to that which is employed by the GCF, particularly noting the excessive length of time taken and the challenges faced with the last accreditation process. We further believe that harmonizing accreditation processes with the other 2 funds could help improve access to climate finance for recipient countries, particularly SIDS and LDCs, while also facilitating GEF's broader global objectives. Let us therefore not put unnecessary layers which do not add much value to the process, especially where they prove to be costly, both to the GEF and the interested parties. Noting we continue to raise concerns in successive council meetings with agency concentration, we would be grateful for clarification on why this expansion is being limited to only 3 agencies. We also need clarification on whether all 3 will specifically be targeted to meet the needs of SIDS and LDCs. In closing, we urge you to make every effort for the additional agencies to be in place as early as possible during GEF 9, which would allow SIDS and LDCs to maximize this opportunity for targeted support early on in the new replenishment cycle, and also facilitate a more meaningful evaluation of the expansion by the midway point of GEF 9.
Many thanks, Samantha. I'll now give the floor to Nicholas Konkong, and then we will give Jonathan some time to respond. So Nicholas, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. Germany welcomes the Secretariat's proposal for a limited and targeted agency expansion focused on LDCs and SIDS. I think it's clear LDCs and SIDS are the countries most vulnerable to climate change and other environmental issues, but that they still have clear issues accessing finance that they need from the GEF. So a limited expansion could be one way to address this that we support. And we also want to stress that a broad expansion of agencies cannot be in the GEF's interest, as this would create substantial administrative burden and cause for more competition for the GEF's limited resources. In fact, despite progress, we still have significant funding concentration on a handful of agencies, and our focus should be on increasing involvement of our already accredited agencies with lower shares, especially regional MDBs. And we were, like St. Lucia, wondering if it might be possible to speed up the process, for example, by already doing the gap analysis until December, because we, of course, we want to have those new agencies accredited and up and running in the GEF as quickly as possible in GEF 9. So that's just a question to the Secretariat. And yes, as this will be a delicate process, we hope for recent updates, ideally already at the next council meeting in December. Thank you.
Many thanks, Nicholas. Now we will go to Konkong and then Jonathan. Konkong, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. My constituency appreciates the presentation on the options for expanding the GEF network of implementing agencies, with a focus on improving access for LDCs and SEEDs. Engaging agencies with regional mandates and knowledge will empower recipient countries to play a more active role in shaping and implementing projects. The agency's closer geographic presence will help streamline administrative processes, while their local knowledge will allow for more customized and effective solutions tailored to the specific challenges faced by LDCs and SEEDs. We appreciate that engagement with CSOs, NGOs, and the private sector is one of the minimum eligibility criteria. Sorry for that. This will ensure that the new agencies increase the involvement of these sectors in GEF 9. We note and welcome the planned harmonization with the Green Climate Fund and Adaptation Fund to learn from their best practices, reduce duplication, and streamline access to climate finance. We look forward to further refinement of the expansion procedure. Thank you.
Many thanks, Konkong. We'll now give Jonathan some minutes to respond to these remarks, and then we will continue with Ramon, who is requesting the floor online before we come back to the president. So Jonathan, floor is yours.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Noemi, and thank you to council members for your comments and questions. Let me start with some of the requests from Joel from Brazil in terms of what we have presented in this paper. One piece of the overall package of improving access and ability of countries to have broader choice with agencies, and so we are looking at some other options in the process of the GEF 9 the replenishment negotiations. So in that context, we've also floated the options of a project-specific accreditation process, for instance, that will be fleshed out further. We have also been looking at how that could be done beyond just the LDCs and SIDS, for instance, to address private sector, civil society engagement and the like. With respect to going down the path of a full open call, direct access, adaptation fund, Green Climate Fund approach, at some point we bump up against the structure of the GEF partnership and the governance, which works very well with a limited number of agencies. manageable number of agencies, but there will be limits given the fact that we don't have a legal personality that enables us to enter into direct contracts. We have a very lean secretariat that works with the family of agencies in the partnership. So just sort of echoing the comments from Nicholas and from Germany on the structure of the partnership, lending itself to being mindful of the administrative burden of that kind of model. I think it's also important to note that from a legal and fiduciary standpoint, the GEF operates as a partnership under the administration of and relying on the World Bank as the trustee. And there is a policy that was updated in 2019 that covers the legal arrangements such as the financial procedures agreements, and that these can generally only be concluded with organizations that are legally and financially independent of any single government. And so bilateral development agencies or the like that operate under direct control of a sovereign government would be challenged then to meet that requirement. The GEF, when those policies were adopted by the World Bank, there was some grandfathering that was subject to, but for which the GEF benefited from. But again, that's a discussion that would have to happen with trustee and the trustees' management, and possibly to the level of the board. Gisela, thank you for the comment on the gap analysis. We did the gap analysis already on thematic and country gaps, and that led us to this conclusion that the focus would be on LDCs and SIDS. The gap analysis that we would do would be just related to the fiduciary, environmental and social, the stakeholder engagement, the gender equality requirements that we have for our agencies. Samantha, thanks for your question about why only 3. I mean, again, this goes back to the decision at the previous council meeting. The first, I would just perhaps remind that the first expansion added 7 agencies, and that was a fundamental shift really in the GEF business model at the time. The second expansion through a wider process added 8, and again to cover some regional and thematic gaps at the time. And then for this third limited expansion, we were proposing a more targeted approach that would add just the 3 that were discussed at the last meeting. So that's something that the Secretary thinks is a reasonable starting point, but it does remain a decision for further deliberation in the GEF 9 replenishment process. I think that addresses the comments that were made so far. Thanks.
All right, many thanks, Jonathan, for those good responses. So as mentioned, we will start virtually with Ramón, and then we will continue here in the president with Regina. So Ramón, tienes la palabra.
Gracias, Noemí. Haré una breve intervención en español. Bueno, creemos positivo avanzar hacia una expansión prudente, ¿vale?, de las agencias del GEF de cara al GEF 9. Entendemos que no vamos a abordar un amplio abanico de nuevas agencias por problemas que puede llevar eso, por ejemplo, en términos de logística y de gestión, como podemos ver, por ejemplo, en el Fondo Verde. Entendemos el foco en los países menos adelantados y SIDS, porque es necesario facilitar su acceso a la financiación del GEF. Nos parece muy interesante el trabajo que se ha realizado comparando el enfoque de acreditación del Fondo Verde y el Fondo de Adaptación. Creemos que esto forma parte de ese ejercicio de búsqueda de complementariedad, coherencia y colaboración entre los diferentes fondos climáticos verticales. Y vemos adecuado que se haga un desarrollo de un análisis alineado con estos otros fondos verticales en materia climática. Entre los criterios mínimos de elegibilidad, nos parece relevante que se señale el trabajo conjunto con las organizaciones civiles y sociales, con las organizaciones no gubernamentales y el sector privado. Creemos que estos son actores fundamentales para el desarrollo exitoso, ¿vale?, de la tarea que tiene que desarrollar el GEF y conseguir el apalancamiento de recursos, ¿vale?, leverage de recursos del sector público. Creo que debemos explorar opciones para una efectiva colaboración entre todos estos agentes, especialmente en este contexto, digamos, difícil, un contexto de países y regiones más vulnerables. Creo que es importante asegurar que las nuevas agencias conozcan bien y tengan contacto con el potencial y la realidad de los LDCs y SIDS. Como comentaba, Brasil también puede ser interesante que estas agencias tengan una conexión y una comunicación fluida con poblaciones indígenas, comunidades locales. Esto puede ser interesante en el acceso y en el desarrollo de proyectos en estos países. Y creo que también lo que estamos hablando hoy aquí es también un mensaje para las agencias existentes, en el sentido, me refiero a bancos multilaterales de desarrollo, a agencias de Naciones Unidas, en el sentido de que desde este BOS se está indicando que deberíamos involucrarnos más en afrontar la vulnerabilidad de estas regiones y de estos países. Finalmente, simplemente indicar que por nuestra parte estamos alineados con esta decisión, muy enfocada a la fase 1, a los criterios de elegibilidad, y creemos que, bueno, un mayor trabajo y desarrollo hace falta en la fase 2 para la invitación a esas expresiones de interés y la fase 3 sobre la evaluación independiente, ¿vale?, de las opciones. Pero bueno, por nuestra parte, encantados de apoyar la decisión. Muchas gracias. Es todo.
Muchas gracias, Ramón, por acompañarnos virtualmente. Ahora continuamos con Regina, followed by Abby. Regina, tienes la palabra.
Gracias, Nomi. Thank you. On behalf of the constituency, we welcome the expansion of these 3 implementing agencies and support the presence of regional agencies as well, which could help close gaps by providing localized expertise, facilitating direct access to financing, designing customized projects, and offering capacity building support specific to the needs of LDCs and SIDS. We take note of these 5 stages of the process and proposed criteria for objective expansion, as well as the selection process of the evaluation panel members to review the agency candidates. In this context, our constituency believes it is critical to promote accreditation and active participation of a broader range of actors, particularly national and regional institutions, to diversify implementation. Doing so would enhance equity in access, better reflect the diversity of national contexts, and strengthen ownership and sustainability of GEF-supported projects. We also have a question for the Secretariat regarding whether this inclusion mechanism for LDCs and SIDS countries is approved, and will it pave the way for future agency expansions that include other countries and regions beyond those currently prioritized? Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Regina. I will now give the floor to Abby, followed by Tioshi. Abby, first address.
Thank you. Thank you to Jonathan and his team for developing this approach to considering a potential targeted expansion. If there are meaningful gaps in agency coverage and a real demand for new agencies to fill these gaps, then we could, in principle, support the addition of new agencies. Couple of comments on the process in the paper. The search for new agencies, in our view, needs to consider their ability to fill gaps across all GEF focal areas. The paper frequently mentions climate, but does not really give consideration to any other focal areas. This is unacceptable from our point of view. And moving forward, we would like the process to have a more balanced approach. Going into GEF 9, there may be an adjustment in the focal area programming priorities, and we would not want an agency coming in that is not able to handle new priorities or new responsibilities that the GEF gets in the future. We would also like to see the selection process for new agencies prioritize their ability to develop both grant and non-grant instrument projects and to be able to work with both public and non-public executing agencies, whether they're private sector or nonprofits or other local institutions. We think the proposed timeline and process that you lay out is a good starting point. But just to be clear, we'd like to underscore that from our point of view, one of the strengths of the GEF is its small administrative footprint. The Secretariat by design is small, and as Jonathan pointed out, there are some sort of basic limitations to the structure. As a consequence, it really doesn't, I think, have the capacity to manage a large number of agencies or a complex accreditation process or project by project accreditation. So I think that we need to design this understanding how it needs to fit in with the GEF's overall design. Finally, as I don't want to repeat everything everyone said today, but clearly the theme of concentration has come up more than a few times. So in that vein, I think it's really important to be picking agencies who are going to be interested and capable of engaging with the GEF in the long term for more than a few projects. And lastly, with respect to your comments about the complexity of negotiating FPAs and such, I think there is a wealth of knowledge in the trustee, your peer funds, and dare I say, the implementing agencies and mistakes to avoid when negotiating FPAs. So I encourage you all to learn from them should you get to the stage of bringing people on in that formal arrangement. We look forward to hearing updates on this process as it moves along. Thank you.
Many thanks, Abby. I'll now give the floor to Yoshi, followed by Victoria. Yoshi-san, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. We think it is very important things to expand support for LDCs and seeds, as we have said at previous meetings. In order to strengthen regional expertise in LDCs and seeds while correcting the uneven distribution of implementing agencies, the expansion of implementing agencies based on this draft decision is basically can support. However, regarding the implementation of project, it is desirable to increase the proportion of regional development banks that have LDC and seeds in the region, such as IADB, ADB, and AFDB firstly. We also think that the expansion of the number of implementing agencies should be considered in parallel based on the review of the star distribution and the linkages with the GEF9 replenishment negotiations. In particular, GEF9 requires that resources be allocated to LDCs and seeds in a focused manner. And in light of this, the selection of an effective implementing agency that has the capacity to execute and contribute to the resolution of issues is expected. However, increase the number of implementing agencies is not the objective of this issue. We need to note that case of the GCF, there are some implementing agencies that have not been able to implement project, although the number of accredited implementing agencies is large. The increase in the number of implementing agencies should be carefully considered based on the complementarity with existing implementing agencies and consistency with the priorities of GEF9, which will be discussed further in the future negotiations. The proposal to add up to 3 additional implementing agencies is considered reasonable, but the optimal number of agencies should be further examined in future discussions. Thank you very much. Back to Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So thanks you, Josie. We will now continue with Victoria, followed by Stefan. Victoria, floor is yours.
Thank you. Our constituency thanks the GEF Secretariat for presenting this options paper, and we welcome the focus of the selective agency expansion on LDCs and SIDS. We were also wondering why options are presented to add up to 3 agencies and why not, for example, 2 or 4. We understand a bit better now after the reasoning that was provided by the GEF Secretariat in the previous round of questions. Just more generally for us, it's important to understand the reasoning behind the number because the process is delicate and we imagine quite resource intensive, and we would like to avoid that we have to begin a new similar process in a few years' time. We also have some priorities when it comes to adding new agencies. So first, any new agency that is added to the GEF partnership should engage with Indigenous people and local communities. And we think this should be added to the list of criteria for new agencies. A second priority is that any new agency should engage with the private sector, including MSMEs. And this, in our opinion, should also be added to the list of criteria for new agencies. And finally, even if we expand the GEF partnership, we believe that the focus on strengthening MDB engagement should remain a high priority. Thank you.
Many thanks. I'll now give the floor to Stéphane, followed by Anders. Stéphane, vous avez la parole.
Merci, je vais parler en français. Alors, sur le diagnostic, nous sommes tous d'accord, il me semble, hein, que le faible nombre d'agences de mise en œuvre et surtout leur forte concentration autour de quelques institutions est devenu au fil des années un clair handicap, non seulement à l'accès, mais même à l'impact du FEM, tout particulièrement dans les petits États insulaires. Et donc, nous considérons que cette proposition est vraiment très bienvenue, très pertinente. Nous apprécions l'approche proposée qui est à la fois progressive, pragmatique, s'inspirant de ce qui marche ailleurs et tirant les leçons du passé. Bien sûr, le chiffre de 3 agences supplémentaires peut paraître arbitraire, mais nous le comprenons comme un compromis, et ce qui ne ferme pas la porte à d'autres évolutions futures. Donc, à très court terme, s'agissant de la décision qui nous est proposée, nous approuvons les critères d'éligibilité. Et nous approuvons également le processus de sélection et la fenêtre Fast Track qui permettrait d'exploiter des synergies avec les autres fonds verticaux dont nous avons déjà beaucoup parlé aujourd'hui. Une proposition qui ne figure pas dans la proposition de décision, mais à laquelle nous serions également favorables par principe, c'est l'approche spécifique par projet que vous avez brièvement mentionnée. Donc, nous comprenons bien que c'est une proposition plus ambitieuse et plus contestée, qui n'a pas aussi délivré tous les bénéfices escomptés au GCF. Mais néanmoins, nous pensons qu'une approche nouvelle, s'inspirant aussi des limites auxquelles le GCF a fait face, pourrait être pertinente et qu'elle pourrait concilier à la fois la taille modeste du secrétariat qu'a rappelé les États-Unis et à laquelle nous restons attachés, et en même temps traiter la demande des pays en développement, on peut rappeler notamment le Brésil, qui est de faire une place aux banques de développement locales. Et encore une fois, c'est quelque chose auquel nous serions favorables par principe et sur lequel nous attendons des propositions plus détaillées dans le contexte de GEF 9. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphane. We will now continue with Anders, Lauren, and then back to Jonathan. So, Anders, floor is yours.
Thank you. We can support the Secretariat's proposal, and as stated in previous meetings, we are also principally supportive of agency expansion. But that said, however, to us, it is critical that the guiding consideration should be what comparative advantages and what complementarity the new agencies can add in terms of expertise in implementing the GEF environmental objectives and in terms of cost efficiency. As we currently have examples of in the biodiversity focal area in particular with existing agencies, Notably, we would subsequently therefore expect that the agency fees for any new agencies are not exceeding the current levels. For SIDS, we can see a clear case of comparative advantages given the specific context shared by all SIDS. For LDCs, however, we are not as convinced given the diverse context at country level in different LDCs. But by all means, do prove us wrong in the accreditation process if there are indeed organizations which can add a specific value in terms of delivering results and cost efficiency more effective than existing agencies already do. We would, however, be cautious of considerations of moving into allocations based largely on geographical considerations. To us, this is a bit of a slippery slope. As others raised, we would also call for a higher utilization of current agencies, particularly with those with a specific expertise in focal areas such as biodiversity, where there is a clear added value to many of the larger agencies, and with MDBs, IFIs with a strong added value in blended finance and private sector integration. Finally, we would therefore also be supportive of what others have suggested in making private sector inclusion a possible criteria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Lauren and then back to Jonathan. Lauren, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi, and thank you, Jonathan, for the presentation. We thank the GEF Secretariat for following up on the agency coverage decisions that were taken at the last council meeting, and we can support the recommendations suggested to council. We strongly support the harmonization with other climate funds and the fast track accreditation if the organization is already accredited to the GCF or the Adaptation Fund. Like others mentioned, we feel that the process is quite slow, and we note that the fast track system still takes 8 to 12 months since the two first stages are similar in the two processes. Is there any way to make the process faster for the organizations that are already accredited to the GCF and the Adaptation Fund? And then we have two suggestions. In terms of criteria for selecting a new agency, we suggest assessing the organization's track record and working closely with national ministries, including assessing the diversity of ministries engaged with. This is key if the new agencies are to deliver on the whole of government approach that is intended for GEF 9. And we also support the criteria suggested by Austria on experience by the candidate was engaging with indigenous peoples and local communities, and also with the private sector. We also suggest that members of the independent assessment panel have experience with LDCs and SIDS, and that this should be a key qualification and not only an additional criterion. And finally, the report does not mention any financial implications for the accreditation process. And we would like to know what the financial costs are for the GEF Secretariat and for the trustee. We believe that this will come probably in the budget for FY27, but it would be good if we could receive an estimate of the cost maybe at the next council meeting. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Lauren. Now let's give some minutes to Jonathan to reply to these comments. Jonathan, back to you.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Noemi. Thanks very much to council members for some very rich and useful comments and suggestions on how we take this forward. Because again, this is a process that, I mean, we're not launching immediately into it because we have the GEF 9 replenishment discussions ongoing. So we're in part being informed and guided by what is happening in that process. And so in that respect, Regina, to your question about would this pave the way for further accreditation, what we have included is the idea of having an evaluation of the process at the end of it. Clearly, this is not something that we can decide unilaterally, but if council sees that useful, then IEO could repeat what they did at the last for the last process, and that's engage in an evaluation of the process, and that would inform further work. Abby, thanks for your questions. Yes, we do need to look at all focal areas, and this is understood, especially as we will be guided by the negotiation on the allocations for GEF 9, and clearly if we're focusing on just one that may not be at the highest with the highest support, then we want agencies, especially if we're going to pick just 3 at most, they have to have geographic reach, thematic reach, be able to work with a broad swath of the whole of society and the like. So that ideally would be part of the selection criteria as well. And you mentioned again the small administrative footprint, which is obviously important to us, and also the importance of lessons learned from our existing cohort of agencies in the FPA process. There are different internal processes. MDBs are not the same as some of the CSOs. And the national entities. So there are indeed different approaches that we need to learn from. And we have some lessons from the previous IEO, but there'll be more if we do some consultations with the current cohort. From a number of council members, and I'm just mentioning Tsuyoshi and others, on looking at ways to improve the concentration issue with our current cohort, how to incentivize the MDBs in particular through policy or operational means. So again, that's something that we're looking at in the GEF 9 policy directions, and we'll be working over the next few months on the next version of the policy directions paper, which will be expanding a number of these ideas. So there's a fair bit of work that's going to go into that parallel to this process. Indeed, looking at how we can work more with some of the GEF implementing agencies that have low shares at the moment, and that is an issue of that the Secretariat is mindful of. Yes, Victoria, we agree. The process to expand is delicate. It can be resource intensive. We're looking to options that would be as lean as possible. Again, relying on work done by peer funds, which of course will require a certain amount of comfort at the level of the Secretariat and Council and the trustee with the processes that are used by those funds to accredit and vet those agencies. And we hope we would need agencies of the new cohort to be able to basically hit the ground running, be active in various geographical and thematic areas. And I think I'm now moving into the comments from Stefan, and that our approach that we need to look at the limitations of a project-based approach, which is not part of this decision. It would only be pursued as part of a GEF 9 replenishment negotiation decision to move in this direction. And part of the work that we'll be doing over the coming months, as I mentioned, is looking at how it can be done in the GEF context in a way that's administratively lean, that also reflects the governance. So we're going to need to probably do some thinking outside of the box on how to make that work. So we'll be working on that and coming to the next replenishment meeting with some ideas on that. Anders, yes, the value added and complementarity, it makes very good sense that that's part of the criteria and assessment. And yes, I mentioned that this can't just be about geographic criteria, but also ability to work with other underserved or less served thematic and geographic areas. I think that's and Lauren, yes, we didn't put anything in the budget for FY26 on this. Again, we're taking a slower approach to make sure that we have the decision right, we have the analysis right, And then we can start this after June 2026. So that would be any implications would be in the next budget. We haven't anticipated, requiring engaging any panel members or consultants to do assessments during this period. We can manage what we have in-house, but we'll certainly need to come with an estimate of what it would mean for if we go in this direction starting from July of next year. Back to you, Noemi. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, there. Thank you, Claude. So many thanks, Jonathan, for these responses to the council comments and questions. Now to our next round of comments. We'll start with Andrea, followed by the CSO network. Andrea, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the paper. We welcome the inclusion of 3 additional agencies in the GEF partnership, focusing on LDCs and SIDS. We strongly encourage the GEF to ensure that any new agencies chosen are representative of the regions with the greatest need and least representation. On timelines regarding the gap analysis and finalisation of expansion procedures, whilst we hear you saying we're taking a slower approach, we do agree with Germany and prefer for this analysis to be completed and presented to Council in December this year. On the fast track option, if we do use this option, we question whether 3 additional expert panel members would be needed and the associated cost of this. Perhaps this decision should be deferred until the gap analysis is completed and it is known whether the candidates are already GCF or Adaptation Fund accredited. Thank you.
Many thanks, Andrea. I'll now give the floor to the CSO network, followed by Anil. CSO network, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. The GEF CSO network welcomes the Council initiative to strengthen the GEF partnership and explore options for agencies expansions. We agree that enhancing geographical reach, technical capacity, and responsiveness is essential. However, this expansion must be transformational, not merely procedural. It must center justice, equity, and access. And emphasized in the GEF consultation with CSOs held 4 days ago, we urge Council members to ensure that agency expansion is a vehicle for real transformation, one that places civil society, Indigenous people, local communities, youth, and women at the heart of the GEF work. This paper builds on the analysis presented at the 68th Council meeting that highlighted significant gaps in provision of resources for CSO-led projects. The Council decision requests, in addition to enhancing access to LDCs and Cs, options to strengthen engagement with CSOs and private sector for consideration by the Council today. We note that there's a little reference to CSOs in today's paper, so we would like to ask the Secretary to expand further on the option through both existing and new agencies to extend the engagement of CSOs and non-state actors to help deliver the whole of society approach. Advancing the approach to enhance the access to global society, we have key recommendations such as put people at the center. Expansion must prioritize options for engagement of civil society, Indigenous people, social communities, youth, women, and particularly in LDCs and SIDS inclusion must be beyond consultation and result in meaningful leadership and funding access for those on the front lines of the climate and biodiversity crisis. 2, guarantee direct access. We urge the Council to establish through new or existing agencies dedicated funded windows for CSOs, Indigenous people, youth, and women-led initiatives. Simplify transparent access modality, particularly for small-scale, community-based projects in land management, climate education, and empowerment. Without this, promises of inclusion will remain rhetorical. Make expansion ambition, transparent, and inclusive. The Council should adopt a needs-driven and regional balanced approach, including national and CSO-led entities with a strong local presence, a transparent accreditation process with civil society participation. Address structural barriers and build capacity. Expansion must be matched with technical assistance for new and smaller agencies. Active dismantling of barrier faces by LDCs, Cs, and marginalized stakeholders. Otherwise, new agencies may inherit the same access limitation as the current one. Maintain high standards and strengthen accountability. We support harmonizing with other funds, but put emphasis on safeguards must not be weakened, a strong fiduciary, environmental, gender, and social protection must remain, implemented robust civil society oversight, including grievance mechanisms and performance reviews. Finally, and this is an opportunity to shift from symbolic commitment to real empowerment. We urge the Council to ensure that expansion is a tool for broader access, a stronger representation, shared ownership of global environmental goals. Agency expansions must mean expanding justice, not just expanding institutions. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Maria. I'll now give the floor to Anil, followed by Catherine. Anil, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Naomi. We support the expansion of the agencies exclusively for LDCs and SIDS. But I also support the council members, Andres and Emily's comments, among others, for relating to the eligibility criteria to be applied. Can the Secretariat give some sample agencies' names, not for recording or minuting in here, just for our information, who are specialized agencies for LDCs and SIDS? Because to the best of my knowledge, if you're looking for, that's why I go for the criteria what you're given. The preferred ones, if you're giving it, is again coming back to UN agencies or the MDBs, regional MDBs, or the multilaterals is what you call it. So it'll be really nice, interesting to hear on that part of it. And regarding the project process, I fully support Samantha's suggestion to bring in harmonization with GCF and GBF, to bring in the short processing periods, because a lot of agencies, the demand from the ground is for a faster delivery. And thereby, if we can do it for GBF and GCF is able to do, I think we can move it also. We can move the needle a little bit more from 12 months to, much shorter than that. Or if it means rejection at the initial stages, I think we should be open to rejection, because the existing agencies like UNDP, UNEP, World Bank, all these agencies have been working with GEF for past over 10 years. So they should be well acquainted with the requirements of GEF. And even after the last expansion, third expansion, way back in 2015, those agencies, now we are sitting in 2025. The 10 years has passed. And if they still don't have the capacity to suggest projects, bring up the projects to you all, which will follow the GEF pattern, feel free to reject at the first phase. I think 1 or 2 rounds of rejection upfront will bring in some discipline among these agencies. I'm not talking about the new agencies which we are planning to bring in on board. I think we have to draw the line to reform the process, not only for the agencies submitting the proposals, but also the internal processing will have to be cut down, because even other MDBs are now under severe pressure to cut down their processing time, because delivery is a little bit key. And I think we have to really start having a little bit more introspection. I think we have heard this with Jonathan during the working group discussions, and I think we have to work a little bit more on that direction. And in that aspect, I fully agree with Samantha. Why not we harmonize and give it a shot for 2 terms? Let's give it a shot for 2. If the council members agree, let us give it a chance. If we are given a chance for GBFF, let's give it a chance for GEF too. We have enough experienced people in the Secretariat. We have agencies, current implementing agencies, GEF agencies have enough experience. So I think we should start thinking a little bit differently. We should not be caught up with the I mean, out of tune, going back to what we have been practicing all the way and trying to adjust among ourselves. We'll have to change. Change is constant. We are the variables. So that's my simple suggestion to the Secretariat and to the council members to think slightly differently and give it a shot by bringing some discipline with the existing agencies now. Thank you.
Many thanks, Anil. I'll now give the floor to Catherine, followed by IPAC. Catherine, floor is yours.
Oui, je vais faire mon intervention en français. Le Canada est prêt à soutenir l'ajout d'un nombre limité d'agences au partenariat, en particulier pour les pays les moins avancés et les petits États insulaires en développement. Il s'agissait d'ailleurs d'une recommandation clé soulevée dans l'évaluation de la programmation du FEM dans les petits États insulaires en développement du Pacifique. En plus de démontrer un engagement avec les organisations de la société civile, des organisations non gouvernementales et le secteur privé, le Canada aimerait demander également au FEM de considérer les entités dirigées par les populations autochtones ainsi que celles ayant ayant déjà fait leurs preuves dans le soutien aux peuples autochtones. Et donc, nous serions reconnaissants si vous pouviez faire un retour sur les progrès réalisés au niveau de la réflexion sur ce sujet dans les prochaines réunions. Finalement, le Canada est favorable à l'exploration de synergies d'accréditation avec le Fonds vert pour le climat et le Fonds d'adaptation et l'exploration d'une approche accélérée. Et nous espérons poursuivre ces discussions lors de réunions de reconstitution du FEM 9 et la prochaine réunion du Conseil. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Catherine. I'll now give the floor to IPAC, followed by Maher. IPAC, floor is yours.
The IPAC welcomes a strengthening of GEF's partnership with options for agency expansion. We respectfully propose that GEF Council explore inclusion of Indigenous peoples as part of the GEF agency expansion. Indigenous peoples, as repeatedly acknowledged in various platforms, are stewards of much of the world's biodiversity and play a critical role in achieving global environmental benefits. Recognizing an Indigenous network as a GEF agency is both a strategic and an ethical step towards more effective, inclusive, and right-based implementations. This move will enhance delivery in a high biodiversity, remote, and politically sensitive area. Secondly, it's going to align with GEF's existing policy on safeguards, gender equality, and Indigenous people's engagement. And thirdly, it's going to build a successful Indigenous-led models Sorry. I'll just click cancel. Technology is trying to whip our heads here. All right. TEL is going to build on a successful Indigenous-led model like the Inclusive Conservation Initiative. It is time for each sector most responsible for managing large-scale options for the world's planets like national resources to move from being just observers to full and effective participations to co-leadership. We anticipate the Council and GEF partners to take this transformative step towards initiating a process in partnership with Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group to assess and accredit a qualified Indigenous Peoples Network as a GEF agency in the next programming cycle. We end by quoting what our CEO, Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, once said. He said, aligning the GBFF with the role of Indigenous people is smart. Thank you.
Many thanks to IPAC. I'll now give the floor to Maher, council member representing Afghanistan, Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon, Pakistan, Syria, and Yemen, followed by Mauricio. Maher, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. Our constituency welcomes the proposal of strengthening the GEF partnership through a targeted agency expansion. We are particularly encouraged by focus on enhancing the access of the LDCs and SEDs, where persistent institutional and operational barriers has constraints effective engagements with the GEF resources currently. We support the adoption of a targeted limited expansion approach as outlined in the proposed decision, and concur with the prioritization of up to 3 agencies with a strong regional mandate and track records in LDCs and SEDs. From a technical standpoint, We commend the proposal to conduct a comparative gap analysis across Green Climate Fund and Adaptation Fund standards to enable a fast-track accreditation process. Finally, we emphasize the importance of ensuring the forthcoming expansion procedure maintain both high standards and inclusivity, enabling capable regional and intergovernmental organizations to engage meaningfully in advancing the GEF mandate while upholding strong oversight, full alignment with the GEF policy, and clear accountability and stakeholders. Thank you.
Many thanks, Maher. I'll now give the floor to Mauricio, followed by Ben. Mauricio, floor is yours.
Sí, muchas gracias, Noemí. La circunscripción del Cono Sur de América Latina apoya la recomendación de decisión del Consejo en todos sus extremos y quiere resaltar 3 puntos. 1, se trataría de un proceso de expansión focalizada a 3 agencias con la característica primordial de que tengan experiencia local y que conozcan el contexto regional de los LDCs y SIDs para apoyarlos en el acceso efectivo a los recursos y a la implementación adecuada de los proyectos. 2, es importante realizar el análisis de brechas entre el GEF, el GCF y el Adaptation Fund para definir si procede o no un enfoque de fast track en el procedimiento de expansión, lo que resultaría costo beneficioso para el proceso en general. Y 3, al final del proceso de expansión, coincidimos que es importante tener un proceso de evaluación y análisis de lecciones aprendidas a fin de determinar si resulta efectivo aplicar este enfoque en futuros procesos de expansión. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Mauricio. I'll now give the floor to Ben, followed by Filippo. Ben, floor is yours.
Yeah, many thanks, Naomi. And first, just to say, we very much welcome this paper and presentation from Jonathan, and particularly the valuable comments from others and Jonathan's responses so far. For example, we totally agree and support Jonathan's response that this is part of a package of measures to increase access by countries to GEF financing. I just want to emphasize just a few comments that I've heard. Firstly, we hear and agree with comments from Lesotho to recognize the benefits, and many others, by the way, to recognize the benefits and of increasing the harmonization and coordination with other multilateral climate funds. And with that respect, we totally agree with France and others in terms of the benefits of using a fast track mechanism and trying to make sure that is effectively implemented. We agree with Norway about considering ways of speeding up that fast track process and mechanism, noting Caribbean's comments on the need for their support and that they have suitable regional agencies ready to support them. We agree on the need for speed regarding the gap analysis, as I think highlighted by Germany and New Zealand, and looking at ways that could be speeded up. And we agree with Germany and Japan about and also noting that we need to address the concentration and the needs of incentivizing existing implementing agencies to do more, as highlighted by Japan. But also understand the analysis so far is about gaps in the existing agencies. So just worth clarifying that. And finally, as flagged by IPAC on the importance of IPLCs, we very much agree with Norway, Austria, and Canada on the need for agencies specifically engage with IPLCs. In short, Chair, we totally support this decision. Thank you.
Many thanks, Ben. And now to our last speaker, Filippo. Ambassador, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. The Pacific constituency welcomes the proposal to accredit 3 additional agencies with focus on SIDS and LDCs. While we support the proposal, the context of our region is that presently only 11 of the 18 agencies are present in the Pacific. Of these, only a few are active, with 1, which shall remain unnamed, being the most dominant. It is clear in the multilateral development space that the largest agencies have the large capacity to work the donor bureaucratic process. This does not always translate into effective or expedited implementation. One aspect that is clear in the Pacific is that governments must step up to hold agencies accountable. We have impressed upon OFPs at the recent training in Cook Islands that they leverage the so-called whole of government and whole of society approaches to improve implementation. Finally, one context of the Pacific constituency is that the strong culture whereby indigenous structures are sometimes part of the main governance structures. So since the focus of this proposal is to augment implementation, we should also encourage actors that are in the civilian space and NGO indigenous community. In the Pacific, we have villages that are active. And in this case, we are looking at agencies that are implementing agencies, but importantly are the implementing agencies. Sorry, executing agencies. I get confused with this all the time. So that is where the work is done. And it's important that we impress on focal points to develop this capacity of the executing agencies. Because from our context, we tried to get an entity that already is very active in the Pacific, actually from the Pacific, and they could not meet the bar either through reluctance or lack of capacity. So we are not sure whether, at least for our context, and I'm talking about our context, whether more will make the changes or more effort should be devoted to improving and encouraging efforts and more involvement of civil society and other societies at the execution level. Thank you.
Many thanks, Ambassador. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor, either in the Preston or online. So back to you, Jonathan, for final remarks.
Thanks very much, Noemi. Thanks again to council members for this last round of comments and questions. Again, very helpful for us as we navigate this potentially far-reaching and important change in the GEF. And so we have taken very good note of your comments. I think on the question of speed, I mean, I think given what we've heard from council members at this meeting, we would probably be able to move ahead with doing the gap analysis between GCF, GEF, and Adaptation Fund on a faster track. I'll be at the mercy of the chair and CEO on that one, but that is something we think is possible to do. Also here, the importance of beyond the thematic and geographic, also looking at an ability to work with CSOs, with indigenous peoples and local communities, and then thinking of the approach that participants are taking in the GEF 9 process and our discussion across the programming and the policy directions of a whole of society approach that perhaps provides the criteria that we're really talking about here is an ability for the new agencies to take an approach take a whole of society approach, and I think that would cover a number of the concerns that we've heard from council members. Thank you, Anil. Yes, for the suggestion to think differently about this. We are going to be looking separately at policy and operational incentives for the agencies. At what support we can provide to countries, executing partners, OFPs in particular. You had asked if we looked at specific agencies for LDCs, and the answer is no, we haven't. We've looked at some possibly for SIDS, but the starting point will be those that are GCF and or Adaptation Fund accredited so that we can fast track this process. And we've heard you all on the need for doing this in a lean manner, building on the work that's already been done by sister funds, and as an example of harmonization where possible. So I think we've heard you loud and clear on that. And I think with that, I'll stop. Thanks. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, and thanks everyone for your participation in this agenda item. Having concluded this discussion, I would like to invite council to adopt the draft decision included in document Jeff/C69/05 Rev 1. I see no objections. Agenda item approved. Thank you so much. And with this, I think we're done for today. Let me pass it over to Noemi for some announcement and housekeeping indications. Noemi?
Many thanks, Carlos Manuel. So as usual, we will have our council reception here in the atrium. So as you leave the room immediately, you will go forward to the right, and there you will find a big open space. It's indoors, but we will have our council reception there. We would love to see you all. Also, the badges that you have, they're good for all the week. So you can keep them, and I will expedite your entrance for today up until Friday. So with that said, you're all invited to the council reception, and see you around.